everyone to day 2 of the APAC Spring Stage Knockouts. We're going to be knocking out some semifinals today and knocking some teams down to the lower bracket. Kiwi and Leg Day bringing you through the first 2 matches of Group A and Avril Achilleos on the other side of Group B. We have some mega bangers today.
Oh yeah, like Lemon talked about, everyone's going down to the lower bracket today. We aren't doing any knockouts because all our winners semi-finals, but every single match that they've got up on the docket is going to be a certified banger. We've even got some truly mystifying ones like SPG versus Dallas Fuel. People don't know exactly what to expect because, hey, SPG, spoiler alert, have knocked out or knocked down an Owl team already. And Dallas Fuel, of course, have been here and there in terms of their efficacy. So can SPG continue doing it? And SPG as well, not even one of the top teams out of Korea right now. They are like third, fourth, maybe, out of ones that we know. We're seeing a bunch of the best teams out of Korea today, though, including one that's going to be coming up in our first match in Poker Face. O2 Blast yesterday, we saw plenty of them, and they summarily dispatched their contenders' opponents of Panthera and regional rivals, and certainly looking to maybe try and challenge for that mid-season Madness spot, but they've got a big obstacle in their way in the form of Soul Infernal, who we'll also be seeing later today.
Yeah, Dreamers got knocked down. They were that number 6 seed coming out of Korea, who surprised a lot of people in the open, got beat down by Poker Face, as the Dream will see if it'll stay alive, but we're not covering any lower bracket today. And Rhodes, the number 1 team in coming out of the APAC region, they fell to Seoul Dynasty, and we casted that match. Wasn't that close. So the biggest hopes for the contenders teams lay behind Poker Face and O2 Blast in the separate groups, coming in as the number 1 seeds from Korea. So keep an eye on those matches. I think we're all expecting these to be really close, despite our top dogs of Owl competing today.
Yeah, like you said, Seoul Dynasty yesterday, it wasn't even particularly close. We really thought that Seoul Dynasty were going to have a mega struggle coming into this bracket because they recently have lost Profit temporarily to illness, and we all wish them a speedy recovery, but the replacement coming just out of contenders at 17 years old, having only become eligible about 2 months ago. This guy's super young. Sonjun looking beautiful on the Tracer and also not demanding many resources, so Void gets to stay alive. Here's a quick look at how the bracket's shaping up, and you can see that Seoul Dynasty defeated Rhodes, but now they have to go up against, some might say, the gatekeeper of APAC, and especially Group A here in the Hangzhou Spark, who have done very well against teams that many people would consider worse, but against better teams like Guangzhou and like Soul Infernal, they've been performing less well.
I feel like Group A is the bracket of death, personally, having Hangzhou, Seoul, and Guangzhou in the same bracket, especially now that Seoul has Sunjun. You said, I am on the hope train, the hopium cope train for Seoul. They looked a million times better. They seem revived, and we'll cover kind of all the exciting narratives behind them in match number 2 that's on the scheduled docket for today. And yeah, there's only 1 spot per bracket to go to knockouts. So if you win the bracket, you go to knockouts, or sorry, to the mid-season madness. This is knockouts, of course, for a $1 million tournament. So the fact that we just have this much competition, 6 Owl teams, 6 contenders teams, and only 2 of them get to go to mid-season madness is just, it's incredible. It's tough. It's stressful, but also sad that I kind of wish there were more spots.
Yeah, we all wish there were more spots for APAC, especially considering that, hey, Lemon, where mid-season madness is taking place at Kintex Goyang here in South Korea, it's going to be super important to a bunch of these teams to be able to represent their nation, their teams on home turf. The last grand finals that we had in Korea, of course, back in 2020, that was all done remotely. We flew out for San Francisco Shock. There was no live audience there, and we've seen from so many of our little lands here at the WDG studio that we've had between, say, for the Soul Bowl, between Soul Infernal and Seoul Dynasty, the fans love to come out and watch their home teams play. And we'll be able to bring in so many more fans for a big event like Mid-Season Madness, and being the ones who are in front of those roaring esports enjoyers, that means so much to each of these players.
I just can't pick a match that I don't want to see. All of these are going to be good. Number 1 seed of Guangzhou is going to be challenged by the number 1 seed, one of the number 1 seeds of Korea being Poker Face. Seoul have this, fresh new player against Hangzhou, who have had these hot and cold performances. You have O2 Blast, regarded as probably the big favorite coming out of contenders, the most likely to beat and upset an Owl team going up against Soul Inferno, who are on this hot streak coming out of the open or the qualifiers. Then you have SPG, hot off their win against the Shanghai Dragons. Do they claim another Owl team? Dallas Fuel just slightly above Shanghai Dragons as SPG climb that ladder. We have so many good matches today. I hope y'all can hang around with us. You won't want to miss it.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, but I promise that every single second of it will be worth your time. Here's a quick look at our first roster coming in. Our joint first seed coming out of Korea, topping out their group. Here's Pokerface, and you're going to recognize so many of these names if you are a dedicated Owl viewer. Of course, Muse you'll recognize from a previous tenure with the LA Gladiators, and before that, the superstar of a Talon Esports roster that dominated the world at Gauntlet 2019. On the other side, Finale and Valentine, a DPS duo who have very well-known names and pretty wide hero pools as well, Lemon.
Yeah, Finale, Valentine, I love the rotation of their DPS. Arrow's been more of a mainstay as of late. Yesterday was incredible. I believe got our player of the match. And they were rotating Finale and Valentine around Arrow yesterday, who played a lot of Sojourn, Hanzo, stuff like that. But in the open, it was primarily Finale and Valentine who played a lot of hit scan. This team doesn't rely as much on Tracer. It's a lot about Valentine maybe on Reaper, Finale flexing to different things like the Hanzo Sojourn. So this team is all over the place when it comes to composition. So I'm excited to see how Guangzhou Charge are going to challenge this as, you know, these teams don't scrim each other, at least I don't think.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of time in between the scrims. I imagine that Guangzhou Charge probably have their own pretty well-established ecosystem of scrim partners. We do have a couple of fans, of course, in the WDG arena here to watch the match live on the big screen. We'll be watching some of these players coming through from the Guangzhou Charge. And who else can we highlight first but the man himself, the the prime fornicator that is Jimmy, Mr. Hitscan, best in the East, some would say. And I wouldn't say that that's a big leap to take. Jimmy has been bloody impressive this year on the Hitscan, but I've always been a fan of Choi-Se-Won. Choi-Se-Won has had a history on the Guangzhou Charge since he first came to Owl. He's stuck with this team, and it's often felt like a Sisyphean task for Choi-Se-Won, just continually pushing this boulder up the mountain, only for it to roll back down again upon the weight of previous Guangzhou Charge teams, which were woefully underprepared to support him. However, this roster is rock solid, and thus far looking almost undeniable, with the exception of Soul Inferno, who managed to sneak away a series from them.
Choi-Se-Won is looking like the #1 Tracer, if not the #1 flex in APAC. Guangzhou Charge, #1 seed coming out of the qualifiers. This is a tough challenge for Pokerface, and this is the semi-final. So the winner goes to the winner's final, loser to the lower bracket. Our first map is Ilios, chosen by the Guangzhou Charge. The only blemish on Guangzhou Charge is, like you said, that Game 5 loss to Soul Inferno, which was so fun to cast and watch. And also, they lost the King's Road to Shanghai, which was more of a snowball situation. Once kind of the floodgates open, Charge sometimes have issues holding that back. But behind Jimmy, who's been so consistent, Choi-Se-Won's Echo could be something we can see on Ilios. I really favor the Charge. They look good on this map.
Yeah, Charge certainly, we're going to be watching Choi-Se-Won try and dominate on the Echo. I believe it was against the Hangzhou Spark that they played Ilios, and we saw Hangzhou Spark basically not even load into the map before it was ace after ace from Choi-Se-Won. But remember, like you said, that game against the Soul Inferno, it opened up a big hole in the defenses of Guangzhou Charge, and that is the Wrecking Ball, because they're not really willing to play the Sombra to try and deal with it. And I'm not expecting Pokerface to try and move over towards that Wrecking Ball, but just our audience need to look out for potential openings where other teams that are more likely to use that hero could try and pull out a Wrecking Ball to really mess with the Guangzhou Charge, who don't want to play the Sombra.
This is an exciting match. Out the gates, dive from Muse, but Piggy knows what's coming. I was expecting a mirror, but Piggy on the D.Va is the counter to Winston, hoping to jump in that bubble. And Bully also great counter to the Echo. Valentine is going to mirror that. Of course, no mercies. It's going to be reliant on the Brig packs for these Echoes to remain involved in the picture. Finale versus Jimmy. Not a Tracer match I was expecting, but this is how you follow up with your dive. At first Charge, kind of have their backs against the wall. A lot of real estate taken by the Pokerface team. Ready to jump in is Muse, laying maybe his bubble down at the choke. Not even needing to, as Charge not challenging them quite yet. Jimmy has crept his way to the right side and gets punished. Two people saw Jimmy as Charge didn't even break through the floodgates, so he's down for the count, and Pokerface at the cap.
All right, everybody stand back. It's time for Leg Day to Simp for Simple again. This guy, he is the bona fide real deal. When it comes to up-and-coming flex supports, I doubt that there are any prospects quite as tempting as Simple. This guy is a freak on the Ana. Getting the opening pick there onto Jimmy is more than enough to get control here for Pokerface and force Guangzhou charged. He's just doing it again! Stop it!
And that's how you picked off Jimmy, too, because it wasn't just Finale that won the Tracer duel. It was Simple that got an honest shot in. Dangerous anti on the Xerneas. I don't think Finale feels confident enough to chase that. He still wants to position himself on the left side. Pokerface really commanding the first half of this Ilios well.
Tracer wants not been able to do much as well. Still clawing at 50% ult charge. The rally is going to be active, though. Remember that stun coming in for Finale. Easily able to recall out of the way. Here's the Nano.
Especially when Farway was on the high ground, Nano Xerneas, who somehow peeled for himself, bought enough time for Charge to fall back, because Pokerface are in their backline. Good anti from Farway, hits 2. Muse has the sustain of the Primal. Choice in 1 gets the last laugh, and Charge finally can start off a fight on the right foot. 5v4, now taking up the space. You see Piggy pushing the right side. Valentine with the duplicate, thinks this is winnable. At least wanted to extend a bit more than the 76%. Thought he had cycled that well with Finale, so this dupe is not going to be worth much, and he won't be able to get the self-destruct off in time. Maybe, no, not able to get back into mech, so Charge have the point for now.
Thought he was cycling well, but Lance Armstrong, he ain't. Mew's actually gone fairly deep here and manages to get in onto Farway. I think assisted with a bardic grenade from Simple. You can see the Ana assist over there.
Up. Oh, Piggy. Piggy's
he's
back.
Fine. He's fine. Save.
Piggy's dead. Choice in 1 dupe, and he's dead. Charge have not been able to hold on to this point. You know, they got that first kill, they saw the dupe, and Charge didn't really get aggressive or push past the point. They seemed unsure on how to approach this. Pokerface used their ults, managed to get in, pick off Jimmy yet again, who's been taking back-to-back L's to Finale.
Yeah, it seems like both Piggy and Xerneas had a dereliction of duty. They were supposed to try and keep Muse off of Farway. Once that Winston actually lands on the Ana, she's fairly defenseless. Stick goes in. I believe it catches onto the shield of Xerneas, so it's going to disable Shield Bash for a little bit, but no real damage done.
Ults, just Jimmy with the pulse, who's kind of helping bully Muse out of his backline, sees the bubble, knows that Muse won't be a threat for now, yeets it into the Ana, but the sleep from Simple is just too good. You can continue simping. I'll allow it for now. Piggy about to lose the mech. Oh, self-destruct right at the last second, though. Won't be able to get back into mech, and Aiden pops the rally to get the stun, and Charge just can't get any presence at the front. What a dominant showing from Pokerface, 100 to 32.
Oh, only 3 deaths on the side of Pokerface as well. All final blows coming from Choice Air 1. It's been rough. It's been real rough. And right now, Simple sitting at 2 final blows. Not a huge step, but still an important one considering that's out of only 9 kills thus far. It's been fairly bloodless as far as control rounds go, Lemon. And I think for Charge are having some real issues with their tempo.
Yeah, Charge, like I said, like the one fight they did win, where they finally got a first blood, they just didn't overextend, they didn't hunt for more kills. Jimmy, you know, Tracer, we know him more for other hit scans, that sniper god. And Tracer, we don't see him having a ton of time on that compared to other heroes. But now he's on the Hanzo, he gives that over to Choice in 1, which is clearly his bread and butter.
All right, Pokerface, though, they're completely changing the game over here, moving over towards a more complete rush. Now the rotations are Farway are going to be all the more scrutinized. Remember that you have to move so quickly in advance as an Ana here, because you're going up against a Lucio.
Muse got anti-sewed in Valentine. Kill confirmed from Choice A1. And look how much more confident the Charge are. They got the point or about to. They're extending outside of it to hunt for kills. This is a composition that Charge feel more comfortable on.
You've heard of a flooded deadlift before, but right now Choice 1 has 100% of his team's final blows. 5 out of 5, all for him. Of course, many of them facilitated, like you said, by that big anti coming through from Farway. And that's one of the themes that we're really going to have to look into in this particular matchup, Loam. The Ana versus Ana in Simple versus Farway. Even though Simple's currently playing on the map to get more healing out for this tightly packed comp.
Choicey1 is just behind them, and Pokerface feels stressed to move forward. Choicey1 still harassing, getting the attention of Simple. Muse feeling the pain, not having the healing, and Jimmy hits an important headshot onto Finale, who puts himself in a vulnerable position again due to Choicey1 being behind now with Pulse Bomb, and Valentine just can't enable Muse enough. Just the threat level of Charge at all these angles is simply too much.
A little bit of difficulty with target focus there as well from Pokerface. There's no way that a Winston should be able to comfortably stay in, like, melee range with both a Ramatra and a Mei. Alas, Farway still able to heal through all of that super easily, allowing Xerneas to try and keep these packs on deck if Choicey1 should need them. Finally gets the attention of the Ana to get healed up, so Xerneas doesn't have to expend anything, and Simple's ready to bring out the Amplification Matrix shortly to buy some more space.
Yeah, Choicey1 has the pulse too. He's going for that. Piggy, Nanode, and Primal. So much space, including the Dragon Strike. 70% plus for the charge. Coming down to final fight territory. Choicey1 not able to deliver that pulse. It's 4-4. The backline frozen up. The charge won't have any healing thanks to Valentine's Blizzard. But Pokerface had to use a lot of ultimates to get this done. The Soundbeer and really more than that. Pokerface still haven't clearly won this fight. They have to deal with Piggy, Choicey1, the remnants of respawns. 94% charge flipped to Pokerface.
Ooh, Muse went down to 11 HP there as well. That's critical that he actually survives. That gives over a bunch of healing to Simple to allow generation towards the Kitsune Rush, which is going to be such a good tool to try and bring Muse forward into that backline. But thus far from Guangzhou Charge has been very effectively evading even a speed boosted Ramatra. Farway must be taking some excellent positions, even though we haven't seen a huge amount of his POV, in order to remain untouched by the Nemesis form.
Now, can you pressure Muse before he approaches? That's going to be the job of Jimmy. Will have access to the Mega Pack, but he will lose that top high ground positioning. Piggy making sure that he's comfortable to get set back up. Piggy will heal and jump on in. Muse, Annihilation, looking for a nice group up of the charge. The bubble from Piggy has been used, and his backline is exposed. Finale, Dragon Strike pierces through Xerneas. And without that player, Charge just don't feel confident to waste their time in this fight.
No assist noted on that Dragon Strike kill, I hasten to add. That was an unforced error from Xerneas, and it's going to take away a bunch of time from Guangzhou Charge, as well as gift over whatever ult charge was found on the disengaging members. Piggy's going to buy this space here, simply to give Jimmy a little bit of staging areas, try and find Finale, and work up after that. With this ice block being used, though, this could be an opportunity for Piggy to go even deeper.
Yeah, he's got the nano, makes the call. Aiden will try to speed away. He's a target. And beside him is Valentine and the Annihilation of Muse. Who blocks, goes forward. Kitsune rushes the speed he needs. The charge. They rally behind Xerneas, who still lives on through. Piggy with the counter dive. It's also getting kills. This is the fight that matters the most for Pokerface. If they can prevail, they will be taking game one against the charge, who hope to force round 3. Blizzard got the ready from Valentine, who sees the backline in sight, funneled through this corridor. But Valentine wants to force Piggy out of this, who jumps right back into the Blizzard. Aiden Soundbeer could be the nail in the coffin. Pokerface reinvigorated. They punish Piggy off the Blizzard. And Choicey1's Pulse Bomb just at least get some splash damage in. But it'll be up to the DPS of Charge to make this happen while Piggy is respawning. And Choicey1 will deliver when the weight is on his shoulders as Charge are back on the point.
It's a familiar story for Sisyphus here. He's been doing this for years. Guangzhou Charge demand a carry, and Choicey1 will bring it, but now Jimmy's sitting shoulder to shoulder with him, already picking off one, and yes, finding a sightline for more, but unable to deliver the headshots that are needed just yet. Still untouched back here, Lemon, and so approaches are dangerous.
Jimmy has sights too. Looking to just get damage onto Muse, who's just stalling this forever. The point in favor of Charge. And it's Pokerface that are forced to take this fight there. Muse stalling with everything he can. But Valentine and Finale can't seem to get close enough to Jimmy. And the Charge prevail. At least they're up by 1 member. But Valentine's taking so much pressure, losing this duel to Choicey1, and now even more thanks to the rally of Xerneas. And we go to round 3.
So I observed earlier that Piggy was actually being remarkably free for a Winston, but wasn't taking a huge amount of damage on the front line against a Ramatra. And it turns out that that was because we saw the Mei actually playing very reserved, very far back, almost next to Aiden and Simple most of the time. And they did that to try and rebuff the Nano Winston that came on through. Just consistently soaking him in that endothermic blaster meant that he was too slow to catch up, especially with a speed-boosted escapee. Just trying to keep Piggy at bay. Unfortunately, that did give plenty of room for Choice A1 to try and work as well. Because remember, one of your primary threats as a Tracer is that Icicle from a May. Because that can hit you with a one-shot and instantly remove you from the game. And you know that Pokerface have the mechanics to make that happen.
Choice A1 is my MVP from that last round. The pressure on the initial backline there to saving the fight when Piggy was down. This is the guy who's been so consistent and looking like one of the best Tracers. He returns to that hero once again, and anchoring the point here is what's important for Tracer players, while the rest of the team want to hold the middle of the map, especially with the dive, although the D.Va can anchor a bit better than the Winston in this case. Muse gets followed up by Piggy, tries to blow him up with the micro missiles. Now trying to mark this Tracer. Piggy does everything he can to just shift his focus where Choice A1, where Jimmy are aiming to. But Pokerface seem a bit more organized, at least at the initial part of this fight. The point is owned by the Charge, who have left it as Pokerface are trying to cycle that in their favor. Aiden has been anti. That will be a kill confirmed for Piggy. Now hunts down this Echo player. Pokerface still haven't gotten the flip that they wanted, summoning the attention of Charge's backline to deny the recontest. And now with Muse removed, Pokerface, they're losing hope on trying to get the point back.
I love how they modulate how much they try and pressure Muse depending on Farway's position. We saw how very precarious Farway's position was on that corner, so a lot of fire went into Muse to make sure he was never comfortable for the dive. Whereas when we saw Farway up on high ground in a far less diveable position because he had a little bit of a roof over his head to cover him, there wasn't so much pressure on Muse, and there was time instead to move over after Valentine and get rid of that Echo threat.
Pokerface threatening the point at least. Halfway capped, but it's probably Finale poking in and out. Valentine up top, trying to go after Jimmy, and Jimmy gets nanoed, shuts down Valentine, and Muse jumped up there, but disengages immediately, not wanting to help out his brother in crime. Now the DPS of the Charge taking pressure from Muse, but Jimmy trying to pop this bubble, so Muse will have to disengage, but now there's no healing left from the Charge, and Jimmy is exposed. Muse will deal with that problem. And Pokerface capping the point shortly, but at 75% plus for the Charge, great start for them. Pokerface have a lot of work to do.
And this is what happens when Muse manages to find Farway in one of those exposed positions and isn't properly pressured. So much resource went into trying to keep Jimmy alive, and yes, he managed to take out Valentine, but it did leave Farway fairly defenseless without Xerneas being able to try and take a one-on-one duel with the Brigitte because Aiden was nanoed themselves. Now the Bomb could try and cap, but Farway's been stuck. Call this.
And Finale's not even done yet. He kept committing to that backline. And the fact that usually you drop the pulse bomb, you recall, you blink out, this is Finale going unchecked.
Maybe Choice A1 has had his attention directed elsewhere to try and help out Farway, but it needs to return to the Tracer duel and promptly here. Finale cannot be allowed to run riot through this backline or Pokerface. They will be taking this map away from the Guangzhou Charge. 43% in climbing here as Valentine goes
the back. The Bob is thrown on the point, I think. And that'll be what's capping it, or Choice A1 and Piggy are there too. Either way, the Bob presence in the middle of the map is what's forcing Pokerface into cover or onto the point to contest, as Charge still haven't flipped it yet. So really good focus management from both teams to direct their attention towards the objective and also to the fight. The Charge now have to face Muse, who's nanoed, has the primal. Coach gun from Jimmy has been used. Anti onto Farway exposes him as Muse is slept. He will be slowed down. The anti at 150 will force Muse back, not wanting to use the primal in maybe a last fight territory, as the Charge are leading 95 plus with a number advantage.
Charge are excellent multitaskers. Great shield play coming through from those hit scans. Now Aiden's in the corner with no shield, no friends, no life, and no cap. The overtime continues, Lemon, and it's going to be starting to tick down real fast here as no one's around to keep it going.
It's that easy. This guy brings such amazing vibes. Big smiles. He typed the easy against, who was it? Another tank. Belosaria. I remember.
Oh, he did the big MTD against Belosaria. That was the first time we saw Piggy play Reinhardt on Lichon Tower.
And I just want to point out that Muse not popping Primal is a massive mistake. That lack of sustain on the front line let Piggy, Choice A1 just run free and destroy Pokerface without Muse's presence. And then you saw the Primal prop that popped at the end. That didn't matter at all. Charge clutch up round 3.
Yeah, Mew's doing his best Fleder impression and simply deciding, you know what, I don't think we really need a Primal here, but one of the things I think is one of the most defining characteristics of the Guangzhou Chargers that they are excellent multitaskers. They're really good at being able to manage threats in their front line while also pressuring the objective, and that's how Choice Air 1 managed to sneak that one away and sneak away the map from Pokerface.
Charge take game 1 and a round 3 on Ilios, but after this break, we'll find out where Pokerface want to go to next. Charge are firing on all cylinders, but We went to round 3, where, once Jimmy got off a Tracer, Choice A1 back in the driver's seat, it was all good at the end of the day. Poker Face get to choose our next map.
Yeah, PokerFace get to go to where they feel they have the biggest advantage and where they are the most comfortable. But the thing is, our map pool for Hybrid does very much lend itself to these long-range hit scans, which means you got to deal with Jimmy. And when you got to deal with Jimmy on a hit scan or a Hanzo Lemon, you know who you got to call. And it ain't someone who's going to bust some ghosts. It's the Arrow themselves. Hey. It's an old joke, sir, but it checks out. Yes, it's Arrow, who's actually been becoming more of a mainstay in more recent appearances of Poker Face compared to the Opens, where it was a lot more Finale and Valentine. Arrow plays a lot more long-range heroes. Yesterday we saw a Torbjorn from him as well, but I don't expect to see that on our next map, which is going to be Hollywood. I think that we're likely going to be seeing a Hanzo, but there's also the opportunity for Arrow to bring out the Sojourn, which is some people's pocket pick.
Yeah, Arrow looked, I think was the player of the match yesterday, but it was a huge part of their success, and rightfully so. The Sojourn on Oasis, the Hanzo on Blizzard World, he was getting first bloods left and right. Jimmy is going to have a true challenge, but you're going to get up against a rookie. Jimmy should be confident. He's made Owl hit scan sweat, so we'll see if Jimmy will continue to, whatever you said in the pre-show. I don't even want to repeat it, but Hollywood. Guangzhou Chargers, last time they went to Hollywood, they won this against the Dallas Duel with a 3-minute cap running the Winston Tracer Hanzo dive. So we'll see if this is a strong map for them as well.
Yeah, I think Charge have no upsetties in their camp being taken over to Hollywood. Poker Face, they need to be really confident here to bring Guangzhou Charge to an area where Jimmy can truly start his romantic conquest of the world. The question is, for Piggy, do we see more of a classic diva, or is it more likely to mirror the Muse Winston? Because previously we've seen an impressive amount of Piggy Winston. People thought, he's kind of an off-tank specialist. Obviously, he was a duo with Junggu, I believe, on the Houston Outlaws back in 2020, and mostly played the off-tanks, be it the Sigma, the Zarya, or the Diva, but has integrated very effectively a Winston into his hero pool. I think he's actually one of the better Winstons that we have in APAC at the moment. So I'm not surprised right now to see a hover that would imply we're going to have a full-on Winston duel between Muse and Piggy.
Yeah, when it came to Ilios, I felt like Piggy ran the Diva to just counter Muse, and obviously is getting in his head, writing the GG easy before the round was even over. Muse realizing, the mistake he did. You kind of saw in the cams, he looks bothered. Either bothered or focused, and maybe a mix of two. And Poker Face, this is their map choice, running the Hanzo Tracer mirror against the Charge. Poker Face trying to get to at least this high ground initially. Pressuring Jimmy is the name of the game, who had the most amount of deaths on Ilios Lighthouse, trying to stay on these high grounds to get shots, whether on the Ashe or the Hanzo. And Farway is the first victim of all things, who should be the most protected player on the team. And that's a big opening for Poker Face.
You saw the Ana assist as well. Once more, got to call out my boy Simple. Excellent anti-nade, but must have gone in or asleep to try and ensure that Muse was able to grab that kill. Jimmy challenging Muse, and he is about one quick melee away from death, but now Jimmy has to go up against the crowd, and the crowd is simply too much.
I like the disengage from Charge. I guess they thought they could maybe recontest the third tick, and with Jimmy being in the back mega corner and dying, that nullified Charge's chances of recontesting the third tick. But hey, if you only drop 2 people, that's less ult charge for Poker Face to kind of snowball this map, who have now established themselves on the high ground. They've got the whole gang up there. Piggy is feeling the heat. He jumps back. Now we got this tower defense going on.
Oh, that's a fat nade as well. Xerneas and Piggy. However, Muse going to be shut down with the sleep, and Jimmy gets an easy headshot there, so holding this space is going to be incredibly difficult. That's why we see Piggy moving on forward with the aid of Xerneas. And now Choice A1 can start to work the margins a little bit. This is where Finale's truly in the danger zone, because Choice A1's going to be able to get the drop on him in most cases.
It's important for Choice A1 and Finale to be cycling on the car to get as much progress or deny as much progress as possible. And even Piggy is quick to jump down to stop Finale from getting any further. Muse helping push the defense back. The Charge will give up some progress, and even Finale gets the hunt down on Choice A1. So 5-4, Poker Face will take some high ground. They slept Piggy, hoping to get some focus. not enough. Piggy had the time to pop Primal to at least get himself another life. Although he's just trying to cause a bit of chaos before returning to his team. Gets Muse so low, but traps the rest of Pokerface's backline in an area. Muse jumps back in with the Nano, has the Primal still available. Rally and everything being invested from Pokerface. With Arrow being stomped on, Pokerface are gonna lose a lot of damage.
Oh, Muse not getting great value out of this Nano, out of his Primal, though. Should have been able to take Farway off that high ground a lot sooner than he has. That wastes time and keeps Piggy in the backline for a moment longer and allows for the heal up to come on through, while Jimmy can distract the wayward main tank. Simple's now been taken up by Xerneas. How did they get that close?
Oh, the splash off the wall? At least I didn't see the stick. I gotta clean my glasses, but I'm pretty sure that splash on the wall and Aiden had the shield up. Didn't realize what was coming. As the charge hold the defense for now.
It's one of those things that you really got to see the replay for. My own theory is that I think Aiden actually stuck himself by rotating it off a shield and it just dropped onto his body. But it might have dropped onto the wall and then just splashed onto him. You get such weird angles from those bomb explosions that it can be incredibly difficult to try and avoid them. Arrow, now with a Dragon Strike. You can use this to try and clear the high ground. We've seen how many resources have gone into that previously. Be it the Nano or the Primal Rage. And that's a big engage onto Simple.
2 anti on Simple and Arrow 2. Disengage into that little corridor. Dragon Strike just to scare charge a bit from the high ground. Pokerface established up there, but sort of cycling in and out. Their supports were taking some heat, so Pokerface need to be careful. Now they're split up from each other thanks to the Primal of Piggy, who split up the supports left and right. Arrow is in a lot of trouble. Pokerface needs to group back up, and it'll be Muse to try and fire back, but he gets slept. He's woken back up though, and Pokerface, despite being so disassembled, they reunite and stomp on the charge.
Yeah, I think Pokerface, they looked at the disassembly of Guangzhou Charge, or rather they took advantage of their own disassembled positioning and took advantage of Guangzhou Charge playing a little bit egotistically in terms of their own positioning, with Farway and Xerneas being far too close. Choice Air 1's going to get a last-second contest here, but no frags to come through from a Dragon Strike.
Choice Air 1 is just in the middle of 5 people and still gets the kill onto Simple, 9% away from the Aiden rally. A desperate and very important support ultimate for Pokerface. They're still gonna pop it. They think it's winnable without Simple, and so it is when Muse is looking this good, this reinvigorated after the GG easy of Ilios. You love to see it. Pokerface back in a confident position.
Nobody easies the beast of talent on esports. Guangzhou Charge, they're facing a fairly hefty time bank here on point C. 3 minutes for Pokerface to try and negotiate their way through this area, and Guangzhou Charge actually put both the Nano Boost and the Pulsum into their previous fight and didn't really get anything off the back of them. That was onto Piggy, who couldn't really find a target in the midst of all of that mess.
Xerneas almost got the stun on the Muse before he jumped out, maybe forcing an early Primal. And somehow Aiden and Simple are taking pressure when they're just playing so far away from the defense. That's just the power that Jimmy has at long range and why he should be feared on the Hanzo. And it's gonna be up to Arrow to prove that he's worthy to be this rookie that Pokerface can depend on, as Pokerface still are getting progress and are halfway to C.
I like giving up space here for Guangzhou Charge to try and force Pokerface into playing this long sightline, but Muse is doing an excellent job of controlling their positioning from the high ground and making sure that none of these forward positions with the cover behind the boxes are free, and Anadol is ensued, and Farway walks away with a dub.
Simple keeps being first death, and I just can't believe this is happening. It's just a range DPS. As soon as Simple exposes himself at all, he's taking damage, and Pokerface keep having to reset this momentum, but that's an opening as Jimmy gets pulsed by Finale. The call is made. Pokerface jumping in, or at least have to react to Piggy pulling the trigger first. Muse is waiting to get healed back up before he can re-engage, but there's a threat in the back line. It's Piggy with Primal tossing everybody up, and now almost getting a kill onto Finale. Piggy will disengage just to anchor this card. He's nanoed. He's going back in for more. First, seconds, and thirds as Aiden and Simple cower into the corner to try and reconnect with Muse, who pops the Primal at the last second, and Pokerface will have to do this without Arrow.
That was incredibly close. A headshot wakes up Muse. The anti even better. Muse has bungled his disengage, but still will remove himself from danger with only a little bit of health remaining. Simple keeps him up and are re-engaged with the Nano to reinvigorate it.
Oh, Jimmy is climbing up to the stars and somehow is still living. He's got the peel of Xerneas' rally and Piggy too. How long can Jimmy truly live? Everyone from Poker Face is trying to kill him. But the backline trade is just way more powerful for Choice A1. Gets Arrow and Simple. Choice A1 is just simply better. The Charge have respawn advantage to 3 kills this fight for Choice A1. As the Charge have 34 seconds left to defend.
Now, Piggy's being such a good dive partner as well. You saw an awesome little bit of body blocking onto Simple to make sure that he couldn't space himself away from a Tracer and had to stay within the effective range of those pulse bombs or pulse pistols. Pulse bombs are on the field here for Choice A1 and Finale. Obviously, you want to stick them onto those Brigitas ideally. But Farway, if you can get rid of that nano, that would be a gold mine.
Jimmy is so wiggly though. And so is Piggy, who jumps away from the Finale pulse. Jimmy is on the high ground. I think the Sonic does reveal him, and Aiden and Arrow are respecting that. Piggy taking up a lot of space with the help of Farway's nano. Choice of One's pulse bomb doesn't get the kill they need, and Muse is taking so much pressure, he can't stay on the cart. It's an overtime situation for Poker Face, and they're down by 2. The absolute collapse at the finish line means Poker Face will not be full capping the map. And that gives a win condition for the Charge to get all the way to C to go to match point.
Big win condition for the Charge here. I was surprised at how quickly they folded on point A, Lemon. Like you pointed out at the time, it was a big disengage, but Farway being picked first with something as simple as a nade and a Winston dive, that shouldn't be happening when we should have things like a Brigitte shield in the way. A whip shot to try and mess with that disengage. Just a quick look at how Muse has been playing, or has been slept indeed. In the midst of that point B, this was truly where the time back was drained.
Yeah, that was just how Poker Face were just so disassembled due to the primal rage of Piggy. And as they were just split on both sides of the building, the comms is what kind of focused them towards reacting to the antis. And Muse taking charge after it felt like he was a bit boomed, maybe made a mistake or two on Ilios, and Poker Face came back.
Now we head over to the attacking side, and Poker Face have shifted up their strategy entirely. We talked about Arrow and the Sojourn Lemon, and we didn't know if we were going to see Muse's Ramatra on a map that's as high ground centric and dive friendly as Hollywood. But point A, certainly you can try and limit your opponent's options by holding maybe a little bit closer on the first corner. Remember that there's the interaction between Ramatra and Winston, which is super important, and that's the Ravenous Vortex. It drags you down to the ground, and if Winston tries to leap away while ensnared in that vortex, he will be going nowhere, and that can allow for maybe a little bit less measured aggression than a Winston would otherwise like.
We have just rarely seen the Muse Ramatra, except on maybe a Shambali or an Oasis when it came to the opens. So this is an interesting look from Poker Face. They will have very little high ground presence besides Arrow, who obviously wants to save the jump to disengage. But if they can hold this initial choke, that seems to be the win con. But Muse is playing so far away from the choke that obviously Charge just break through. They have high ground control. They don't have choice in one thanks to a nice shot by Arrow. But Poker Face just can't let Charge decide when the fight begins. Charge will collapse on someone like Simple or Arrow, who are going to be the prime targets of the Charge. We're still getting healed back up and seeing what Charge, or really Jimmy, can get in terms of picks.
He seems to be prioritizing his Ravenous Vortex a lot towards this Hanzo, and Piggy's already had his shield stripped down to nothing. Farway's had to move in front of that shield, and let's put him in Arrow's POV.
Simple, feeling well. Arrow always able to fall back towards his Baptiste, having that immortality, which was actually given to Muse to survive on the point, but with Simple and Aiden getting pressured back, it's not going to work out. If they're going to use a Lucio, they need to use the speed and act aggressive, because at this point, with how Fortressy Poker Face are playing, they might as well just play a Brig or Ana, literally anything but a Lucio. They haven't taken advantage of the speed at all. Muse now to the Winston. They want to match that dive. Muse, honestly, Diva would be a better counter, but Muse is way more comfortable on the Winston and the mirror in general. Charge will be able to fully cap this, I think, but due to Simple just fragging out, Poker Face has somehow stabilized.
That was truly a choice that Piggy made right there. And Simple was more than happy to farm him through the window. And you're exactly right. When you've got this Lucio, especially with a Ramatra, you really need to play more aggressively. They allowed Guangzhou Charge to generate these angles around a Ramattra so the block wasn't as effective. What a boot to nullify the Nano.
Ooh, Piggy just slamming into Aiden, going after the rest, and even if there is an immortality, you're probably gonna get shoved out of it. Arrow's already used jump. Piggy realizes this, has now claimed 2. This backline's in trouble, and the point is capped. Charge are just simply looking so good on the execution of their dives. Piggy missing, though. They will be kind of slowing things down, maybe climbing up to the high ground. Finale will be pushed back. Once he uses Blizzard, expect this May to swap.
You can call this one Poker Face Coat, but it's still a fantastic trade of resources for A to manage to get that boop onto Piggy, forcing out the Primal Rage before moving over to point B, because the Primal Rage is so important for taking these players off of high ground with the consistent knockback that it offers. And now Moose is going to have that advantage.
Yeah. The damage at range is too good for Poker Face. Arrow, someone you can rely on for that. He was such a menace on Oasis yesterday on this hero. It's either the Hanzo or the Sojourn, but how is Finale going to find Blizzard value when there's just so much mobility from the charge, and you're never going to be in range of someone like an Ono or a Brig? Probably a Hanzo, as Piggy's still typing in chat.
He's got some questions for the boys and girls. I figured to get value out of the Blizzard here, you need to use a speed boost and just get it right on top of Farway. Just get on top of that Anna and instantly remove her from the fight. Get rid of all that healing and leave Piggy out to dry, maybe.
He's got access to some players with this Blizzard. I could see him dropping it. He does. The Maywall behind the Brig as Xerneas bashes away. No one frozen from this Blizzard despite such good positioning from Finale. But Arrow overclocks Muse from the front. Arrow in the back, slept and punished. Almost got away. Muse cleans it up though. Finale is still not swapping off the May. Probably needs to die or go back to spawn, but Poker Face will be giving up some progress.
Oh, that wall was absolutely cyberbully worthy, allowing Muse to deliver the full weight of the Goomba Stomp onto a little British pancake. And that is actually an upgrade from most British cuisine. Muse still the Primal Rage to play with here. And Aiden's still holding on to the sound barrier. What's it going to be used for? Most likely just to rebuff like a nano dive from a Piggy, because there's no real consistent damage that's going to be coming out otherwise. It can reliably be countered.
Yeah, tempo engage would be great for Poker Face. Just now that they have this high ground, looking for antis with Simple is such an easy neutral fight win condition, but you let Charge decide the fight. They nano Piggy, force Simple back, and he's got to nano somebody if he's in range of it. Muse, and Muse is primaling. We're looking at Piggy right now, just hanging out, trying to go back to the high ground. Poker Face haven't done much, and Finale is ice blocked out of the fight. Arrow and Muse are barely holding on to the high ground, and Charge have 90 seconds, and we haven't seen much progress.
I talked about using the sound barriers to try and get rid of the nano engage from Piggy, but instead Aiden simply boops it away. We need to see more groundwork here from Choice here to force out those cooldowns before Piggy actually gets up onto that high ground. Because otherwise he's going to be easily just sent away by Aiden again and again, and Farway and Xerneas are consistently eating so much pressure from the main.
Okay, there's the sound barrier tempo engage from Poker Face, and the kills follow through. And if I'm in the Charge, I'm probably putting Choice in one more, positioning him more on the cart, because who's really going to contest him? It feels like Poker Face are playing so clumped up, and yes, they're good at cycling up and down in terms of high ground and low ground, but this is the chance for Charge to take advantage of the fact that Poker Face still don't have a Tracer.
I need to see Jeremy start hitting some heads here. He needs to open up these areas. If you can't, you're not getting any value out of the Hanzo. Thus far, it's been... Oh, he's just been absolutely dominated. He's been brutalized. He's been eviscerated.
May is just the Zoomer Hanzo now, I guess. I've been waiting for this guy to swap like 2 Blizzards ago, but he's got another one. I guess hasn't died since then. And again, now that Simple's on this high ground, can go for antis. A big win condition that Poker Face, won the last fight with. They can do it again. The Blizzard right at the feet of the Charge. No one frozen. Piggy slept an anti though. And Xerneas is the one who got nanoed. They thought their backline that needed the most amount of help, but it was Piggy all along. Despite that, the DPS of the Charge deliver the kills, and Poker Face speed all the way back.
But disengage, giving away the space. Jimmy now once again has a chance to have a redemptive fight here, but the same could be said for Choice here. One with a pulse bomb in his back pocket, ready to deliver onto someone super vulnerable. Good healing there, and Jimmy gets one.
Farway's the third DPS on this team. The charge just stopped the recontest of Pokerface. I like the speed call of Aiden to bring everyone back, to try and go for a last-second defense, but Charge realized that and stuffed through the chokes, and Piggy is still trying to get into the heads of Pokerface.
Somehow Jimmy has returned. How did this happen? 2 final blows in that last fight, 2 of them headshots, of course.
Finale
from
on
the
Tracer
Hunter.
too. Thank God.
Oh, yes. This is a big change. This is going to mean that Choice at 1's going to have a lot more to try and constrain him. Now, you need that now that you don't have the high ground control that you would previously rely on to try and waylay Choice at 1 and minimize his uptime on your backline.
Finale can have... this is a better hero in general, so can try and contest Choice at 1 on the card a bit more when these Winstons jump out of the fight. Pokerface have the ult advantage. Simple as to make the call, giving this to Muse, but also you can just play inside of point C as Muse pops the Primal Rage at the last second, summoning the attention of Xerneas' rally, who stuns up Muse, who's gonna go back for more. 25 seconds for the charge and a box of victory in sight. We could see Pokerface evening up the series if they play their respawns intelligently, and it's working out for Finale. Choice one's backed into a corner. Peggy's trying to buy time, and Farway has a nano with his name on it. If he doesn't give it to Xerneas, his favorite support player of all time. Pokerface, though, they have the respawn advantage, and they're just waiting for Charge to pull the trigger, who expose themselves in a big area. Finale is somehow all the way in the back, and no, finishes off Farway. No nano. Xerneas, it's up to you, but he's so tunneled on Finale because he knows he has Pulse Bomb. This is Charge's last chance. Downbeer from Aiden gets 0 people, by the way. Not sure what happened. Pokerface will still have to hang on, and you can depend on arrows, overclock, or Choice at 1 who's nanoed. He saved fights before on Ilios, and he'll do it again. Jimmy with 2, no backline, and nobody left for Pokerface as Charge will push through to the box of victory and go to match point.
Piggy, he do be chatting, but honestly, Pokerface, what happened? An early pick, a beautiful shot from Arrow, gets rid of the Ana, removes the nano from the equation, and Xerneas, as we saw, was being absolutely demolished. Muse looked stricken, and honestly, I am too. There was no healing for Choice 1, Jimmy and Piggy. No Primal Rage, no way to really survive, and it was fumbled, a bag. Completely through to the ground. They threw it on the ground, Lemon. And they threw the map away.
Where? Okay, how about throwing that Aiden sound barrier? I need a replay. Yeah, or I need my eyes checked because that should have won Pokerface the fight. It should have won them the map. But Charge, the #1 seed out of Owl, have been pushed to the brink. The fact that Pokerface almost took this game is wild. We'll have another choice of map, and we'll find out what that is after the break. was May. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Match point for the charge. And I gotta say, my bad, Aiden. You did hit a big sound barrier, but what was crazy is that your team took so much damage that it just evaporated. But after they killed Faraway, Pokerface had a 5v4 and a sound barrier advantage. It still wasn't enough to win that overtime fight. That is just wild how Charge, and especially Choice A1, clutches with the Nano.
Absolutely. Apologies to Aiden, we weren't familiar with your game. Unfortunately, your team just absolutely fell apart afterwards for unknown reasons. But hey, sometimes you just can't kill 3 people with no healing. It happens. They were playing the high ground incredibly well. One of the things that Guangzhou Charge definitely did do supremely well in that final fight was rotate their touches of the... Piggy! Rescue the backdrop! Somebody save this man. He needs an assist right now. Somebody bring...
Protects his backline and his backdrop.
Exactly.
He's got your back.
Peel for all of them. Choice A1 right now, our MVP currently doing his best John Cena impression, and I must say, excellent cosplay.
Simple versus Faraway, the Anas that made a huge difference. Faraway nanoing Choice A1. Although, you know, all of the spotlight is on Choice A1, it's Faraway making that call. Especially when he was the first one to drop to like a random, I think, arrow sojourn shot. Faraway came back from respawn, nano Choice A1, and that's how they were able to win at the end of the day. But the Battle of Anas, especially with these anti-grenade kills, that's what really kind of stole the show for me on Hollywood.
Yeah, these Annas are absolutely brutal, and I think that the elimination difference here is what really draws my eye. Faraway taking part in so many of those. You pointed out at the end of point B on Guangzhou's attack, Lemon, how Faraway was essentially acting as the 3rd DPS from his high ground perch.
Yeah.
And I think that was entirely correct. Just being able to add in that little bit of extra damage, I think it's 75 per Anna shot when you're a hit scan who can throw out that much fairly easily without having to really change your overall tact. Can do so much to try and turn a DPS duel in the favor of your own damage players.
Yeah, Hollywood, the fact that it went into OT and Pokerface, I thought they were going to win that fight. When you have 5v4, beat advantage, you killed Donana. That's just Pokerface not able to win the Tracer duel, despite having Finale stay on May way longer than I was expecting. He got 2 Blizzards out on point B before going to the Tracer, and it was close, but Choice A1 was not put in his baby cage. And that's when you let out the animal, he just went loose and went wild and saved the charge. Just like he did on Ilios, and just like he'll continue doing if Choice A1 isn't checked.
Yeah, Choice A1's letting out a different kind of animal right now. I think it's on a bio break. He's back, baby! The animal has been unleashed, and the beast has returned here. As we head over to Escort, our map is going to be Shambali Monastery. So I'm afraid to say that we're probably going to be seeing even more Ramatra here from Muse, and possibly going to be trying to drag Piggy into that kind of rule. This is a map where a lot of teams love to play that Ramatra. We've seen several different looks here. Some teams like the May, some teams like the Symmetra, some teams like the Hanzo, but generally they all focus around that central Ramatra. And you can see that Muse right now is certainly feeling. He's certainly feeling something.
I know, it's focused or boomed like I thought before Hollywood. Maybe he's just got a stern face. He's just ready to come back in the series. That's a face of a reverse sweep.
Is that an entire carton of like pomegranate juice?
I thought that was chocolate milk, but my eyes have deceived me many times.
Is that chalky milk?
He's got chalky milk. He's a growing boy after all.
You'll never get to Nemesis form size if you don't drink all your chalky milk, boys and girls. Shambali Monastery up on your screens incredibly shortly. We're expecting to see many punches coming out from between 2 Ramatras. But hey, if you want to try a little bit of Winston shenanigans, who am I to stop you? What's really rolling around in my mind at the moment is the question of what Choice A1 is going to play. I think that he's got a May in his pool, but it's not unforeseeable that maybe an Echo could exist here. We know that Choice A1 has that as a pocket pick that he likes to bring out fairly often, so I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks, hey, maybe I can try and do some additional damage to a Ramatra, really keep him on the back foot with something like the Focusing Beam.
Shambali is Pokerface's choice, and they brought Finale in for the May, expecting him to pop off again. And I was wondering before this match if Poker Face were going to have any nerves. You know, Muse is sort of showing an emotion that I can't read right now, but considering that so many of the players of Poker Face are former Owl players, going up against current Owl players shouldn't put any nerves into you, besides the fact that now you're staring down the barrel of an 0-2 situation. That's what should make you stressed.
That is very stressful, especially when it could have easily been the other way around. Like, Poker Face, unfortunately, thus far, I would describe as like an anti-clutch team in this particular matchup. They could have won Ilios incredibly easily, even on like the second map. And Hollywood was like 3 kills away from being theirs. Poker Face now, not going to be opting in something like the Sim. Instead, this Sojourn coming out. So many S characters on damage that always rattle around in my mind, but Guangzhou Charge playing the dive is far more interesting to me. It's just to buy space and time for Jimmy, so Jimmy needs to deliver.
Poker Face pushing through that left side, not even keeping Arrow down main, so you don't take unnecessary headshots from Jimmy. That's a 2-man ante from far away with love as Poker Face bring out the immortality and maybe even drop some players down to the low ground. But with Aiden on the Lucio again, Poker Face have the speed advantage, and you gotta hope they utilize it again. But with the antes from far away, it feels like Poker Face are constantly slowed down, but it's someone, or really Arrow, just hitting these shots that's helping Poker Face thrive despite being pushed back.
Piggy simply has to trade his life for a little bit of time on the cart. A well-placed ammo field as well there. Saves Valentine from the transgressions of Choice A1. And now Guangzhou Charge, they're going to have to engage into Poker Face rather than Poker Face having to engage into the territory that's owned and controlled by the Winston. Because, hey, Poker Face have control of the cart. And if you can just leave your Ramatra on there, then sometimes you're going to be in a good shape. Xerneas has swapped over now to the Zenyatta of all things, just to try and get potentially more pressure in onto this Ramatra. Nasty.
Hello, peekaboo. Gotta watch out for Jimmy again. Headshot. Removing Arrow. Amp Matrix advantage, though, for Poker Face, but they don't even have the space. It's kind of really deep around the corner, and Poker Face a little bit scared to emerge. Muse shielding really deep just to block the LOS of you thought it was Jimmy or Choice. You want somebody back there, but Muse is trying to bully Piggy, who brings out the Primal. 2 or 3-man advantage from the Charge, and Poker Face don't have supports, so they don't have a chance to fight.
Piggy does well controlling the Nemesis form of Muse with the Primal Rage there, but this does mean that it's one less tool that's going to be available to stop that annihilation, which is really going to be the problem here for Guangzhou Charge. Maybe you can try and turn it around by putting Minano onto Choice A1. It extracted huge value on Hollywood, and Choice A1 can consistently get value onto that Nemesis form by coming in from behind. Remember that the block is monodirectional. You have to be facing.
The Dragon Strike from Jimmy maybe tried to force Poker Face out of this room, maybe get a random kill. Could have even gotten the ice block out of Valentine, who are still trying to get out of this room, but Valentine is the only one who remains, and then obviously ate a bunch of orbs from the Zen of Xerneas as Charge take angles around Poker Face and almost dwindle them down so that they are too scared to use the speed engage, but we'll have to go in without Valentine.
This is where the dive is at its most effective. When Guangzhou Charge have time to set up these angles so Choice A1 doesn't have to expend blinks to get in behind Poker Face and start creating that real craziness. Jimmy gets caught though.
Poker Face have 4 ults. They throw the Blizzard down from inside the room behind Charge. The Xerneas Transcendence is what is saving far away, but the burst damage is too much. A great kill confirmed, and the backline in trouble for the Charge, so Poker Face should be locking in point A.
Choice A1 too far away to even continue the contesting of the cart. Now, it was a big investment onto the singular support, but Arrow realized that if they could time the headshot of their railgun in time with one of the pummels coming through from Muse, that they could instantly delete Farway's health bar, and even with 300 HPS, it would not be restored before death claimed the young Anna. Now Choice A1. The lone ultimate, the lone survivor, has a pulse bomb ready to go. It can be answered by both Aiden and Simple, but of course far more reliably dealt with the immortality field as Farway plays an off angle.
Ooh, and Farway with Choice A1 work in tandem to put pressure onto Aiden, try to find antes into the backline. Simple isn't getting helped either, and Choice A1 continues to be unchecked, and that's kind of the weakness of Poker Face of not maybe having a super comfortable Tracer player. At least Finale is the guy, but he's currently not playing. Poker Face Face are full committed to this rush composition, but getting outsped by a Tracer.
Yeah, the thing about the Tracer is that you don't consider it enough of a threat usually to use your immortality field or use your amp. Now Piggy's isolated, but it's going to be a bunch of ults to keep him alive.
Piggy is still involved with the Nano, able to primal back, and the Sound Bear engage as Pokerface need to collapse on a singular target, and Piggy is the only person who's low. Jimmy takes some hits, he'll be disengaging to the back, and Pokerface just can't seem to go towards that area of cover. Jimmy finds himself in the back again. Aiden being more aggressive as the Lucio, almost getting punished in that case, but he's got the backup of Arrow, who slides out of the DMs of Choice A1 after that pulse bomb. But Pokerface don't have a tank, but if Arrow can deliver these kills on the overclock, this is still winnable for Pokerface.
Cleaving properties put to good use. Farway unable to connect the sleep, and so is simply put into deep freeze by Valentine. A boop away forces Piggy forward into an unconventional position, and Pokerface have got themselves a fairly healthy time back here for Shambali. Point C. Feels like point C is something we even rarely see on Shambali itself, especially with 2 minutes 20 on the clock in Guangzhou Charge. Their unwillingness to match the brawl here has meant that they've been caught out more times than not. Jimmy's been in fairly weak positions. Jimmy's only got one final blow so far. It's been an ignominious round for the Hanzo.
Pokerface are taking just so much poke. If it's not eliminations Jimmy brings, it's, well, how about a final blow instead? Arrow gone for now. Pokerface hesitating on wanting to commit to this fight without their carry, and maybe wanting to bait Charge into overextending into a blizzard, but Charge won't fall for it.
Yeah, Charge know where their defense can be held at its best. Sigma here can just put out so much spam once Pokerface to have to... Oh, that was an attempt to eat the blizzard.
And Charge can't save Piggy with the Transcendence. They'll save the rest of the team and hope that they don't get staggered. They'll have respawn advantage in the last part of C. And Pokerface needs to take advantage of keeping Choice A1 in check. Going after Farway. You got the Annihilation. Muse still trying to heal back up and maybe protect Valentine. The immortality has been used from Simple. They have the ults. Charge's respawns are up. But you're losing people. Pokerface can't be playing scared, especially against Jimmy, who's claimed multiple people in this point C. He heard you talking smack leg day, and he's popping off now.
Well, you know what? I've got someone here to talk smack about. Choice A1, stop fermenting this pulse bomb, please. I don't need to present ID to watch it get attached. It's been there for so long. And Choice A1 yet to have any pulse bomb kills or attachments, of course. Got to give credit to Valentine, an excellent wall to try and block Piggy off from the healing that was coming through from a Transcendence at the last fight.
All right, Pokerface just not really going past the cart, but rocking Jimmy to death. Ravidic Flux from Piggy will get Muse low. Sound Bear doesn't actually hit Muse for some reason. Immortality and the healing itself. Pokerface go through. They won't have Valentine. And the pulse and the focus fire Charge just seems to be too much. Arrow's gonna pop overclock. He knows he doesn't have time to reset. Hits the shot that mattered the most on Farway. But Jimmy and Choice A1 are back to clutch for the Charge, just like they did on Hollywood. As Pokerface will return on a Doomfist and a Sombra, the emergency comp to pull through.
It was 2 versus 2 for a while, but no one wants to take the initiative. Simply free push and free kills for Jimmy. Right?
Yeah, Pokerface can't touch Jimmy. That's a 3K, who's just, Jimmy himself has come alive on point C. As soon as he's given the range to operate, Jimmy doesn't miss.
Yeah, I talked about coming into point C, Jimmy only having a single final blow. Now he is on 8 final blows out of 8 elims. Finally, those headshots are coming on through. Jimmy has the space to operate like you talked about, and it forces Pokerface to play down these narrow corridors and straight into those sightlines. And also, Piggy swapping over from the Winston onto the Sigma created more of a focal point that Guangzhou Charge had to move around. A real stalwart bastion that stood in their way, and that created a longer fight within which Piggy had more opportunities to hit the headshots compared to the Winston, who was a little bit more hit and run, and continuously meant that after he disengaged, Jimmy could be sped upon, because he can't disengage very effectively from a Ramatra in Nemesis form, who has extra speed, and then Lucio speed on top of that as well.
Pokerface just still don't look as confident on this composition. I'm not seeing them really chase down any kills. They seem almost playing that reactive style, which I don't love, just because it feels like Charge are winning the majority of fights. At least Poker Face, once they do get ults, they are winning. And they did get so far into C, so this is still winnable. But you have to have a defense that holds Charge at bay. They will be sneaking through to get a spawn hold, and we'll see what happens.
Attempt to slow it down, or at least erode the time bank of Guangzhou Charge here on their attack. Pokerface do not wish their winners bracket run to be ended in such an embarrassing fashion with a 3-0, even against the number 1 seed that is the Guangzhou Charge. Arrow yet to hit the rail, unfortunately.
Alright, Pokerface giving up already way too much space to the Charge, who have broken through, gotten to the right building. Charge can take angles around, but Muse and Pokerface collapse onto a few targets. The focus fire there. Charge, while split apart, didn't converge back together, so they'll have to converge back to spawn. Choice of One did kill Arrow, and with the respawn advantage being so strong for the Charge, this is a moment for them to take advantage.
Farway's location noted. The question is, does Muse want to try and commit to it? You risk being slept here or even taken apart by the arrows from Jimmy. There's Choice of One coming in from the other side who can negotiate around that block.
Alright, Charge, get out of spawn. Only a minute sacrifice in that case, but more gained in terms of ult Charge. So close to the Nano, and that could be a momentum push for the Charge.
Yeah, the Nano thus far onto Piggy has been waylaid quite a few times by Aiden's boops, but without Pokerface having a good high ground to really play from here, unless they all want to stack up in that window, Piggy is much more likely to extract value from this particular Nano.
Jimmy is looking for that pig. He's been kind of a sneaky beaver when it comes to that room to just creep up through these windows. But Choice One, assassination, following up with Jimmy's Nano, or Piggy's Nano, I should say. Charge starts the fight up by 1 and putting immense pressure on these DPS who have fallen back to secondary positions, giving Charge a bit of progress, but still needing a clean fight before capturing it.
Piggy's Nano split Pokerface so well there. They're going to try and maybe fight this with the window, but Piggy's just going to take all that space away for free, and with the Primal now too.
Yeah, it's just taking the space. Have just nullified the use of this Amp Matrix from Simple. Soundbear from Aiden has to be committed. It only hits 3, but it's enough to overwhelm the Charge and force them out of the fight. Minute 45 left too, and because the Charge invested the Nano into Piggy, the Nano Blade, if that is something they want to invest into, will be a ways away.
Great job, Valentine, to basically hold down the cart solo for a little while we saw Piggy being on a bit of an adventure in the background. I believe just ran onto... Oh, no. Jimmy, you don't get to slide that one in the back door, my friend, I'm afraid. God. Piggy's swapped over now onto a Sigma. No more Winston. Instead, going to try and mitigate a little bit more of the poke coming through from Arrow. While the shield is going to be more effective against the overclock, he is going to be doing a little bit less in terms of actually stopping that Sojourn, just running on paths with the slide and getting into that easily destroyed backline.
Okay, the Charge, because they're kind of just taking this fight slow, building up that Nano, taking damage. For that, the Nano Blade is available. Jimmy creeps up into the left room, can look for shots in itself. Transcendence used. Choice A1 might not even need to use the Blade because Muse overextended into the Transcendence and got antied. So Pokerface don't even have a tank, and Valentine was, you know, a brother in arms just feeding with him, and Pokerface just fold in this fight, and the Charge will cap A.
You'll feed. Yes, I will. We'll do that together, too. That was great timing as well from Guangzhou Charge to wake up Muse from asleep, with both the anti being sort of like the activator, and then the accretion coming in immediately afterwards. Remember, that's got a longer stun now of a second, even though it's slightly mitigated against tanks, meaning there was more time to try and follow that one up as Choice One's ready to blade.
Oh, I did want to go after Aiden and just looked in 3 different directions. Got a bit cross-eyed. Eventually went after Simple, realizing the immortality was out. And there's a bunch of still low targets from Pokerface, but Charge, no. They don't want to make a mistake and overextend and feed. So Charge are still halfway to point B.
Now touching the cart is going to become precarious because of this gravitic flux which is up and coming from Piggy. It'll be difficult to mitigate, mostly the immortality field, but you want to try and deal with this one, and Simple. Okay. Can't use it too early.
Ant Matrix from Simple is gonna hose down Piggy. Gravitic Flux to try and pressure the people using that Ant Matrix and only catches Simple, and he hides into a corner. Faraway is frozen by the Valentine's Blizzard, but hasn't taken a crumb of damage. Piggy getting run through, and Poker Face stabilized on the card.
Curious, what are you talking about with Faraway there being frozen by the Blizzard but not taking a crumb of damage? That must have been a big yeet from Valentine. They must have just wanted to freeze out Faraway and then turn on to Piggy while he had no healing, which is an esoteric strategy, but hey, if it works, it works. No healing means no more tank, and now you have to try and make your way up through these narrow corridors against this brawly comp. Trying to get through that corner is going to be brutal against a Ramatra and a Mei, especially a Ramatra with an Annihilation in his back pocket. If he starts to take too much damage, just quickly refresh that armor and start pummeling again.
A little over a minute. Choice One is just constantly getting frozen up by this Valentine Mei. Dragon Strike from Jimmy. Not sure where it is. Probably separating this fight. Jimmy loses the hit scan duel to Arrow. Muse is antied, but he has the immortality and healing of his backline. Poker Face pushing in to win the frontline duel. But Muse has truly met his match in terms of frontline brawling. And Poker Face could be using more ultimates to try and win these fights more cleanly, but you force out the Transcendence of Xerneas. And this is a stagger that Charge just can't afford.
Oh, that was a truly Transcendence of all time. I'm not feeling very cheesed. My chakras are not happy, Lemon.
Xerneas is on an off angle with Jimmy potentially and didn't want to give up that off angle positioning. Grab Flux from Piggy hits Muse. Annihilation, he blocks through. Soundbear and Ant Matrix. A big investment from Poker Face. I was waiting to see that. Brings this fight down to 20 seconds for the charge.
And Xerneas will not be a part of that fight. Probably going to have to swap over now onto the Lucio or the Kiriko, Moira, anything. Jimmy's gone too. Can anyone even touch here, Lemon? This might be Guangzhou Charge fumbling the bag a little bit in Poker Face, buying themselves back into this series and denying a sweep.
Choice One almost got done dirty by the wall being a little too slippery. Piggy has to be the next to anchor, but behind him is a Blizzard from Valentine, the overclock from Arrow. Poker Face have done it. They've slain the charge on this map and will be winning Shambali to potentially cause a reverse sweep. MTD, sort of misspelled by Arrow, but the feeling nonetheless is portrayed.
There's certainly something to be said for misspelling a three-letter acronym. that takes some real doing, but I'll tell you what, Poker Face, excellent proactive gameplay, hunting out Xerneas that early and forcing a Transcendence on a flanking Zen, really utilizing the Lucio, and that's something that we had a big complaint about from Poker Face when they were playing the Ramatra defense comp on Hollywood. I'm happy to see that it's been addressed, and they're finally actually using what the Lucio brings to the table, and Aiden has been able to lead this team into so many unfair fights that have gone completely their way.
Muse, although getting the support of the NTD from Arrow, it's not giving MTD in his face. You know, he just seems to be so deep in thought, meditating. But he did seem very measured. Muse seemed very measured on his approaches with the Ramatra. Only fed once with Valentine, but honestly with a rush comp, it's kind of feast or famine in that situation. But Poker Face on their map choice took Shambali, but can they go all the way? The next map will be Escort, and it's Charge that will have the choice. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everyone. What an exciting match. Charge started off kind of firing on all cylinders on match point. Pokerface, though, on their map choice of Shambali, have started to bring things back. Muse is looking a little bit more lively. Thanks to Arrow starting to type NTD in chat.
You've always got to rely on your homies to bring you back into it. Muse far too polite, far too cultured, far too genteel to go for that kind of low-brow comment in chat. But Arrow, obviously being a Hanzo / hit scan player, you know that every single one of them is just a big ball of BM waiting to be unleashed. And hey, if Arrow could do it, why not? As we're going to head over to our push map next, Lemon. Pokerface are still gripping, hoping, dreaming of reverse sweeping against our #1 seed in the Guangzhou Charge.
And that would be the biggest upset of the bracket thus far. Shanghai Dragons are the only Owl team to lose so far, and that was to SPG, kind of that middle-of-the-pack Korean team from Contenders. So Pokerface, a lot of expectations behind them, kind of rivaling O2 Blast as the most promising Contenders team to most likely cause an upset if they had a title in the yearbook. That would be them. But the Charge are they're a tough beast. They're #1 in APAC for a reason. So I don't expect an upset.
Yeah, and Guangzhou Charge's only real weakness we saw exposed by Soul Inferno was their lack of ability to deal with a Wrecking Ball, but no Wrecking Ball from Pokerface, and that's not surprising. We didn't expect Muse to come in and play a bunch of that. Fix the hair, fix the head, fix the look, charisma from Muse, confidence, poise. And now Colosseo coming up on your screens. Somewhere out there, I can hear a distant echo. Remove the glass. Remove the glass. Some say Spilo is still crying.
Again.
And I'm sure that we're all going to enjoy a Battle of Ypres style 2-minute little bit of poking. Unless, of course, Arrow or Jimmy can open up with a well-placed shot. And hey, I'm starting to get hot on Arrow for that duel.
Yeah, Arrow's done a really good job of keeping these matches close, especially against Jimmy. On Colosseo, we didn't see Pokerface go to this push map in the open, but Colosseo was a map that Guangzhou Charge won against the Shanghai Dragons 65-55, so it was fairly close. It was around the, of course, Hanzo Tracer Winston dive, which has been the most popular and most comfortable composition for the Guangzhou Charge, and this is their map pick, so obviously feeling very confident on it.
Yeah, not going to Esperanza here, so even though it's a good Winston map, simply because the Ramatra is very popular on Esperanza, and it feels like Pokerface. I mean, Colosseo is not necessarily a bad map for the Ram, but he certainly does have his problems with locomotion here, with limited access to the high grounds, and of course for glass, meaning that rushes can be fairly easily waylaid by playing jumps around that for either the Hanzo or the Winston. Still, I'm excited to see how the Ramatra meta starts to work out here. We might even see Pokerface actually go through the mid and try and just get up on top of Guangzhou Charge and completely ignore their side of the bot to just try and remove Jimmy's options.
And the lack of Tracer from Pokerface, again, maybe not subbing Finale in, was already a hint of the composition of Pokerface that Pokerface were gonna run. But Pokerface have to play confident, they have to play speedy, they have to get value out of this Lucio, and the Charge are not gonna want to brawl this close. Piggy is exposed. He did get walled off from his team, but playing his corners well. Bubble popped. He actually got boomed back into the corner. I'm not sure what happened. I think that was Aiden.
Yeah.
What a play from Pokerface. And now they need to take advantage of this moment, and so they have. Muse goes in, fed a little bit, didn't get as much backup as he wanted, but it's still a good initial push from Pokerface.
Aiden with a wraparound wall ride to manage to intercept Piggy midway through that leap. And remember, the weakness of Winston is all his momentum is in the initial leap of the jump patch. Doesn't get it afterwards, so if he's interrupted, he ain't going nowhere. Still waiting for Muse to come back. Pokerface have to play this a little bit more gingerly. But once Muse does return, I'm happy to see Pokerface are finally using the Lucio to the best of his ability, getting on top of these vulnerable members. Even if it's just Piggy, you've got to continuously be doing this damage and laying down that pressure.
I'm surprised at how much space Pokerface are giving. It's almost like they want to be out of dive range from the Winston so that Piggy doesn't have any opportunities to engage. Usually you see rush comps wanting to close the gap all the time, so Pokerface could be exposed to poke damage, but they're playing these corners very smartly. Pokerface are contesting the bot forever, and it's up to the Charge to pull the trigger on the dive. Piggy did get punished last time, and this is now going to be a bit easier when you have the Nano of far away.
Still, Guangzhou Charge a little bit happy to play this more slowly as they've got a better pick potential from the Hanzo compared to the Soldier. And there's the Nano.
Yeah, catching the arrow jump. No, it's used at the last second. Blizzard from Valentine thrown behind Piggy and even freezing him up before the Primal comes online. Is how Pokerface are playing this purely reactionary, this purely counter dive rush comp.
Yeah, it's almost just an anti-guerrilla bunker that's been set up here by Pokerface, just doing everything they can to make sure Piggy doesn't get to have any fun. Yes, the Primal Rage is now available, but Jimmy gets an opening pick on Valentine.
And the arrow manages to jump out of the dive, and Jimmy has gotten these picks, and he fragged out of his mind on Shambali. And Jimmy, because of this rush, is not going to take any pressure besides at range. It'll be up to Arrow to win that, but he gets stunned up by the rally of Xerneas. Manages to jump out, get the sound barrier. Great call from Aiden. What can Pokerface get out of this fight? Well, you force a disengage of the Charge. Choice A1 could be lurking with the Pulse Bomb, but with Charge constantly disengaging, Pokerface can take up so much more space.
Xerneas in big trouble now. The Annihilation looking to beat down that Brig. Still, everyone can move away from this ultimate now, and it'll quickly dissipate. A beautiful sleep from far away to rescue this.
Choice A1 missing that. Arrow dodging. Choice A1 converges on the tanks and the rest of Pokerface. Where the rush composition is the weakest is in these open areas. I predict Pokerface winning these fights in these pillar phases, but as soon as they extend to stairs, it's gonna suffer.
Yeah, Pokerface, that's why they continually fall back into that pillars area and try and play it defensively, even if it does mean completely limiting their overall progress on the objective. Aiden's the brave little frog that could, but you got to be careful. Those gorillas are going to eventually turn you to mincemeat. He's continuing to take this damage though, and it's just feeding more ult charge over to Farway.
Oh, Piggy, he's running buck wild. He has the Nano when Jimmy delivers damage at the front. As Pokerface are down by 2 and now getting staggered more with that fight win. Charge will be taking the lead and going towards the forward checkpoint.
Oh, Piggy just being weapons grade annoying up in this apartment was such a problem for Pokerface. They could not path onto Farway, knowing that Piggy could easily slip in behind them, start cleaving Aiden and Simple and force out an early immortality field, which they're trying to save for something like a Pulse Bomb, like a Rally, like a Dragon Strike, all of which are coming up now for the Guangzhou Charge.
Dragon Strike to help Piggy. It's in the first floor. Piggy's on the top floor, making noise for the neighbors. Pokerface hoping to contest maybe, but again, without this Tracer, you don't have great objective presence. They do fall to the low ground to maybe deny that forward spawn. Charge start investing their own ultimates. It's the rally from Xerneas, who finds himself dueling against a Mei, forcing the ice block. Piggy needs to peel for this as well. Xerneas walled off, still has Valentine to deal with, and Xerneas has been left alone. Charge really lost focus at that point. Choice A1 gets some nice picks, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Choice A1 might still be feeling it here. Piggy has to disengage. Choice A1 wants to get Aiden. He could force out that sound barrier to try and secure this fight. It would be beautiful, but Guangzhou Charge simply don't have the personnel to make it happen at this point. But with the forward spawns here, Guangzhou Charge are going to be able to recontest this rather fast, even if I don't think it's necessarily in their interest to try and contest this within the pillars and once again try and draw Pokerface out into those more open areas where the Ramatra really suffers due to the amount of distance he has to cover.
I think Pokerface will have an easier time getting out of pillars and onto the stairs with how many ults they have, but they cannot be scared. They can't let Charge drain their time bank. This is the best chance for Pokerface. Their backline got antied. Piggy makes the call. He jumps in with Nano. Great reaction from Aiden with the sound beer, but how do Pokerface punish this? They see the Piggy jump back. Arrow jumps to the back, to the high ground, and almost dunks on 2. Simple had to get involved, but Piggy trades with an equal 2K, so Pokerface are not thriving in this fight. Thought they had to jump on the Charge. Now the Charge are investing more and more ults. You got probably the Pulse Bomb coming out, but mainly the Primal Rage that is just ruining Pokerface.
I don't know how much value the Mei is really bringing to this comp. It synergizes well with the Ramatra, yes, but it means that they're sharing the same weakness of having trouble getting up onto those well-positioned supports. Farway just feels immortal right now. Even with Arrow bearing down on him with an overclock, still managing to dodge out of the way and duel for long enough for Piggy to be able to come in and clean up 2 players on high ground in both Simple and Arrow.
Choice of One's still running on 0 deaths, by the way, so that shows you just how he's left unchecked due to the lack of Tracer on Poker Face. But neither of these players that comfortable on it. Arrow has maybe played 1 map of it, but the Blizzard's thrown by Valentine. It does stun Xerneas. You remove the rally potential. Poker Face also funneling damage using the Amp Matrix. Arrow spotting the push from Choicey One. Simple in trouble. Piggy follows up, and the charge dive prevails again when Poker Face seems to have a heads-up start to these fights. Muse doesn't know whether to push forward or to peel for his backline, and that is the confusion and the chaos that Charge seems to thrive in.
Piggy just continues to get out scot-free right here, and Arrow making a poor disengagement choice, sliding through the bubble, which not only stopped any healing from coming through, but also directly into the path of a nade coming through from far away. And right now, Piggy managing to out-damage Muse with just the vanilla Winston damage, which is not great news. It means that Muse is having trouble getting onto these targets, but like Farway and Xerneas, who should be easy frags for a speed-boosted Ramattra. This geography is simply better for the Winston.
Piggy's also getting nanoed, which helps just the damage mitigation and doing more damage in general. Muse doesn't have an Ana, just the speed and the sustain as Poker Face have an important decision to make about this sound barrier. The immortality is drained away. Arrow's in trouble. Aiden punts it, but it's not enough to save Arrow. It took too long to pull the trigger. Annihilation from Muse, seeing if they can get that trade. Charge are starting to feel it. Piggy, Primal is already gone, and Jimmy is removed. You got barely any healing and barely any damage if you're the Charge, and this is a chance for Poker Face to try and take a lead. But there was also a back cap by Piggy and maybe Choicey One, making Poker Face journey back so much longer.
And that back cap, Lemon, is so important here, not just because it extends the journey back and allows for forward spawns, but this also means that Poker Face have to push past the butt scratch. They need to win another fight after that checkpoint to be able to equal that overall distance. Piggy's play right there might have just won Guangzhou Charge this map if Poker Face are going to win the next fight. And with a Blizzard, they might well be able to. I'd love to see Valentine do a May wall boost here to just put Muse up on there. Some old London Spitfire 2022 style.
It's more about trying to dodge Farway's antis. That's been kind of the spark plug to Charge's dives. And Aiden and Simple just maybe have to play a bit deeper into pillars, but they also want to be in line of sight of Muse. There is the prop up. Valentine misses it. He'll have to ice block, but he can focus on pushing the bot. He will Blizzard himself. Poker Face descend to help their May player. And this kind of works out. You pick off Jimmy and Xerneas. Poker Face don't have Simple, though, so it's pure Lucio heals for Muse. As Arrow has the overclock, you have the forward spawn for Poker Face available in a second. 8 meters away for Poker Face, and a chance to force a game 5 if they can go to the end. A sound barrier engage doesn't hit Valentine, but Piggy is nanoed. He's close to Primal, but Arrow isn't concerned with him.
They all left the point. They all left the point.
No shot! No shot! That just happened! Oh my god! Everyone, stop and clip this moment. Stop it!
Oh, stop the presses. I can't believe it. They all just left. They just got up, said, I'm done with this game, and they left. And oh, Valentine looking pretty forlorn. The same for me. I can't believe they messed up that Ramattra boost as well. Backbone he ain't. Skull emoji.
Show me the chat. Show me the chat. I want to see what Piggy wrote. Please.
I'll give you a clue as to what he wrote. It was 2 letters, and it was repeated multiple times.
That's frustrating for Poker Face. That was very winnable. Yes, they didn't have Simple, maybe a lot of healing. The sound barrier, though, plus arrows starting to pop off. You just needed Valentine to probably be the one who anchored the cart there. But again, not having a Tracer makes that job so difficult. You don't have as much sustainability or as much mobility to kind of survive on your own. Just a big miscomm in these stressful moments. That really hurts for Poker Face.
It is excruciating. I am feeling anguish, despair, depression even. It is, I feel like I've been robbed an absolute climactic battle. It's as if we got to the 3rd act of an action film and they simply like, okay, everybody out, film's done. That's quite enough there. And, I mean, the threat was there, right? Like, there was a nano on Piggy. And Aiden did not want to fight that. Yeah, and he was on the bot. You don't want to fight that as a Lucio. But that means you've got to make the call to Muse. Hey, bro, homie, my guy, you've got to go and fight this very angry Winston. That's your job.
That was so winnable by Poker Face. And it took them so many tries to break out of that pillar phase after winning the first fight of Colosseo. But Charge just ran circles around them. And it was all thanks to this player. Your player of the match is Farway on the Ana.
And what a game it was for Farway. I've been singing this guy's praises for so long. I think that Farway actually has some of the best positioning of a bunch of Anas that I've seen. Our replay package should be coming up soon to let you see exactly what Farway was doing. But whenever we popped into the Farway POV, he was always sprinkling a little bit of damage here and there, just helping out in those DPS duels and making sure that Choice M1 consistently had an advantage in those.
Yeah, I think Farway had the game-winning play of nanoing Choice M1 at the end of the OT Hollywood. So many fights won by his anti-grenades. He picked off the Tracer on the other side on Ilios. Farway is just incredible on the Ana, and that's difficult to be able to output as much damage and healing and make as many plays as he does. And every nano going to his tank player, of course, to make that all happen. I know Piggy was a happy boy with Farway on his team, and how can you not be? So many anti-nades in these neutral fights won because of him.
There's the first of many beautiful antis to allow Muse to be absolutely demolished. Of course, Farway is always ready to follow it up, and you've got to have such excellent decision-making as an Ana in the midst of these chaotic fights. There are so many people who need help, so many scenarios in which you can be the make or break for your team, and Farway, I think a big reason why we're seeing Guangzhou Charge pop off as much as they do is that Farway continues to make the right decisions when it matters the most.
Hitting sleeps, dodging pulse bombs. He's somehow living in that 1v2, and that is very difficult for an Ana to do. And just being able to duel against Tracers is what makes him an Overwatch League caliber Ana player. And just the nano plays and knowing who to nano is between Xerneas, Piggy, or Choice A1. And the fact that it was Choice A1 at the end of Hollywood is what won that. Is the nanos onto Xerneas help their backline get less deaths than Aiden and Simple. And it's tough to collapse onto Farway and Xerneas when Muse started going towards the Ramatra instead of the Winston mirror.
That sleep accretion and nade combo on Muse as well. Map rescuing, even though it wasn't Guangzhou Charge's map in the end. And we saw another beautiful sleep here onto Muse. Shutting down that Ramatra often fell to Farway, and while it might have been tough to do on Shambali, it seems like he certainly got the hang of it on Colosseo, where he could continuously exploit those high grounds, and good positioning made Farway basically untouchable on that map.
So the Charge will move on to the upper bracket final to face the winner of our next match, Hangzhou Spark versus the Seoul Dynasty. And Poker Face will be dropping down to face either Dreamers or Rhodes. I would have to check the second. We're covering all the upper bracket semifinals today. So we have Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty. We're also waiting for an interview with Farway. And then we'll have the Bracket B semifinals of Seoul O2, Dallas, and SPG. Those are going to be some banger matches, too.
Oh, yeah. We're all looking forward to Seoul Infernal versus O2 Blast, that much is for sure. I'm personally wondering if Seoul Dynasty can bring it to a team that is not from contenders, if they can hang against a team like Hangzhou Spark that really has been a gatekeeper in APAC. Sonjun, I've got to admit, he excites me. It's been an excellent rise up for this 17-year-old player, one of the youngest that we have in the league. And yeah, like you said, we're going to have ourselves a quick chat with Farway real soon, which is going to be awesome. We've got our translator, Evelyn, standing by.
Okay. We are hearing that Farway is ready, and we have our translator, Evelyn, on the line. So, Evelyn and Farway, do you hear us? Hello, does everyone hear us? Because we don't hear you.
Oh no. Don't worry. This will get sorted out real soon. We're just patching people in to make sure that everyone's well acquainted with each other and can hear each other's wonderful mouth sounds.
It looks calm though, and I bet the
Yeah.
end of that map was pretty funny. You thought you had to do that last fight, and arrows popping off in the overclock, and all of a sudden you see nine. So we're patching in Faraway now, who and we'll have Evelyn translating too. All right, Faraway, do you hear us now? Evelyn, do you hear us now? Nope. Okay. Never
Well,
mind.
if they're hearing us bigly right now because we're all up on the screen. You know what? Farway does look cool. He's got ice in his veins, Lemon. That's entirely necessary for every Ana player because Ana is Ana's a character where it's easy to panic. Everyone needs your help and everyone's competing for your resources, and you have to be able to mentally do a checklist of what's the most important, what you're going to prioritize in every single moment. And I'm always I'm very impressed by how well Ana players can juggle that kind of priority dancing, and Farway does that incredibly well. It's a big part of the Guangzhou Charge success.
Well, the charge, I mean, their only blemish was dropping Shambali, but it was a bit difficult. Jimmy was getting pressured a lot more, taking these off angles with, I believe, Cernius on the Zen. And then Poker Face kind of got more aggressive with their Ramatra. But it sounds like our interview might be ready. Evelyn Farway, do you hear us?
Hi Faraway，远方选手听得到吗？
什么原因啊？就没有声音啊？不是，他是从手机里面出来的。
He still
你把
can't
手
hear us.
机的声音打开。
Okay. Farway
Yeah,
still can't hear us.
I can hear you.
Oh, we can hear?
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, awesome.
Hi.
Congratulations, Faraway, on the match. Player of the match, congrats on that as well. What type of critical decision making goes into, nanoing Tracer, Brig, or Winston in these stressful fights?
好的，首先恭喜远方选手获胜比赛，并且拿到今天的全场最佳。那么第一个问题是想知道在玩安娜的时候，激素的选择是怎么样的呢？因为你有温斯顿和锤妹和裂空都可以给激素嘛，想知道你的选择逻辑是什么样的？
这个的话要看这波团我们准备的计划是什么。如果说是用激素去开团的话，那就先手给到星星；如果说这波团要用来背体的话，就是用来防守反击的话，就是会给到半藏或者小锤，对，大概是这么写。
So the nano decision is up to our purpose of the team fight. If you want to engage and be really active, proactive, we will give nano to Winston and let him to open the room and we engage and start a team fight. And if we are going to bait their ults and want to play slow and play back, we will give our nano to handle or break to keep them survive, and so that we can fight back after enemy use their ults.
Oh, that's awesome. Very insightful. Thank you. Speaking of Winston's, Piggy has been typing a lot today. Piggy brings good energy to the team. Why does he like to type so much?
那么下一个问题是，说到了温斯顿嘛，我们看到 Piggy 今天在左下角扣了很多的字，想问一下，为什么 Piggy 这么喜欢和大家互动呢？
可能因为他跟对面是他的好朋友吧，然后他想从这个心理上的这个防线击溃他们。因为赢了不抠，什么时候抠呢？对吧？
And might because Piggy has good relationship with the enemy team players, and also he wants to give some mental pressure towards them so they can win. And also he just said when would you be fun, be arrogant when you're winning? Yeah, that's what you should do when you're winning.
I love Piggy. He's hilarious to watch, especially the C9 spam at the end. With your team being half Chinese and half Korean, what's the communication like on the team, and who's the leader?
那么 Piggy 选手也确实是一个非常有意思的选手。然后下一个问题是因为队伍是中韩混班嘛，想知道在沟通这方面是怎么样进行的，同时谁会是一个主要的发起这种口号和号召的人呢？
这个是要看情况的。然后，我们的话平时沟通是用英语。然后，因为想要成为一个好的 team，应该是每个人都要去参与到沟通那边去。所以说， 比如说下一波团战谁想去做一些什么事情，这个人就做一个发起者啊。如果说把这个沟通的这个和这个工作都交给一个人的话，游戏会变得非常的累。所以说我们每个人都会尝试去沟通，去领导节奏这样子。
So the language we are communicating is definitely English. So there is no certain main color because all of us want to make sure like everyone's thoughts are heard and shared, so we can know what the team need to do. So the short color will differ from like who want to do something in this team fight, and he will lead us to do what he think is right.
Okay,
Yeah, because
very
that will
nice.
that's what the team called.
For me, I'm wondering, Guangzhou Charge looks so much better than in 2022, but it's mostly the same players. So what changed from 2022 to now to make Guangzhou Charge so good?
那么下一个问题是我们知道广州从去年到现在其实阵容上是没有太大变化的，但是今年的表现就比去年下半年好了很多，想知道是做了一些什么关键的举措能够让队伍有这样一个进步呢？
我觉得首先是我们的教练在于战术上面的指导，还有队员这个沟通上面的调整，我做的比较好吧。然后再加上因为我们这个赛季的话，现在因为都是在线上嘛，条件也比较困难，再加上有沟通的这个障碍，所以说我们这5个人会更珍惜这个赛季的每一场比赛。对，所以劲往一处使，应该就会稍微好一点。当然，我也没有觉得我们现在有多特别的好，还要继续努力吧。
So firstly, we definitely need to thank to our coach. He made a lot of like strategy plans and help us correct our mistakes. And the other reason is because we are or playing online in this season and we are not together. So we really treasure this time, treasure like every match we play. So we really want to win, and with everyone have that in mind, I think that would make us perform better in this season. But also, I we have been good enough for this season, so I think we can improve much and become better. Yeah, in the following season.
Well, the improvements have definitely shown. Thank you so much for your time, Farway, and for the interview, and best of luck in the upper bracket final.
好的，感谢采访，同时也希望接下来广州队在圣牛组的决赛里能够取得好成绩。感谢。
好，谢谢 ，Thank you everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Farway.
And thank you, Evelyn, for the translation. So we'll say bye to Farway, and we'll see them in the upper bracket final to face the winner of Hangzhou Spark and the Seoul Dynasty. So
yeah, Hangzhou Spark and their Seoul Dynasty. It's going to be very interesting. Hangzhou Spark have definitely been in 2 camps when it comes to the overall efficacy against the lower tier teams like your Dallas Fuel, your Shanghai Dragons, and your Seoul Dynasty. Previously, they've been doing very well, but in the more recent battles against our upper half of APAC, like Guangzhou Charge and Seoul Infernal, it's been very weak for the Hangzhou Spark. So we have to see how they'll do against a resurgent Seoul Dynasty, who have been a little bit who have been a little bit better. We're gonna chase the cams eventually. Don't worry. We won't hold Farway hostage much longer. But we just enjoy looking at his face.
Well, we will give him a break and y'all a break at home, because next up we have Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty. We'll see you there. The Guangzhou Charge are in the upper bracket final, but who goes up against them? We're going to find out right now. It's the Hangzhou Spark versus Seoul Dynasty, our next semifinal of Group A.
This is set to be an absolute banger, and one that we didn't really expect. We thought that if Seoul Dynasty did make it this far, then Hangzhou Spark would probably summarily destroy them. And Hangzhou Spark have really been kind of the gatekeepers thus far of APAC. Like, if you're a good team, you absolutely smack them about. And if you're a worse team, you get demolished by, I believe, Shy Duo. And weirdly, Hangzhou Spark have actually had their run through qualifiers kind of cut in two. They started off with the easier teams, Seoul Dynasty, Shanghai Dragons, Dallas Fuel, and cut their way through them fairly easily. But their last two games of both against Guangzhou Charge, who 3-0'd them, and Seoul Inferno, who demolished them as well, they've certainly looked a little bit weaker there.
Yeah, Hangzhou are very reliant on their Winston dive and have had hot and cold performances behind the Tracer Sombra, but I think it's more about teams out-positioning their Sombra, dodging hacks, putting damage into Shy. He's not able to pull that off, and we don't get hacks, and that's the point that you engage on. Feels like Hangzhou get kind of lost, and then they wait for Nano, and then maybe that doesn't work. And I feel like Leave hasn't had his moment to shine due to just his team getting out-tempoed, and Tracer's all about that tempo and how much that varies with a Sombra. But Seoul look like Seoul 2.0. The Seoul has been revived, I think, thanks to Sunjun.
Yeah, Sunjun coming into this roster, incredibly young, turned 17 only in March, and of course this year we've wound our minimum age back an hour from 18 to 17, so you can pick up those younger players. This guy could be such a huge developmental talent. There is so much room for this player to grow, Lemon, and I agree that we have tempo issues for Hangzhou Spark, but the same could be said of the old Seoul Dynasty as well, where Prophet is not a fantastic Sombra, and like Shy is also not a fantastic Sombra. Both of these players, they want to move away from the Sombra meta and lean into these hit scans. Prophet, we saw legendary aimbot worthy aim yesterday on the Widowmaker, and we know that Shy yearns for that exact kind of duel, so we could see both of these teams settling into more of a Guangzhou-esque kind of identity, where we have Jimmy who constantly plays the Hanzo.
I don't want to poop on Prophet Sombra until I see more matches. I think we've only seen one, and the Dynasty 3-0'd Rhodes, and it wasn't close. That's the #1 contenders team coming out of APAC, and I think when you have either Void or Bellisria diving with Sunjun, and you have Prophet having all the space in the world to either hack or less attention on him to go for hacks or to land shots on the hit scan, this team is going to look so much better with frontal pressure, and Bellisria already looks that much better of a main tank because of that. So Seoul Dynasty, here's your starting roster. No surprises.
Hey, you talked about the tanks looking better, Lemon. I want to talk about why that is, and that's because Krillin and Lee Soo-min have finally figured out that healing the tank is important. Previously, it seemed like our tanks for Seoul Dynasty were getting left out to dry again and again by their support line, but yesterday all you need to do is go back to Antarctic Peninsula and see the timings on the Suzus from Lee Soo-min onto Void continuously rebuffing aggression that was being very heavily front-loaded into the tanks of Seoul Dynasty. And the thing is, if you can get that kind of peel onto your tank, if you can get that kind of resource push into your tank, that means you try and force 1v1s, alternative targets for the enemy. And they have to go up against duelists like Prophet and Sunjun. And Sunjun yesterday was brutal in the Tracer duels, absolutely demolishing his competition. And we were expecting a Pritter to be able to be a pretty handy duel for Sunjun. His history on the teams that he's been on, Sunjun's almost been Choice 1-esque, where Choice 1 was the best player on mediocre teams. The same could be said of Sunjun and his Tracer, but now he's going to a far more known quantity. A Pritter was the first level. He was the understudy. He was the Darth Vader to the Emperor Palpatine that is Leave, the MVP. Sunjun has his work cut out for him today in a Tracer versus Tracer.
And the one surprise we can talk about, no surprise, Void plays a lot of the control maps. He loves his Queen, Ramatra, or the Reinhardt, and we go to Antarctic as our first map. They won this against Rhodes yesterday. Very comfortable for them. It did go to round 3, but up against them is the Dive superstars of course, Gushue, Shy, Leave, Monk, and Linksa. Really focusing on anything from the double flanker to maybe letting Leave play other things, but really Leave has been in Tracer jail with Shy, sometimes going to the Sojourner Cassidy.
Yeah, I feel like Leave in Tracer jail is it's a fairly okay status for Leave. It's really Shy who needs to be broken out of Sombra jail, and I think that Hangzhou Spark are probably the team that I'd be most likely to call enslaved by the meta when it comes to this double flanker. In NA, the double flanker works out incredibly well, and on the surface, it's a fantastic composition. But you need to have a top-tier Sombra to make it work, and I don't know if Shy is that. And that's not to disparage Shy. Like, I know that Shy is a world-class player on so many hit scans, but I just don't think that his timing on the Sombra or his decision-making, his uptime is amazing compared to what he can achieve on a kind of Jimmy-esque hero pool. I think that they're very similar in terms of how they operate as hit scan DPS.
The one time we saw Antarctic from the Hangzhou Spark was against the Dallas Fuel. It did go all the way to round 3, and Guxue eventually brought out the Reinhardt with the Mei Cassidy Lucio Bap combo, but only on Icebreaker. The other rounds, Hangzhou will still try to force the dive no matter what, and that's where on sub-level, the rush composition can be very strong, and that's how they drop that to the Dallas Fuel. So we'll see what round we will pull first, and if Hangzhou are gonna stick with the dive, and also what flavor of rush are gonna run. Void has played everything from Ramatra, Queen, and Reinhardt. So incredibly flexible. You never know what you're gonna get out of them.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get out of that tank, but the one constant about Void that I'd like to analyze is the new hair color, to be honest. The dark blue, I'm really digging it. Making Void look absolutely fly. And of course, Void is going to be dragged out of retirement, Lemon. Was close to bowing out of competitive Overwatch, a world champion previously with Shanghai Dragons. While 2022 was not a successful year for them, I think that Void certainly could have exited on a high if he'd so desired, but being picked up initially as the sole tank for Seoul Dynasty, eventually being supplemented with Belos Rhea, there must have been quite a beseeching offer made by Toby on the coaching staff to bring him back from the brink of retirement and say, hey, Seoul Dynasty needs you, Seoul needs you, I need you. And hey, it's been good for Void.
Yeah, and out of the two flavors of Rush, if you go Queen, if you believe Sunjun is best at Tracer, it matches better with the Queen just for overall speed. Ramatra, you usually pair this with your Tracer player on the Mei. So wanting to play the speed, violence, and aggression here on sub-level, this is the composition they prefer, and Prophet is back on the Sojourn. Seoul Dynasty already command the high ground, as Hangzhou Spark will set their sights on Krillin and Lee Su-min. Leave has already showed himself back there in recalls, as Seoul Dynasty will have to have eyes at the back of their head, as they're also throwing knives at the head of Langston, but not able to connect through that yet. Seoul Dynasty turn around because they are getting flanked by the Spark dive, which hasn't netted any kills yet.
Void now, though, stuck on the low ground, but Guxue spends too long fighting the Junker Queen. You cannot risk that as a Winston. He's done good job thus far of avoiding a frontline confrontation. But the second that Void's going to close that distance, for Winston will not be long for this world. Remember that his chances to disengage are going to be very often waylaid by that knife that will just drag him back midway through a jump and leave him with no recourse and no way to escape.
A good cooldown usage from Seoul, you know, whether you want to shout in or use the shout as a reaction to the dive. And Lee Su-min hasn't died despite the Spark dive always heading his direction. Seoul Dynasty give up the high ground, but they are just trying to also contest. Because of the double flanker situation from Spark, they can pressure the point so often, and Seoul Dynasty need to be ready and not be split up too much. Whether you need the speed of Krillin or Void's shout to pick up a fight, Seoul Dynasty have to play off of contact. Sunjun did get hacked, recalls in place, blinks away, and Seoul Dynasty continue to live.
Try already with an EMP. The spacing here from a Seoul Dynasty supports is not great. They could both get caught at once. Remember that Void can't really change position super quickly to deal with that.
Yeah, at least you change positions away from the pulse bomb. Kitsune rush from Seoul to take advantage of this moment. Will they walk into the EMP of Shy? And Seoul Dynasty somehow healed through that thanks to the accelerated support of Lee Su-min. Pulse from Leave is a good fight starter, removing that tank. You don't have a lot of front line, and you don't have a lot of speed having that shout removed. Hangzhou Spark on a Nano. They haven't cleanly won this fight yet, needing to remove that presence of Seoul Dynasty. Now that Void is back in the picture, they sound barrier. Seoul Dynasty want to keep this point, but it does get flipped, and Prophet's gonna make sure it doesn't stay in their hands for too long.
Shy's on his jealous arc right now. He wants to be the one doing that. He wishes to be the Sojourn, but it simply is not happening. Hangzhou Spark miscalculated that engagement. They used the EMP into the Kitsune Rush, which meant more heals could come out of the Kiriko, more Suzus as the cooldowns were coming up quicker. And now Void, when you come to the point, the Rampage is ready and waiting as you take them to the Underworld.
Oh, Void got fumbled. He got Suzu. What a save by Lee Su-min. And Spark, they rally, but the Rampage gets stunned up. Not a great call from Void, and Seoul Dynasty don't have someone to lead and command this fight. Monk is flanked. Sunjun hasn't delivered the final blow. 99% though Seoul, they'll give it up to Spark again.
Langsa got what was needed, hitting the stun onto Void. Of course, if Void had been able to end that Rampage and then chain it into a Carnage, the self-healing could have been enough to sustain them. Now Shy, easily able to try and track this incoming.
Suzu again! Lee Su-min is saving Void so much. If Void was on the desk, he would give him player of the match. That is for sure. Great timing as Seoul Dynasty can fight the tail-to-tail again. They go to the high ground to the right side, but they might be walking into an EMP. Do they know this is coming? Prophet is charged up. Sunjun wins the Tracer duel. Leave is removed. Shy pulls the EMP, and I don't think it really hurts Seoul Dynasty at all. Kitsune Rush from Lee Su-min as Seoul Dynasty command the fight.
Prophet saw Langsa drop down, was like, hey, is that free access to your Ana? Don't mind if I do. Kushui won't be able to stay long, should be executed before overtime's ticked up again, but Shy keeps it going.
That's just Seoul Dynasty winning this and just needing to clean up the fight. It's up to Langsa. There's a Nano. Okay, to save Langsa. And Prophet jumped in to get the final blow and got punished. Monk might have just saved this fight as Langsa is anchoring the point for everything he can, but the pulse bomb will remove him, and Spark have no supports and no hope as 100 to 48 goes to Seoul Dynasty.
100 to 48%, Lemon. But would you believe that both of these teams have the same number of deaths? It's been a fairly attrition-focused game as Void has been continuously warding away Hangzhou Spark from actually touching the point and actually making good on the kills that they've got. And I tell you what, Prophet's been able to roll out here on the Sojourn, play what he's best at, and this is what we're kind of hoping that maybe a Hangzhou Spark would do to put Shy on a hero that he's a lot more confident on, that he can extract a lot more value from. Just going with the Guangzhou charge method and saying, hey, we don't want Jimmy playing Sombra, so let's just put him on a hero he's really good at and we'll get value out of it that way.
Shy was kind of half and half on his EMP efficiency. They won one fight, lost one after that. Void on the Ramatra. He can hold a lot better space here on Labs. This is usually the composition they run. We'll see how comfortable Sunjun is on the Mei. Flexibility has been something I've wanted to see more, or just to learn more about Sunjun, because I'm the new one here, and so is he. Spark will have at least the high ground control with the dive, wanting to tunnel in on Prophet, see if they can spark up his jump. But he is unlocked. Void will be there first. It is contested by Leave on the right side, just putting trickle damage in. Leave is going to need more reinforcements to remove this Ramatra, as Void just stares into the abyss. And Seoul Dynasty, they wall themselves off, just trying to protect. But Seoul Dynasty take angles around the Spark and manage to not let them really get anything out of their bag.
Check out that dreadful duo of the Mei and the Lucio. This is a strategy that's almost a year old now. It was a hallmark of how London Spitfire were playing the game beforehand, Lemon, in their signature rush composition. And completely unexpected by Hangzhou Spark. They did not expect for both those players to be there that quickly. Leave might actually get staggered here if they're not careful. But no, over into the safe and loving arms of Monk. And I'm happy to see Shy here playing the Ashe, but I would have much more enjoyed a Hanzo. He seems like such a powerful character at the moment with that consistent threat of a one-tap.
Soul Dynasty have the Amp Matrix. This is great to defend with. As soon as Spark look in a committed position, maybe after the jump of the whip place down that Amp Matrix. But we'll see if Lee Shy will pressure them off this ultimate. That's why Lee Sumin is playing in so deep. Spots Gushue without a bubble and without much breath. Does jump back to safety. And with Void removed by the pulse of Leave, gives Spark a chance to take this fight 5v3 despite the Amp Matrix that was nicely called by Lee Sumin. Spark will flip the point.
And now can finally play from his defensive position. This is where Ash can get the most value. Just making sure that on your way in, you have to pay dividends. You have to pay the troll toll that is exacted by the Dynamite. That one not actually striking home, but hey, the Bob's going to be available. And the Bob here is easily able to be placed on point. There are plenty of collision points that can guarantee the Bob maintains that point access when you need to do that, because you can't really risk a brawl with the Ramatra.
Soul Dynasty pressure the point, gets contested by Shy's Bob and Leave as well. Primal jumps out of the blizzard from Sungjun, and that's the difficulty of playing Mei against this comp. And we saw it in our last series. It's hard to lock down such mobile characters unless you just yeet it towards an Ana or a Brig. Either way, point still for Spark. They jump in with the Nano Winston, forcing out the jump of Prophet, who's laying down the damage, and Gushue is focusing down on the supports, but falls back. Here's the annihilation of Void, who might need the Krillin sound barrier if he's close enough to activate it, but Void does not get saved. Krillin not in range, but will activate it for the rest of his team. 4v5, and now evening things up with that kill on Length Up.
Bro, Krillin hits the sound barrier on the lip. Now it's anybody's game. In comes the Pulse Bomb, but everyone's easily able to avoid that. A shield in the center broken down, and Leaves not long for this world either. Will be a point flip coming on through, and for Hangzhou Spark, that was a brutally expensive fight. The Nano Rally and Pulse Bomb all used. Now Void's ready to return. Oh, the Junker Queen this time instead. Ready to play against Gushue a lot more directly. No longer wanting to play this delicate tap dance of moving around that Ramatra. Instead, wishes to simply go in, cause havoc, take him to the underworld.
Prophet has found these great first picks. Forcing now the Ashe away to the double flanker. Spark returns. See if they can play off a contact of these hacks, but it takes time to get into position. The hack onto Krillin. Spark make the call. Gushue jumps in with Primal, and Soul Dynasty are able to heal quite well. Sunshine might still even have Ice Block. Dragon Strike might force Spark back as Lee Sumin retaliates with the Amp Matrix. And Spark are taking so much poke, and Soul Dynasty just crushed the dive hopes of the Spark and are about to take the round 100-73 as long as you can remove these DPS of Leave and Shy.
Yes, it was a nice sleep, but I'm afraid that Void is far from executable here. Don't open that .exe because it will strike back at you. Overtime shall tick on down, Lemon. And hey, Prophet exits this one with 10 final blows and 2 deaths. What a statement from this player. And guess what? Sungjun, while maybe not being a statistically comparable Leave when it comes to damage, will walk away with more final blows. And this was a test that we wanted for Sungjun. Playing Tracer against an MVP caliber player. Leave, when he was on the Chengdu Hunters, got that MVP, and now Sungjun is proving that he can hang. Even if it's only on control, it's still a bellwether.
Yeah, Sungjun has made Soul Dynasty look so different. Remember, this is Hangzhou Spark, the 3rd seed, versus the Soul Dynasty, the 5th seed. But it's Soul Dynasty that take our game number 1. But the format is a bit different in knockouts, where the loser gets to pick the map. The Hangzhou Spark, very reliant on the dive. You saw how that worked out at some points, but how counterable it really is. We'll see what they have cooked up for map number 2 after the break. Seoul Dynasty are up 1-0 in our series against the Hangzhou Spark, the third seed coming out of the OWL qualifiers. And the winner of this series goes up against the Guangzhou Charge in the upper final. Remember, there's only one spot for the mid-season madness per bracket, so the competition is just heating up.
Void do be out, Belos Ria do be in, Lemon, and you know what that means. We're likely going to be seeing ourselves some Winston here. Of course, Belos Ria. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit wild here, but if Seoul Dynasty can win this, they have Belos Ria, who is possibly in the top 3 ball players in the world. And we know that Guangzhou Charge have no idea how to play against Wrecking Ball. There's a world where Dynasty steal this entire bracket off the back of a Belos Ria Wrecking Ball if they can get past the Guangzhou Charge today. That is my long shot, absolute galaxy brain. No chance of it happening, but it could be a real prediction.
And this is, we'll see if that works out, but we go to Hollywood next, and this is Hangzhou Spark's choice, where the last time these two teams faced, the Hangzhou Spark won, but that was during the PH and Profit era. And Hollywood was not a great map for the Seoul Dynasty, who got full held and only captured about 66%. So obviously, Seoul Dynasty, it looked 100. We've said this about a million times, but it's looking pretty different when Sunjun replaces Profit. But Hangzhou Spark, their bread and butter has been the dive, and this is the perfect map for them.
Oh, this is absolutely the perfect map to have Gushwei do Gushwei things. I couldn't think of a more different set of Winstons, to be honest, than Belos Ria and Gushwei. Belos Ria is one of the most passive Winstons we've ever seen, with some of the least deadly ults. The ults are very much often used for, let's say, implicatory control. It's for implication that you could get hit by a Primal Rage, but Belos Ria hopes to keep people at bay, whereas Gushwei, of course, is Mr. Primal Blade himself.
And when it comes to, you know, the Seoul Dynasty, they actually had Void play on Hollywood last time. And that's due to just locking in the D.Va, who's been kind of their off-tank specialist, and then trying to counter Winston's in that regard. Where maybe, I know Seoul Dynasty have been experimenting between Belos Ria and Void, where Void recently had a lot more playtime, but now that Belos Ria has Sunjun, I think he can get a lot more assistance on the front, and then you have a bit more confidence in your Winston mirror. So that's why Belos Ria is in over Void.
2, 1.
Exactly so, Lemon Shy. Just doing a little bit of scouting to begin with, figuring out what Seoul Dynasty are going to roll forth with. I love to see Profit off of the Sombra still on this hit scan, but Hangzhou Spark are not fans.
The collapse, the dive of Spark, beautiful in that case. Seoul Dynasty maybe tried to dive in to catch Lengtha, who's still exposed in that corner, but not really netting much. If anything, Spark are going in for round number 2, but didn't get any low enough targets. Profit did swap to the Widow to maybe get like a cheeky pick off of it, but back to the Hanzo he goes, I imagine. And Spark still have Leave hanging around. Recall's been forced, and Shy almost got the hack on him. Sunjun goes back to his supports.
Remember, Shy does have to play a little bit more scared up against the Hanzo, of course, if he's going to be the primary target taking these skirmishes, as you can't really predict the headshots when they do come through, and you might have to exit a touch early. Gushwei goes deep. What's this?
Right after the Ana, dodges to sleep, I guess, and Lengtha bashed away from Monk's LOS, so there's no saving that. Spark have definitely fumbled the bag on this defense, but Gushwei and Monk, I guess, have been able to trade at the last second, but this is still an opening for Seoul to at least get the first hit.
Hey, you know what, chat? Have been pretty mean to Belos Ria, but I'm going to tell you that Lengtha there actually got killed by Belos Ria because he used the knockoff to actually knock Lengtha into the midst of his team and off of that high ground. He landed in between Monk and Lengtha and separated them. Great play from the Winston.
Okay, you just deposit that pulse bomb anywhere than near your team. Good job by Lengtha. Spark do recontest at the 97%, but Gushwei steps off. He wanted to play his life for the Primal, but where is Leave? Leave and Gushwei need to be mentally connected to cycle these things, or you're just gonna blow your chances like that.
Well, first point gathered. Plenty of time, Lemon. Hangzhou Spark on their signature comp here, not able to players well off the aggression. Still, Gushway's been rewarded with a Primal Rage. It will be matched by Belos Rio, and I pointed out earlier how differently these two Winstons like to play their ults. But hey, Belos Rio, developmental on the Winston potentially. Still, remember, it was only a young player on the Philadelphia Fusion. There's so much room for this player to grow and improve as Leave moves in to just get a little bit of light contest on the card.
Soul Dynasty just not worried about the high ground, just trying to bulldoze some progress on the cart. And there's really two styles of playing this map, of high ground control all the way, like in our last series, or maybe getting EMP'd. Shy hits the supports, Krillin deleted, as Lee Soo-min wished he could also ult F4, but he tucks away into the closet, keeping his life. Soul Dynasty trying to trade backlines and do so. Both Ana's removed, like so as well. Sunjun connecting so well with Belos Rio, who hadn't needed to use the Primal Rage. Believe gets the last slap, and Spark maybe stabilize on the cart shortly.
Bro, Lee Soo-min is freaking foul on the Tracer. Belos Rio unfortunately stays a little bit too long. Oh, they actually caught them during the movement there from Lee Soo-min. They wanted to be able to put down the nano onto Belos Rio to allow him to survive, but Lee Soo-min was still on the elevator. Couldn't grab the LOS that was needed. Soul Dynasty, a little bit of the comms disruption here. It's going to allow Hungry Spark to once again set up for a dive, which is going to have to be survived.
Soul Dynasty maybe needs Sunjun's presence on the card, but he also wants to follow Belos Rio on the dive, but Lee Soo-min is 6 feet under. Spark taking great initiative. Soul Dynasty dive afterwards, but aren't able to convert on kills onto Monk or Langston. And actually, they're the ones firing back. They drop an ante, and Soul Dynasty fall apart, but up next, they'll have 4 ults.
I'm now officially asking Soul Dynasty to start using some of their support ults when they need to survive. That'd be a good step here to try and rebuff any of the aggression Hungry Sparks in their way. Of course, Shy going to be able to note any of the impending movements. This allows Gushway to get very easy dives without peeking first.
I took an Ana shot. Lee Soo-min very low. The hack, and Shy will build up towards EMP. And he'll be back with that soon. Sunjun delivers an important pulse bomb. Spark missing like so. Belos Rio beats Monk to death. And Soul Dynasty take the tempo engaged before Shy's EMP could come out. That's the initiative Soul Dynasty need to take advantage of.
Yeah, now Hungry Spark, they've been infected by the no-ult brainworms. Allow themselves to lose that fight with 5 ultimates in the bank, even with Shy being warded away a little bit too early. Gushway caught out. Still will have time here to pop the primal if he needs it.
Oh, you missed the sleep. That's bad.
That's bad.
I wonder if he got flailed or something, but Gushway is gonna run unchecked until the rally stuns him up, brings Gushway down to 100 HP. Soul Dynasty rallying and fortifying their backline. Belos Rio trying to get his revenge. He's nanoed himself. Rally in response. Bit of a deja vu moment. 90 seconds for Soul Dynasty to get point B. Lynx has removed. The rally no longer. And Soul Dynasty have an EMP. But does Prophet want to conserve it? He's looking for a good group up. And Spark don't even want to recontest. That'll be a point B cap. Actually, Gushway popped on in real quick. And Leave isn't there. So once Gushway is dead, there's no contesting this.
Homie ain't ready for the cold hard fact, but Belos Rio was the better Winston in that fight by 1,000,000%. Both using the nano Winston, even a primal out of Gushway, completely fumbled some of the mechanics, and also bad call from Monk. I don't know if Gushway asked for nano, but hit it on a disengage from Gushway, so it missed a good amount of uptime, and then it allowed for Krillin to get a good whip shot on the re-engage. Belos Rio right now, no longer a liability. He's a champion.
Oh, catching Leave there. Didn't get the hack, but the damage. Oh, he recalls right into them. I don't know if Leave wants that smoke, but EMP at the ready for Prophet. Hack on the Leave. Surely you can kill confirm this one. He blinks over to the Mega Pack. Leave needs some help. Gushway steps up right to the EMP of Prophet. Doesn't hit enough members of the Spark, but they will be giving up some space just to heal back up. Now 90 seconds for the Soul Dynasty to get towards point C. They'll have Rally, they'll have Sunjun if he can get a good pulse bomb, and maybe he has, forces out the nano of Monk to save Blanksta from the pulse, and Soul Dynasty have even things up, but Spark take the initiative, they dive on in. Gushway has the primal, so he can overstay his welcome, but wants to conserve it for as long as possible.
Krillin wants to hold on to this rally too here, making themselves potentially undivable. You can even interrupt an EMP. It's used to try and rebuff it instead.
4-man EMP from Shy. Krillin rallies, Lee Soo-min low. Leave and Shy can't get the killing blow until the Ana has to get involved. Either way, the pulse from Leave is great, and so are the Spark. They brought Seoul Dynasty's time bank down to a single minute, and every stagger here counts. Beautiful hack by Shy.
Overall, maybe not the ideal rally from Krillin. Hold up, what's this? Moving over to the Moira now, of all things. For Moira Ana. Well, this is just a little bit quirky, isn't it? Krillin can't actually decide what he wants to play right now. AFK and Spawn right back over to a Brigitte. Okay, funny 5 minutes. It's all right. You figure out what hero you want to play when you're ready. Not like we're on a timer here. Hongjo Spark now, playing with minimal resources. The rally, yes, going to make it incredibly difficult for Sonjun to actually make that dive happen. Incredibly vulnerable to the big stun that it can deliver. Belos3 less worried, but still, something that needs to be born in the back of his mind.
Shy will be behind them. Seoul Dynasty have to be aware of this. Jumping on in. Belos3 being pressured though. Anti slept and more, but he just keeps on trucking against the rally though. Has to be aware of the stuns that Linksa can deliver as Spark will head back towards the end of point C. This is Seoul Dynasty in overtime. And ready soon is the Nano of Monk. This could be the lifesaver, but Belos3 has Primal, Gushue does not. Belos3 jumps on top of the trailer as Gushue has the Nano. He can maybe find quicker trades. He goes after Prophet, forces the jump, needs Leave to follow up, but directs his attention to Krillin, and Spark's focus fire isn't there to get any kills, but Belos3 slept. Once he primals, he's still living,
Oh,
but
no.
steps off the cart. Sunjun was right around the corner.
Ah. Well, that's real sad, actually. With, I believe, 5 members of Seoul Dynasty up, that is incredibly sad, to be honest. Right now, it was looking like it could have been a real completion there for Seoul Dynasty. Still, 2.65 meters, not the worst. Here's a quick look at Shy, trying to get value out of this EMP. Gets
Oh, he's stunned. I didn't see that.
on that, bro. Oh, it's because of the expanded hitbox. Yes, it impacts Gushue first, but it actually projects a hitbox kind of like a Doomfist punch, which means that you don't have to travel all that distance to deliver a stun. That's brutal.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Thanks,
Me neither.
Gushue. Thanks.
And thanks, replay.
Thanks, replay. I didn't even see that in the fight. But still very good push for Seoul Dynasty. A lot of teams just feels impossible to push the end of point C, which is kind of a fortress that it is. Hongjo Spark have to go all the way to that box of victory to even up the series, or Seoul Dynasty will go to match point. And it was kind of a very critical and deadly initial dives from Spark off of their sort of double flanker setup, but sometimes they overstay and overextend and get punished. So we'll see if Seoul Dynasty will be more measured on their approach.
Shy, rolling out here on the Sojourn, might even tempt in a dive. And of course, when you do play one of those hit scans, yes, you are vulnerable to dives, but you can also play it knowingly, kind of as a bait if you've got someone who's ready to respond to that. That's why we see Gushue playing a little bit further away, so he can potentially hit a counter-diving jump onto someone who overextends themselves. But instead, it's just Belos3 getting a touch of poke.
Yeah, but the Sojourn is a good anti-dive hero. You jump away from the dives, or you follow up when they try to dive away if you think you have a chance of winning it. So Shy clearly not confident on the Sombra, and I like this call, especially after the canceled EMP we saw. Monk did get dove upon though, and Seoul Dynasty will be ahead and hunting for more. Prophet didn't get the hack he was hoping for. Belos3 flailed away. Spark unable to at least pop that Belos3 bubble, so he stays safe for now.
Safety is all he really needs. Just give time for Prophet to gather a little bit more of that information, allowing Prophet to make a more intense and informed dive. That's a well-placed disruptor shot, though. That keeps Belos3 at bay for just a little bit longer.
Okay, Seoul Dynasty just have Linksa fully exposed here, and Shy has to step up to help trade out on the damage. Gushue at the front, trying to trap Seoul Dynasty in mini pack room, dropping the bubble to block some of the heals. Prophet got slept. Was able to recall. No! Recalls into the line of fire. Spark have the second tick and maybe more. Do Seoul Dynasty want to recontest? Sunjun makes the call, but he's removed, and Belos3 tries to just bulldoze his way through, needing to pop Primal to survive, but decides against it. Spark will cap the point.
Yeah, it turns out Shy's pretty good of a Sojourn character. Are they going to be able to use, I don't know if we've got the stranded spawns in this particular build. No, I don't think we do. So, this could be a bad hostage situation, Lemon.
Sunjun just gonna let Gushue ride. Also, the Primal ready. Gushue could have just kept that going, to be honest. Don't know why he stopped. But Shy has now been hacked. Doesn't seem too pressured. Prophet quickly translocating out. A Spark, the option of going to the high ground, but what awaits them is Seoul Dynasty.
I'd love to see a big investment here from Seoul Dynasty, just to get huge control of the high ground and be able to manufacture how the next few fights actually happen. I don't care if it takes both the Primal, the Nano, and the EMP. You need to be able to drain the clock on this point, and you do that by controlling the map.
Okay, Gushue's the first to dive. Belosria trading in the back line. Shy is the one who gets Nano just to try and survive the initial Belosria Primal, who obviously decides to just jump to the moon, I guess, over there, but Prophet has the EMP. This goes for the vanilla hack on the Gushue, but doesn't want to get his. Did he get his EMP canceled? No shot. Both Sombras have suffered so much to the hands of Brigidas. We love the new buffs, and Spark love it too. They're going towards point B as long as they remove Belosria.
Did he just walk up slowly and press Q? Come on, Prophet! You're better than this! Leave has a pulse bomb. I am furious right now. But that's okay, because the Nano Boost can try and rescue this all. Maybe onto Belosria to give excellent staying power on that point, but it's Songjun instead who goes for the touch.
All right, Nano Belosria, but Lee finds his way into the back line while Belosria leaves to pulse Krillin. These zoom in at least with the Nano. Belosria kind of stabilized in that moment. Spark are up by 1. They should be trying to do more than this. Maybe Shy is back and Leave is unsure what to do. Gushue is slept. The kills go the Spark's way. It's just the fight goes down like molasses to get the Dynasty off this card, but nonetheless, it is a Spark point B cap.
Oh, this is going to be a brutal time bank. 4 minutes to try and hold this long corridor. Yes, it's the ideal place for Prophet to hit some headshots on that Hanzo, but Hangzhou Spark need at most 2 good fights here. And they can manufacture those fights so well. I'm so upset that Seoul Dynasty have once again returned to this slower, more passive pacement. On control, they were finally able to actually start defining some tempo. That EMP needed to be sooner and not be right in front of a rally.
This is such a long lane for a Hanzo, so I like the call from Prophet. As long as Leave and Shy don't make their way back there, he should be okay. Yeah, actually, you just saw Monk go for the sleep, so Sunjun got fragged a lot though, so he can't make his way back there. Prophet taking a lot of damage and not disengaging in time, not connecting to Krillin and Lee Soo-min, who are getting beaten down by Gushue's Primal. And Spark are taking so much space, and this time bank is huge. The box of victory is in their sights, and Seoul Dynasty are getting staggered. Someone has to touch soon. Belosria just respawned with Primal. Krillin gets pulsed, and he's just right there, but he gets flailed by Alexa, and the Hangzhou Spark will be tying the series 1-1.
On their own map pick, they read it well. Let's drag in the Winston fight, because that's one that we know that we can win. Belosria in the end is walking away with 5 deaths compared to Gushue's 2, but in the end, it just came down to better control of how these fights were going. Cancelled EMPs are a very sad time, but I think Shy could be forgiven for getting his EMP cancelled there. Didn't know about the extended hitbox. On the other side, Prophet just walks up slowly to a rallying Brigitte and presses Q. You've got to be kidding me.
This has been a wacky day, including the C9 from our last series, as I try to bleach my brain to forget not only that, but this. But, I mean, Hollywood's an incredibly difficult map to just rotate around. High grounds, low grounds, pushing cart, all types of little rooms that Tracers and Sombras could be hiding in. But this is Hangzhou Spark feeling so confident, and this is a strong map for them. And that's why it worked out at the end with so much time remaining, too. I think 3 minutes. They will even up the series 1-1, but up next it'll be Seoul Dynasty's map pick. We have a tie series in our Owl APAC knockouts between our two Owl teams. Seoul Dynasty versus the Hangzhou Spark, and a closer series ever since kind of the roster change we saw from the Seoul Dynasty, but the map pick ends up working out for the Spark.
Yeah, flip reverse it once more. The roster change of Belos Ria for Void now being turned back around, and the other roster change of Songjun being brought in for profit has certainly been productive thus far for the Seoul Dynasty, but hey, Leave refuses to be completely hoisted by the new kid and really is trying to still maintain this crown. I like that we're going over to Escort next, of course. Shambali would be the usual pick for Seoul Dynasty. They actually beat the Shambali one-trick allegations quite recently by winning out on a bunch of other maps. But during the qualifiers, it was very much Seoul Dynasty only being good at one Escort map. Now we're not going to it, though. Instead, we're going over to Havana. And this is where Shy and Prophet are really going to be able to flex potentially their snipers, but who knows, maybe Hangzhou Spark will try and doggedly remain on the double flanker that's been their bread and butter for the entirety of this year.
Yeah, just looking back at some map stats, it's Spark that have a bit more time on this. They, when they faced Guangzhou, it was extremely close, but they narrowly lost Havana to the charge and won this pretty handily against the Shanghai Dragons. Here are your tank stats, where most notably, it's Gushui dying a bit less. Anything from the support resources to the choice of dives to is your Sombra getting a hack or not are so many factors to take into account on tank performance. It's really a team effort when it comes to this.
Speaking of tank performance, here are some numbers for all of y'all who like to do some mathematics in chat. More damage done by Belos Ria, but everything else coming up. Gushui. And hey, this is, it's tough as Belos Ria to go up against one of the undisputed kings of Winston. The pantheon of Winstons, I would say, is threefold. It's Smurf, Fearless, and Gushui. And everyone can opt for which one they think is the best. Some people would say that Gushui is the best for Primal, Smurf the most consistent, Fearless simply the best all-rounder in my opinion when it comes to Winstons. And hey, maybe that can be continually proven by Houston Outlaws this year. But right now, we got to prove who's going to be the winner over on Havana, Seoul Dynasty's pick.
Seoul Dynasty, we haven't actually seen Havana from them in the open, or sorry, not in the open, but in the qualifiers. So we'll see how this goes, expecting more double flanker from them. If anything, it was Shy and Leave that started experimenting away from that, maybe having some Shy hit scan at the initial part of Hollywood, the Sojourn to maybe try to dodge some dives. We're not seeing either team maybe swap to a Diva to counter the Winston Mirror. They both are performing very well and up to their standards, but Havana, due to that long lane, this is where Hanzo's can thrive. So both teams could be moving away from the Sombra towards a Hanzo Tracer setup, on the defense at least.
I'm checking the logs here, Lemon. I'm delving into the history, into the files. And Dynasty have got to pick Escort in basically every single series that they played in the qualifiers. And they picked every map except Havana. They've picked Junkertown, they've picked Rialto, they've picked Shambali quite a few times. They must have been cooking up something in secret for this map to be this confident in a match against the Hangzhou Spark, where they have a real good chance of winning to bring this one out. And here we go. Gushui on the defense, ready to ram at them and hold them up the doors. Ram versus Ram is what we've come to expect, and Void, he certainly is brutal on this character.
Yeah, but being able to force more fights with this rush is great in terms of shaving down the time bank. I like the call from the Spark. Gushue, last time we saw him against the Shanghai Dragons, he actually opted for the Reinhardt and stuck through it through most of the map on the defense. For now, though, he is being slowed by the Mei of Sungjun. Seoul Dynasty got hit by an anti, so they were hurting and almost needing to go back to spawn, giving a chance for Spark to enter the Tango and take up more space, allowing Shy to get a hack and an assassination on Sungjun before he could go back to spawn.
Thus far, big difference is if you look at Lee versus Sonjun on the ultimate charge. However, Lee being taken up by a headshot. That's a perfect pick coming through from Profit. And this is going to mean that now Gushue is going to have a lot more trouble actually determining how the fight happens. Has to go far more aggressive with the Nemesis once he knows it's stacking that slow.
Well, Sungjun did use Ice Block, but Gushue's taking so much pressure, so wasn't able to punish this and got booped back into the action by Krillin. But Gushue back to full health, so close to Annihilation. Monk has the nano almost ready, needs to give it over, does so right before Gushue falls. Gushue steps forward too, ready to give the backhand of the law to Seoul Dynasty, who can't even escape the Annihilation for the extra damage. And Sungjun is the next victim. This is a good hold by Spark so far.
Unbelievable heals coming out of Monk to keep Gushue alive in that scenario. Now when Void pops the Annihilation, a huge amount of his health can be stripped away by Shy. Remember, 40% of current HP gets taken away by the EMP, as well as allowing everyone else to try and follow up upon that hack with Vim and Vigor.
Alright, Seoul Dynasty have their own Annihilation, but they throw the Blizzard down first and almost juke it thanks to their own Mei wall. Spark didn't even know where it was before it was too late. And the sound barrier on top for Seoul just to guarantee that fight win. Seoul will break out a spawn, but it costs them half their time bank.
Did Shy die to a Dragon Strike during his EMP? Surely not. Surely not. Oh, I mean, I think he might have tried to EMP to shut down the Blizzard. Remember, that's a new interaction that occurs now. If so, that is almost laughably bad.
Okay, Profit. Notice there's a Sombra below him. Doesn't care. Didn't ask. Shy is just at least grabbing his attention as Prophet looks to the Sombra, gets slept, but is perfectly safe up here. And Hangzhou Spark don't have a dive, so they can't really pressure that unless Shy wants to throw his translocator up there. That would be a risk. Lengtsa rallies. Spark play the ground war as Sungjun has isolated himself, and Void is playing quite far away, pushes up with the Annihilation. Maywall to protect themselves. Seoul Dynasty try to avoid the Blizzard. Leave only freezes Void, and Spark continue to disengage, especially after Lengtsa got antied. Seoul Dynasty now nano their Mei. Maybe because Prophet has slept, I guess. Sure.
My thoughts exactly. Can you even contest here? Maybe the wall will be useful for this one. Oh, incoming! That's a lot of damage already onto that brig. She's going to be burned down by the cryo beam. The Blizzard does remain. Remember, Shy can cancel this with the EMP, and so they will. Good game sense there. Not taken down this time, and Seoul Dynasty, they have fumbled this big time, and now most of their time is gone as well, Lemon. This is incredibly worrisome.
And a good cancel on the Blizzard, and a good headshot onto Lengtsa right as he got in, but didn't die because of the nano. Hangzhou Spark staggered in. Seoul Dynasty ran out of ults. Ran out of hope. Sound Barrier and Dragon Strike. Gushue has Annihilation. He's really draining this clock as Prophet unleashes the dragon, but Sungjun is away from the rest of the team, playing Mei like a tracer. Now is going up against Leave. Krillin, Sound Barrier, doesn't save Prophet, but might save this fight for the Seoul Dynasty, which is, this would not be a very far push at all, and so far the fight goes the Spark's way, coordinating so well behind the Shy Sombra, and now the Blizzard, the final cherry on top, as Spark deny the point A cap from the Seoul Dynasty.
I beg you to make it make sense. Why would you choose Havana when you've chosen every single escort map in every single match you played in qualifiers, but never did you choose this? Is it Songjun? Is it Songjun's Mei that you think is better than Prophet that makes this happen? I'll tell you what, something that was very silly that occurred in the middle of this map actually was towards the end of point A, Songjun actually ward off Gushue from Void's Annihilation, ending the ult prematurely, which was a very silly bunch of events. And then, of course, we saw the cancelled Blizzard from the EMP, just overall bad ult tracking from Seoul Dynasty. It feels like panic is starting to set in a little bit in this team.
Oh yeah, I did just confirm that qualifiers are predetermined, so your molding about the Shambali pick is actually not even their fault. So they were forced to go there.
I assumed it was loser picks. Damn.
That is, I think, my preferred format as well.
That's my preferred format as well. I've just been, I've been building a narrative, and I've been spreading misinformation on the internet.
How could you do that? Everyone's gonna believe you. Honestly, I should have just let you run with it, but another
Continue your lies, Leg Day. They empower us.
But last time Spark had this spawn hold, it took half the time bank to break out. So we'll see if Seoul Dynasty can match that. This is not a Seoul Dynasty, or Spark don't have to go very far to go to match point. Shy been discovered by the boop of Krillin, almost killed at 50 HP. Spark has some room to work with as Shy commanded some attention from Seoul to turn around, leave, popped up, removed Lee Soo-min, and without this main healer of Seoul, this defense is slowly gonna crumble.
They are struggling with some very sparse positioning here, and it's allowing this fast dive composition to pick them apart. Seoul Dynasty needs to be so much more cohesive with where they're playing relative to each other to make sure there's always some manner of support available. Lee Soo-min with only 18% ult charge. Regrettable. Now though, Seoul Dynasty. So bring up their comp. This is going to be far closer to how we saw it played on Control Lemon, where they went up against the double flank. To just try and out-brawl the Hangzhou Spark, get on top of Monk, and make sure that Gushue is never comfortable.
Hangzhou, one fight, maybe 1.5 fights, depending on how much free push they're gonna get here to get to that box of victory in 3 minutes to do so. Void on the Queen. See if he can rock their world, but so far he's taking so much poke and he's hacked. He's gonna be bursted down, and Seoul needs to feed him all the healing he needs. Void back up to full. Prophet with space to work with. Strikes through the heart of Monk. Links to the only healer next on the hit list. Sunjun removes him. There's no healers for this defense, and they need to hold, or this map will go to the Seoul Dynasty.
Sunjun back on the Tracer is exactly where he wants to be, but unfortunately for Seoul Dynasty, they've only got one lost fight's worth of wiggle room, and the next fight is going to be a doozy for the Hangzhou Spark. Pulse Bomb, EMP, Primal, Nano, you name it, it's going to be available. The rally, a couple of health packs away, of course, but if you can force Void to use that shout before the EMP comes through, you're going to be in great shape.
You can't, Shy keeps getting spy checked by a Lucio, and now it's just taking so much longer to get these EMPs going. The initiative still for the Spark. They nano Gushue, but Monk's been traded out. Sunjun has killed both supports, and now 3, saving this for the Seoul Dynasty when Spark had all the ults to win this map. It's gonna take more effort though. Spark still have Gushue hanging around, and Shy with an EMP. Seoul Dynasty aren't feeling great. They will be speeding Lee Soo-min back.
Who is this Sunjun kid? I feel like I'm J. Jonah Jameson right now. I need pictures of Spider-Man. I need pictures of Sunjun, and I need pictures of a big EMP from Shy. Can put this to bed right now by taking away so much of Void's health.
EMP removed. No Kitsune Rush, no Sound Barrier, but Prophet, you gotta pray for him. The chills for overclock isn't enough for the defense. Sunjun is the last one, the hero, but no HP, no healers, and no hope. As the Spark, a few more meters to go. Krillin with the Sound Bearer rollout. He does manage to get it off to Lee Soo-min, who teleports to him. They have bought them fight.
Bought themselves a fight, bought themselves a chance. Gushue is returning now on the Wrecking Ball. In comes the rally. Can't be stunning anything just now, as Void's here on the Doomfist 2 to get maximum punching damage.
Kitsune Rush, Seoul Dynasty clutch up, all thanks to Krillin. Couldn't make a mistake in that moment. Hangzhou Spark don't have any ults and less than 30 seconds to go. This composition should be punishing the Doomfist that was only brought out for emergency situations, but Void just needs to brawl and anchor this cart. He doesn't need to play aggressive. Sunjun could be the one to do so, but Prophet got pile drive by Gushue. And Void taking so much pressure at all angles. Seoul Dynasty don't have Lee Soo-min or Krillin. There's no healing. And at the last second, the Hangzhou Spark get to the box of victory and go to match point.
They saw a skater boy, but they said, see you later, boy. I've had enough of Havana. Hangzhou Spark walk away on Seoul Dynasty's map pick with their heads held high. Though I am left confused, I am left wondering, I'm left pondering, Lemon. Why did Seoul Dynasty decide to go here of all places? Maybe they thought that they'd be better on that rush where they could force Hangzhou away from that double flanker. But still, it seems like they're not that well integrated yet with the Mei. Sonjun might be a fantastic tracer and a worthy addition to this team, but the Mei is not looking clean just yet.
And Prophet is getting dove on so much that we haven't gotten to see his moment to shine. And Sonjun is doing his best to keep the hopes alive, and Krillin too, but all that effort for nothing. Spark gets to the finish line at the last second, but Seoul Dynasty have our next and maybe final map pick coming up. It's match point for the Hangzhou Spark after a full hold on Havana. So we'll go to map number 4 to see if we'll have our first game 5 of the day, or who will be moving up against the Guangzhou Charge in the upper final. And Void is back in.
And we might get ourselves a fabled Joe down winners final here. Void remains. The Seoul Dynasty's hopes and prayers here, of course, for Junker Queen has seen extensive use on push from our Seoul Dynasty. On the other side, you know that we're hoping for Hangzhou Spark that it goes to a Winston-friendly map. They love their double flanker. Esperanza, probably one of their better picks here. Colosseo going to come up instead. We saw the troubles of a less mobile, less vertically inclined comp in our previous series here, as Pokerface found their Ramatra unable to access a Alma-heavy backline. It was far away last time, could be Monk this time around for the Hangzhou Spark, who may find themselves unassailable. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Void playing something a little bit more mobile here, maybe bringing out the Diva, but overall potentially the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Queen, out of the rush compositions, the Queen... Tracer would be the best suited, I think, especially off of Sunjun, just being such a master at the Tracer and just really pulling his weight for the Seoul Dynasty. And the Junker Queen just enables that with the speed of the Xiao, and you need this to be a speedy composition on Colosseo. That long lane is so difficult to traverse, especially once you're exposed out on the pillar side. You need to close the gap before you take too much poke and get overwhelmed. So we'll see if Void goes back to the Queen. That's what I'm putting my bets on. But the Winston can cut off the healing of that Queen, placing the bubble at the right place at the right time. So we'll see if Gushui has it in him.
Yeah, another thing to expand upon your Queen Tracer synergy point, the 50 extra HP that you get from the Xiao, it's a lot more for a Tracer than it is for other heroes. Not mathematically, but as in terms of the ratio of the health bar of the Tracer, she's such a small hitbox, and that 50 HP goes a really long way to making her much more survivable for a dive. Dealing with a 200 HP Tracer is no joke, Lemon. Sonjun already prowling around the outside, sniffing at the tall grass, hoping to find themselves a shiny Pokemon.
Seoul Dynasty just hiding now. Prophet on the Sojourn. If he doesn't get dove upon, expect this guy to frag. No, you know what, Shy? I was trying. I tried my best, Prophet. I'm sorry. Shy just had to headshot you. And that is the power of Hanzo. That is why this hero is so meta right now, because of that range and that deadliness. Seoul Dynasty down 4v5. Able to still contest the bot quite well. That's the power of Junker Queen, able to maybe stay a bit longer in this realist state, dropping down to 60 though. Got the Suzy from Lee Soo-min, as Prophet is back in the picture, hoping to get his revenge.
Yeah, we do once again play on those angles and force Shy out of them. A well-placed anti there onto Void. It's going to slow down Seoul Dynasty for just a little bit, but Hangzhou Spark still realizing they're down on resources like the bubble, like the anti. Have to back away a touch earlier.
Oh, Seoul Dynasty lose Prophet again. Shy with 2 and now 3. He is warmed up and ready to serve. 3-1 is where he wants this to end. And Shy is looking unstoppable.
That's it. Never put this man on Sombra again. I refuse to be taken away from this cerebral experience of Shy simply bending arrows through the air like he's Magneto with entirely magnetic shafts or iron shafts. Hangzhou Spark now, once again, have to give over a little bit of space as Void will be looking to use the Shout to get in onto Gushui.
Hangzhou Spark, 43-meter initial push. Needing to dive above because you can contest off that top bridge, but around the corner is Void, and he loses to immediately. Shy is 6-0, and Sunjun will take himself out. And Hangzhou Spark will get forward spawn shortly.
Well, that's a pulse of attach at least. Unfortunate. Hangzhou Spark right here. Shy is unstoppable right now on the Hanzo. Call him a sneaky beaver because this man do be logging. Rampage though from Void. Going to be difficult to answer for the Hangzhou Spark. Good touch there to at least deny the cap from Sonjun. Boy, howdy. That Seoul Dynasty Genji skin does look bloody sick.
I really like the Genji. If you just want to duel against the Tracer a bit better, try to close the gap against Shy, have that high ground mobility. Shy is clearly a problem, and Sunjun is ready to help out with it. dashing on in, has the shout and the Kitsune rush. You face the stun of Lynx's rally and the Gushui Nano. Soul Dynasty, they respect that. They'll back away a little bit. They'll have the corner to maybe funnel these people into a rampage, but Prophet just keeps dying, and Soul Dynasty miss out on damage, but they don't care. They rampage in. Hangzhou Spark don't have a cleanse, and that will hurt them at the end. Soul Dynasty will be able to win off of this rampage.
Yeah, the exchange rate of rampages to meters, though, is still yet to hit number 1. Void continues to be a real pain to Gushui, but already so much has been gained for Hangzhou Spark. There's plenty of time left, though, in this bush map. 6.5 minutes for anybody to claim. Alas, Soul Dynasty running low on tools and running low on tanks. How does this happen?
A headshot. Shy is him. I don't know what else to say. Void did a good job of being proactive, going on top of the stairs. That's where Rush is at its weakest. We spoke about it in the last series. You need to be confident and not hesitate on your pushes, and Void didn't have everyone on the same page, and also the headshot is just unlucky situation. That loses so much momentum for Soul. They will have the Blade and Prophet if he stays alive this time with the overclock. Spark are far away enough that Prophet can operate.
Yeah, Prophet has not been having a good time. Currently 1 elim, 0 final blows, 4 deaths. And that's another headshot going on to Void. Forced him to pop that shout.
The Dragon Strike from Shy to kind of split up the fight, maybe slow it down. Prophet with the overclock funnels all that damage into Gushui, who hides behind the pillar. Or at least around the corner. Heals back up to get his armor. And now close to getting Primal. Soul investing ults, not getting much out of it. Now the blade from Sunjun after the support removes Monk and Lexa. Also thanks to Void following up with the shout, the extra kind of budget barrier that you get out of it. Soul Dynasty to move forward, but I guess the bot's going the other way.
Give me back Timmy! It's a kidnapping. And that's going to really slow down Soul Dynasty here. They're not even going to be able to get any progress before the tank has made it on back. What a steal from Leave. Excellent objective trolling. He does a little bit of tomfoolery, but in the end, it all works out for Hangzhou Spark, and now they can return here with so many ultimates to play with.
Prophet having to jump back, thanks to Leave applying the pressure. Sunjun able to peel for him well and get the revenge 2-on-1. Simply too much for Leave. Soul Dynasty activate the shout, chase people up the stairs. Gushui ready to peel for his team because here comes the rampage of Void. Gets stunned up by the Lynx to rally. Will keep this queen at bay as Soul Dynasty getting some push here, maybe going for forward spawn, hoping that Spark come to them. Gushui drops, Shy removes Void, and nothing protects the Soul Dynasty from this monkey. He can just keep on going. I'm surprised he isn't doing more. He has the Primal Rage, but doesn't want to use it yet, I guess.
God. Shy is just turning Void into a twisted, fleshy salad. There's very little left of a Junker Queen whenever Shy levels his crosshair at that Junker Queen. And every time it denies Soul Dynasty so much push, and we get to see a truly effective rampage from Void in a fight that wasn't already supremely winnable.
Soul Dynasty, they shout, and they just converge, all thanks to the call of Sunjun getting Spark low. And Soul Dynasty have Void asleep at the wheel, enough for Pulse to hit by Leave. And Void is the target of so much of Spark's focus and a linchpin to Soul Dynasty's pushes. So Soul give up the point yet again, and it's Spark leading 65-42, but Krillin hits a 2-man barrier, and he says, hold my drink, and goes in and feeds.
Yeah. Hold this L, actually, Krillin, if we're exchanging holds. Soul Dynasty, unable to get anything off that. Lee Sumin forced to use for Suzu early by Sondrin going super aggressive and catching an anti. That means it's not available to help Void when Sticky comes through. Excellent threat assessment from the Hangzhou Spark to make sure that that's gone. Now we can see a bit of troll contesting from the top of the bridge, which is vaguely safe for Soul Dynasty, but time's starting to run out, Lemon.
These Soul Dynasty, they are able to get the first blood with Sunjun and Void shouting and diving in, but then Void doesn't have the shout to disengage, is maybe not getting enough healing or taking too much pressure, and Void is usually the next to fall. Dragon Strike from Shy on the cart, but overwhelmed by the Dragon Blade. Good reaction from Monk. It's a 1-to-1 blade. Leave keeps just C9ing the cart. Soul Dynasty don't even know what's happening to them, and they don't have the speed to even catch up. There is Krillin doing his job, and Leave disappears into the shadows.
Oh, Leaf can't keep getting away with it. He continues to make sure Seoul Dynasty don't get anything off of these wins. It would have been a lead for now by Seoul Dynasty if Leaf was not so bloody smart. His timing's so good. Now, Nano Winston stands ready to go as Sonjun has returned to the Tracer.
Hangzhou Spark just have to keep them at pillars to win this series, and it's Guxue nanoed to force Soul back. Prophet has to deal with the bubble and a monkey in his way, so this overclock isn't netting much. Hangzhou Spark are very low now that Shy is on the Sombra. The tempo might be weird for the Spark. Leaf's pulse doesn't hit. Kitsune Rush plus the Rampage. Stunned by the lengths to rally just to slow down Void, who's hoping to insert some voids in the domes of Spark. Now, the supports, their backs are against the wall, and Void just can't be stopped. He's got the healing of him himself. And Soul are losing grip of this fight. Leave wins the Tracer duel, and Void has to be careful. The bot is being stolen away, and Soul Dynasty will prevent that.
Leaves making it happen again and again, resetting it to these pillars, where Guxue's happy to simply play it slow and play around the cover. Leave goes low, yes, but there's no real concern to be had here. With only a minute remaining, Seoul Dynasty are facing Oblivion in the lower bracket at the hands of a Hangzhou Spark they had an advantage of. Over in our first map, a little bit of space given away. Maybe trying to create a crossfire here of the Hangzhou Spark.
And Soul Dynasty have the bot. Spark contesting from the top bridge. Guxue jumps in the back. He's got Nano, and Prophet has now gotten his 6th death of the game. Not able to jump back. Not able to really do much because he keeps having to charge up the Sojourn rail, and Soul Dynasty are back at square one.
Yeah, the timing here for Sojourn not doing great at all. 3 final blows thus far. A stick onto the Winston's not going to do much except feed over support, ult charge, and Monk is thank you so much. That's lovely for me. Krillin, sound barrier ready to go, yes, in conjunction with the Kitsune Rush, but now we're in overtime, Lemon, and we know that the objective discipline of this team is not amazing.
Soul Dynasty are only down by about 20 meters. Shy is translocated out. This is the time for Soul Dynasty to fight, but they've been slept, and now 2-man antied by Monk. Soul Dynasty have the sound barrier. They need to fight this with tempo. Kitsune Rush at least first from Lee Soo-min, but Prophet is dead again. The double assassin is too much. Soul Dynasty 4v5 on the bots, and overtime. They can't get away from it. And Hangzhou Spark have ults they need to win this. EMP from Shy still ready as Leave wants to land this pulse bomb once the sound barrier from Krillin is gone. He will whiff it, but Shy is next to help win this for the Spark. All 4 hits, and the Soul Dynasty just crumble to ashes.
Crumbled under the weight of the Chinese super team, the Hangzhou Spark. Hang with the best of them and hang the Seoul Dynasty out to dry. Despite rumors of resurgence, a dynasty in a far-off land claiming to come and conquer these lands. There will be no such conquering today. The border wall stands firm. And unfortunately, Prophet gets absolutely shut out of this match with 7 deaths. But most in the lobby. Destroyed by Hangzhou Spark's speed, power, violence, and aggression.
I think just having Belosria in and going for the Winston Mirror might have been a better look for Seoul Dynasty, but all around they've looked better, all thanks to Sunjun, who gave them a real fighting chance, along with Krillin's last-second cap on Havana. Of course, Antarctic was a banger too. But the Hangzhou Spark will be heading to the upper bracket final to face the Guangzhou Charge, the Jodown, as the kids say. First seed versus third seed, that's going to be good with a, of course, mid-season spot on the line, depending on how the lower bracket goes. And we'll have an interview in a second with our player of the match, and we'll announce that in a second. We want to let you guys guess who it is.
Oh yeah, just leave them in suspense. I mean, that's the best way to keep the audience engaged here. We've got ourselves the big old lovely pink banner, but I could not be more impressed with how Hangzhou Spark managed to turn this around and really lean into Shy's power, but the person who makes all of the DPS look good is the man who makes the space. The Winston who makes the double flanker find some real targets. It's Guxue, our player of the match, Mr. Winston himself.
Yeah, and Hangzhou Spark are so reliant on this double flanker, and how Gushue reacts to the hacks or how he plays off of Nano. This is the leader, the commander of these fights, and Gushue is the master of the Winston. This whole team really relies on Winston. You don't see them really get away from this much besides maybe 1 or 2 maps of Reinhardt or 1 map of Diva every now and then. We don't see 20 in really that much. And Gushue proves that you don't need to be hyper flexible, the jack of all trades. You can simply be the best Winston and crush your opponent.
Worked for Fearless. Why wouldn't it work for Gushue? And of course, even the Ram that we saw on Havana, very impressive from Gushue. We didn't know if it was going to be a major part of his hero pool. He's shown a little bit of the Reinhardt previously, but showing off that Ramatcha, which is so often winning the rush duels, is such an important part of the repertoire, which is going to give him a lot of longevity across multiple metas when, honestly, 20 when he's been in has not looked amazing for the Hangzhou Spark.
Gushue just made Prophet look silly, that Colosseo. Every dive was on top of Prophet. And usually you play the Sojourn to have the sort of anti-dive measure of having a longer mobility, a longer jump away from this Winston. But Gushue knew when and how deep he could go. That's why his death is so low. 2.7 is very low for a Winston player. And his damage is quite up there. And Gushue is one of the most feared Winstons in APAC.
Honestly, crazy low deaths from Gushue considering how much damage was being pumped in. Remember, he was playing against the Junker Queen for a good amount of his time on the Winston, and the Junker Queen is, some would say, a direct counter to the Winston with her ability to stop his disengages using the knife. Gushue played around it incredibly well, and I think this gives me a lot of hope that maybe the Jodown won't once again be a 3-0.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, the last time Guangzhou and Hangzhou faced, it was 3-0 for the Charge, but I've seen tremendous improvement from the double assassin of the Hangzhou Spark. They proved it today. Yeah, we saw like an EMP canceled. Honestly, both sides got their EMPs canceled, but Gushue himself has been, I think, one of my favorite tanks to watch, and he's actually going to be popping in for an interview shortly once he's all connected. And if you are still watching, we're going to have 2 more matches around the corner of the Group B semifinals, and those are going to be bangers too.
Oh, they are, absolutely. I think we can all agree the match of the day is probably going to be O2 Blast going up against Seoul Infernal. Some would say the in-spirit first seed, if not the technical first seed out of APAC, going up against who many people would consider the best contenders team in the world with their year-long win streak yet to be dethroned. Of course, now it's far more in danger as they're going to be going up against directly Overwatch League teams. Still, O2 Blast are a lot to deal with and still are going to be threatening to maybe take away that Group B spot in Mid-Season Madness. They can make it there. They could win the entirety of Mid-Season Madness if you want to really go with the contender scope.
And in the lower bracket, we have Rhodes versus Poker Face and Dreamers versus the Seoul Dynasty. So there is a lower bracket. It's double elimination. So Seoul Dynasty, if you are a fan of them, could make their way through. If you're a contender stand, the dream is still alive. Poker Face are at least the big favorite when it comes to Group A contender. And on Group B, I'm trying to stay awake for the Seoul Infernal O2 Blast game. Also, SPG, they're the only team, contenders team, to beat an Owl team. So watch out for them against Dallas coming up too.
Yeah, they could do even more than that because Dallas, they have been shaky this season thus far. They might be our reigning champions, but having lost their support line to the Atlanta Reign, a big old poach from Coach Gator, they are looking somewhat fallible. In fact, very fallible against other Overwatch League teams, but does that extend all the way down to the contenders teams?
Well, we can now extend the microphone to our interviewee, Gushue. Our player of the match will be joining us, and our lovely translator, Evelyn. So we'll get them another hostage going, maybe. Hey, Gushue, congratulations. Do you hear us?
Hello, 顾雪，恭喜获胜，能听到吗？
听得到，听得到。
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, well, congratulations on the win today and player of the match. We all voted for you. What improvements has your team been working on to master and get so much better at the Tracer Sombra dive?
恭喜今天的获胜，也恭喜你拿到今天的全场最佳。你知道我们都选了你是全场最佳。第一个问题是想知道队伍们做了怎么样的练习，能够把这套黑影双短的阵容打得更好。
黑影双短主要是我们练的最久的一套阵容吧，从我们开始结合大家在一起，就 一直在练这套阵容，因为这套阵容从守望相位一直以来都是一套比较厉害、比较万金油的阵容嘛，而且是一套配合度之类很高的阵容。如果我们这套阵容打得很好的话，其他阵容其实稍微练一下的话，也都会很厉害。只是前几场用双打虽然失利了嘛，但我觉得比赛的话没有训练赛发挥的那么好，有些比赛就没有可能紧张之类的吧，就没有打出大家想要的效果。那如果我觉得大家正常打的话，比赛基本上都能赢。
And so the reason we put a lot of time like practicing the Sombra comp is because we think it's a consistently strong comp since the game Overwatch launches, and yeah, because we think it's a comp that requires much of coordination, so we just really practice it hard. But the reason we didn't perform well and like lose our matches in the past weeks is because we are kind of nervous during the official matches. It didn't do as well as what we do in the scrims, but I'm happy that we performed well this week, and I think our Sombra Tracer comp is really like able to beat anyone as long as we perform well. Yeah.
Just really closing the gap between scrims and real performance. Today on Havana, we got to see your Ramatra, which is a hero you're not as much known for. How have you found learning the Ramatra, and what do you think of the hero?
那么今天在浩然大上，我们也看到孤血选手你使用了拉瓦塔这个英雄，想知道这个英雄你对他有什么看法呢？然后你又进行了怎么样的一些训练？
拉玛莎这英雄，我觉得这英雄首先我觉得他很厉害，再然后我觉得我玩这英雄也很厉害，我对这英雄也很有自信，所以比赛上面，所以这次在这张图也换了拉玛莎去玩。
So I personally think Ramatra is a really great hero, and I'm also really confident that I'm good at him. So we will just sometimes use Ramatra to have some new tries for our matches.
Oh, okay. Great. And I mean, you take the win against the Seoul Dynasty yet again, but with the addition of Sunjun on Seoul, what do you think of him? Did this prove to be a bigger challenge to you and the team?
今天的比赛我们也看到首尔王朝队他们上了一位新选手松俊，想问一下，你觉得松俊现在的首尔王朝，和以前的首尔王朝有没有一些不同？
松俊在的首尔王朝和以前的话，我感觉都差不多吧，感觉反正都赢不了我们，感觉没太大区别。
Personally, I think Sungjin performed well, but I don't really feel any difference between like the dynasty with Sungjin or with Profit, because we can always beat them anyway.
Well, speaking of changing team members, the Hangzhou Spark have changed a couple of team members since 2022. Has the team culture changed at all with the new players coming in?
那么说到新选手这件事情，我们也知道杭州队从去年到现在是换了不少的选手嘛。想问一下，就是这样一些选手上的转变，有没有让你觉得整个队伍的风格上也有一些不一样的地方？
转变的话，只是混班变成全华吧。然后混班的话，而且，我觉得对我来说的话，没太大区别，大家都是很熟悉、很认识的朋友。
Since we transitioned from a mixed roster to a full Chinese roster, the communication is definitely getting better. But personally, I don't regard there is much difference with the roster changes because we are all really close and we are all like familiar teammates. Yeah, so it goes well for me.
Yeah, I'm glad it's going well for you and the team, and everyone's still close. What do you think about the Guangzhou Charge in the upper final? That'll be your next match. How will this one be different?
下场比赛又要对阵到广州冲锋队了，想问一下对这场比赛有没有什么自信啊，或者是看法之类的呢？
我觉得广州冲锋队的话，我之前比赛0-3输给广州冲锋队吧，我是很有自信，下次就让广州冲锋队赢回来的。我觉得 因为我觉得广州的冲锋队，他们的辅助我太了解他们了，我觉得对我来说很好杀他们。上次比赛很大的优势输了，我觉得我们下次应该不会犯这种错误，应该会赢下他们。这次赢下他们。
Despite our like 0-3 loss against Guangzhou last time, I think this time we can definitely beat them because their support line was really familiar to me, and I know their weakness well, so I can find some good opportunities to give pressure and kill their support line. So in our match against Guangzhou, I will definitely perform well and get our revenge.
Well, we're really looking forward to that match. But for now, congratulations and thank you so much for the interview, Guxue.
好的，感谢采访，也祝接下来比赛加油。
好，谢谢，拜拜。
Such
Right.
a good time, Lemon, having
Bye,
having Evelyn
Guxue.
on the team now, so that we can have some interviews here on the APAC broadcast. We have our Chinese players. It's great to always hear the insight from the teams themselves. And hey, I like the idea that Guxue knows the ins and outs of that support line. Like obviously, Farway and Xerneas, they are very much known factors in Chinese Overwatch, and Guxue's been around as long as Chinese Overwatch has been around, so he's been able to tap into the mainframe and figure out how to make these dives work in the space between those games.
And the Joe Down will be going down next weekend on the 28th. So mark your calendars, at least 28th in my time zone. You guys know. Every weekend for the next 3 weeks, we're going to have APAC knockout matches. Coming up next, though, the Group B semifinals, the Seoul Inferno versus the O2 Blast, and Dallas Fuel versus SPG. That contenders team able to beat some OWL teams. We'll find out what will happen on the other side of this break.
and welcome to yet another wonderful day of APAC. It's time to round out the weekend with 2 more matches here on the back end of the evening. Thank you to Lemon and Leg Day for carrying us through the first 2 series there, as Spark were able to get themselves with a nice little win. But it's now time for the creme de la creme, the marquee matchup that we've been looking forward to as we get ready to go into the Seoul Infernal, teeing off against O2.
Yeah, it's the number 1 contenders team from Contenders Korea versus the number 1 ranked currently Eastern Division Overwatch League team in the Seoul Infernal. So battle of the first here. We'll see who definitely is the best team. And this is going to be the biggest test because we talked a lot about O2 Blast yesterday, given how long their win streak has been. But this will actually be the first time in their history that they face an Overwatch League team. So we're making history here. If you've tuned in, congratulations. If you haven't tuned in, I hope you're watching the VOD right now because I think we've been waiting years. I've certainly been waiting years to see how O2 Blast would fare against an Overwatch League team. And I'm glad it's not against, one of the lower ranked Overwatch League teams. I'm happy that they're going up against number 1 straight away because, yeah, let's take on the biggest challenge. I want to see O2 Blast take on the toughest challenge they can find in the Eastern region as far as Overwatch League goes. So why not? O2 Blast versus Seoul Infernal. This is going to be the game. I'm hyped.
Yep, obviously an argument could be made there for the Guangzhou Charge, who were also able to win their series earlier on today. But Seoul Infernal, very strong team in their own right, so should be a very tough opponent. But it's going to be a series that you cannot, come into with any form of complacency. You cannot be underestimating your opponent because what we saw from OT Blast just yesterday was an incredibly strong performance. They are a very known factor. They've been a known quantity in contenders basically since they're in the org's inception. So definitely something that Seoul Infernal can't come in here expecting to have a breezy time with. So we'll see how they do fare and also what the rosters are going to be looking like in a moment, starting with O2 Blast.
I think if you're looking over towards the Charge versus Pokerface team squad, that matchup was really scary for the Charge. Like, there was a C9 at the end, but Pokerface really pushed them, despite it being a 3-1. It really speaks volumes about how good some of these Contenders Korean squads are, and among the best, the number 1 team from that region, from Contenders, is, of course, this O2 Blast squad, led by Marvel here on the main tank position, and player of the match yesterday for his performance across Ramatra. So stunning. Immaculate display of what he can do on that tank, and we talked about how much we enjoyed seeing his Renaissance last year on the Valiant, and, that was a team that had a lot of struggles but still managed to get some reasonable results. Now he's on the best Contenders team, and despite Pro being the only returning member of the squad and everyone else being new, this squad of O2 Blast is still at the top. Their win streak from 2020 April last year is still alive at 31-0. Does it end today though, Kilios? Because they go up against the Seoul Infernal.
That they do. It's going to be a very difficult opponent for them. The Seoul Infernal have been hovering at the top since the very beginning of the league. Let's go ahead and take a look. Well, a very terrifying team in their own right. I mean, you're talking about, being in a renaissance, and Mag is one of those other players that can kind of come back into that conversation, because obviously he did have a rough time when he was playing over the Justice. Now comes back into a full Korean squad here in Korea, and has been looking like his former self, like the Mag that was promised when he first entered into the Overwatch League.
And Mag has had his own run-ins with the O2 Blast squads in the past. Obviously, he's facing a very different O2 Blast squad today. Mag, the last time he was in Contenders, I mean, he's playing against the proper era of O2 Blast. I think even Pelican was still on the team. It was 2020, right? I want to look towards the left side as well. The MN3 Zest duo, this possibly now best DPS duo in APAC, given that Seoul Infernal are number 1 in the rankings. They had their own run-ins with the O2 Blast roster even, not quite last year, the year before in 2021, where they were still on T1. And T1 was one of the more competitive teams in the history versus O2 Blast, and one of the few teams that actually beat O2 Blast in a full series. They got that 3rd seed tiebreaker match all the way back in, I can grab the exact date for you, April 27th, 2021, where they actually beat O2 Blast. And, that version of the O2 Blast roster still ended up being the number one at the end of the season. And that was also, by the way, the season where Proper, Jump, and Kilo and the rest, Finn Vinde, was still on O2 Blast. So M3 and Zest have had experiences beating even that version of O2 Blast. Let's see if they can beat them now in 2023.
I mean, given the win streak that is established, again, the number is 31 matches without dropping, and, you know, it's been over a year here for the side of O2 Blast. Infernal, they want to be the team to finally deliver that death blow to them. Taking a look, though, we will be kicking things off on Nepal, and then we will glide forward with losers selecting our future maps. Obviously, order is going to be staying the same. Hybrid, Escort, Push, and then Control once again.
I'm pretty sure the Infernal will be the highest seed coming in here as the number one seed from Overwatch League, generally speaking. It'll be similar to what we saw from Guangzhou versus Pokerface, where the contenders team will be the lower seed, all being chosen by Seoul. Infernal, the rest, as you mentioned, by the loser thereafter. And we saw a little bit of substitutions from O2 Blast yesterday, although I would say that their match wasn't particularly competitive versus Pantheric, in the sense that Pantheric didn't put up much of a fight. We did see attack being brought in for map number 3, which was Rialto. If we go back to Rialto, that could happen again. We'll see if that ends up being the case. I do want to also point towards the fact that Top Dragon is in for the starting lineup instead of Knife. Knife started yesterday in the first 2 maps. Top Dragon only came in for number 3. So it is a little bit of a swap up in terms of the starting lineup. For Infernal, though, they only have 5 players, so this is what they roll with.
We saw Knife doing a pretty damn good job as well, coming in with the Tracer, seeing some of that Mei as well. But it's going to be Top Dragon, and it's going to be the brothers here, the Genji Hanzo, to begin. Zest on the opposite side, going to be there on that Tracer. Let's see how they do fare. Already a little bit of battle commencing off onto that left side flank as Magus once more going to be bringing forward this Orisa.
The Super Shimada Bros versus Orisa. We saw Mag bring out Orisa, I think, in, was it the first week or maybe second week? And it was on this map as well, so it's a Mag special. Zest will bringing out his special as well versus Probe. Both Hanzo's traded.
They are traded, but now Marvel gets taken down. Opener and Top Dragon also going to be sent back to the respawn room. It's just Irony limping his way back over towards the dropship. So initial cap going to be coming through here for the side of the Infernal. And looks like we're not going to see any adjustments yet here from O2.
I was going to say, if you're playing O2's comp right now with the Lucio as well, and you have the Ram Lucio, it's a brawl comp. You can brawl into Mag's Orisa. To do that, Top Dragon would have to swap over to the Mei, and he wouldn't have lost that much ult charge. He's only at about 30. He respawned.
Oh. Yeah, right back through. Yes, you're getting one. Now Opener going to be taken down as well. Top Dragon. It was looking like M3 is going to have it. Skewed steals the kill away. I don't think he's going to be too bothered by it. This fight is very handily going the way of the Infernal, maintaining control. Now getting ready to move up past 30%. And look at where Zest is. He is just diving out there. Desperately wants to get this pulse bomb online.
I mean, he's trying to farm up as best he can. Is a little bit dangerous. Doesn't want to instantly eat a sleep dart or something that would cost him his life. Them and 3 backing out, and the Soul Infernal have given up on their forward hold. They have to give up a lot of ground. Team was also fairly skewed on 1 HP, by the way, as M3 gets a snipe.
Yeah, I mean, just a casual little glance to the right-hand side, spots Top Dragon, and just to finish him off with that arrow. And it's just 50% built up now towards the blade. It's taking a damn long while to try to get that online.
Nano Annihilation, I think.
Marvel gonna be, nanoed up to try to get the Annihilation online. So far, isn't finding too much damage. Just gonna be using the mouse one at range to try to find something. Both one from Zest as well. Not gonna get a stick, not gonna get an elimination. Annihilation now rolling, but Marvel, in fact, just ends up getting rolled. MN3 strikes him down. 70% now here for the Soul Infernal. Mag pushes forward, keeping Zest protected as best as he can. Irony will be able to claim the kill. And Max says, you know what? I'm gonna pull you in, and I'm gonna kill you off. And it works a treat.
Well, that's... Parasurge, not the best ultimate in the game, but if you can just get a solo kill with that one, even at the end of the fight for an extra stagger, you will think about doing something like that. As we head towards final fight here, O2 Blast, full sail swap across the board, minus Top Dragon and I believe Opener staying on their heroes. But you just don't have anything to work through here. You will have eventually a Blade. It has taken the entire round to get this Blade. Good kick.
Is good. Immortality Field buys them some more time so they don't think of it. The Transcendence quite just yet. Pix are going to be down low on HP and actually does get finished off. Probe will find the kill, and now the Transcendence is going to be forced out. Top Dragon,
Playtime
at the ready. Little wait for this one. Waits for his opportunity to try to pull it. Instead, dashes in the backside. Does find Skewed. That might be enough damage here without the support. So go ahead and get this one without having to commit the DPS pulse. Pulse bomb is still going to go through. Probe manages to take down Mag. O2 Blast will find control of the point at long last.
I respect that from Top Dragon because you already got the picks anyway, and on top of that, I think once the beat is gone, blading feels a lot more dangerous. Typically, if you don't have a Nato to play through because you've already swapped off the Ana, a beat blade combo is the safest way to actually execute that blade. So Inferno now will be swapping off most of the heroes, Mag and M3 coming up new heroes as well as Skewed on the Brig. The Brig, of course, I think makes a lot of sense here versus the dive.
Just finally going to get punished. Time not in front of his opponent's spawn, but his own does get picked, and that's going to be some more crucial time bought for the side of O2. As Marvel tries to get this Primal online. Maybe MN3 was going to stick around on the Hanzo for a little bit longer. He was just a couple percent shy of the Dragon Strike, but wants to go for the Cassidy, so just with a quick flip. Dropping down, Top Dragon dives forward, goes up, goes back to the opposite side, so he keeps himself safe. Now it's going to be the rush out in response to that Matrix.
Dragon, no
Mag
HP.
grenade comes in, and that's going to be MN3 taking down Top Dragon. The blade completely and utterly nullified. Now they just have to look for a little bit more. The fight can split back to their favor. Opener getting tagged up, manages to break line of sight. Point still not going to be occupied quite just yet. Zest dashes over to try to threaten that cap coming through as Marvel dives to the back line. Primal rolling, but 8 HP. Mega Pack not there. Has to leave way out of range to try to keep himself alive in this fight. Deadeye not going to come up to the elimination, but still Irony taken down moments before. Knows the Tracer's going to be in the flank. In the meantime, yep, Infernal managed to grab the point away from themselves. Top Dragon returning on the Sombra, going to be taken out. Punching his way through as Marvel will also fall to the annihilation. Pixel will get taken out, but it's at the cost now of Opener. The point's been cleared. It's 68% established, so decent effort in the back end where it was looking like 100-0 initially. But to Blasto, they can't hold it, and Infernal will take the first round.
You can feel that O2 Blast making a almost wholesale swap over towards the dive composition. Feels a little late and they were on fleeting time. Or borrowed time. Both work there because they just weren't able to build up too much. The Dragon Blade is not going to have great value in these sorts of fights, and getting a bit of highlight reel of skewed in his number of picks that we saw at the start of this particular round. Yeah, I just don't think Genji's a particularly good hero in this type of meta anyway, especially when you forego the Ana. You bring over the Kariko. You want to give props to Mag though, because he had a bit of a late swap himself over to the Roars of Ramatra, but he built up that annihilation fast.
Very rapid pace. And now, going out onto Village, Mag's just going to be opting in for the Reinhardt. A classic pick for him. See how he fares going up against Marvel. He's looking unstoppable just yesterday. Already though, HP bar is looking low as Mag is fiercely pushing forward. Fire Strike goes out, but has he overcommitted? Looks like the answer might be yes, but they managed to break down the main wall, and the Immortality Field saves him. They bail him out. In a sticky situation. So the Ryan lives the fight once again.
I mean, he wasn't even in the lamp AoE for the longest time, so he was moments away from disaster. And as you said, MN3 is going to be the first casualty for the Soul Infernal, and this is where the O2 Blast squad start looking for the extra stragglers. They already have the point, and now they just need the kills.
Huge going to be taken out. Top Dragon finds one, but then Zest trades it back. Slipped up onto Mag. He goes rushing forward, and Zest just getting pressured out. Marvel getting in on top of the main, nowhere for her to go. Turns the sights to Mag, takes him down, and with the initial cap, O2 Blast moving up nicely now at 15%.
Yep. That's the best case scenario for O2 as well, because they get the cap first, and then they get the kill second, which means they get all these staggered deaths. All this time that Soul Infernal have to reset and wait for respawns is free percentage points for the O2 Blast roster as they start to work on these ultimates as well. Nana's already available. You'd like to see that one go over towards Marvel, who used that expertly yesterday. A lot of the Infernal ultimates are also starting to come online. Mag likely to be solo shattering Marvel, and if he does that, Irony should go for the save.
Up onto the high ground with MN3 swapping back over to the Symmetra. They're trying to just reroute and get around the backside. Annihilation plus a nano does come across. Immortality Field dealt with. Big's going to be taking a nap, and Irony manages to finish the job with the fancy nade. Mag as well taken down after being hacked to that shield raised. So a quick little hairline flip, a heartbeat flip rather, for Infernal as they gain control briefly, but it's going to be just as swiftly taken away.
And I think the extra EMP from Probe was unnecessary, but you can see the respect being given by O2 on Soul. Considering the extra window from Skewed was also used, Probe didn't want to take any chances, but that's going to hurt them now for the follow-up fight. They don't have any ultimates. Opener's still reasonably far away from the sound barrier. This should be a pretty free one for Soul Infernal. TP onto the point, play for the Blizzard. O2 can't do too much about that.
Cannot. Turret's now going up to try to stop this advance, make it a little bit harder. In the meantime, oh, the hammer gets dropped, and Mag just cleans up the back line, which was actually kind of the front line. Marvel taking down Opener as well, and Irony just resets off the side of the map. Doesn't want to get any extra charge over, so it will be Infernal now actually gaining control of the point. Let's see how far they can take this. 71% at the moment for O2.
There's not really a lot of ways to defend against Shatter because, I mean, the Ramatra shield is super easy to bait out. Long enough cooldown that you can play against it. Shatter's typically free in this matchup, and without a sound barrier to save, not a lot you can do to stay alive. A little bit of EMP farming from Probe, also seeing that he... Actually, now if you look at MA3, you'll notice the shield is available.
Vixen was almost just running him down. Top Dragon now in a bad spot, doesn't go to the ice block, doesn't realize that Mag is going to be coming around from the backside. Takes him out with a fire strike, Marvel as well. falling. Cleanup comes through. They did get the recap, but again, Infernal going to be taking this for themselves. 4 ults to try to hold.
And that's the thing, right? The ultimates for the Infernal are really large at the moment. They don't have to spend anything for that last fight. O2 Blast actually had their entire team wiped and got very little out of that. Still sitting on the same sound barrier that Opener was working on before, and that's what they have to work through. Probe on the EMP soon, Irony on the Nano soon. Nano will be going back over towards Marvel, but this time Infernal has so much more to work through.
Going into Nemesis, trying to build up for that next
Watch the cap.
wreak some havoc. Looking for it, as you say, walled off. They can't get themselves back in, so the flip is there. Once more in control, O2 Blast, moving up to 90%. That's going to be final fight if they can just win this one out. Marvel, however, taking a beating. Sound barrier comes across. He actually doesn't receive the shielding, and now it's going to be a counter beat in from Pixel with Probe taken down off the back of the EMP. Blizzard going to freeze them up. Cess going to be anti-out, so he doesn't have the ice block, but damage isn't being focused in towards him. The 99% will be forced. Another opportunity to try to contest this, but Infernal will be regaining control.
This is a close one. Infernal spending their entire bank on that one as well because O2 Blast already had the cap. Infernal got desperate, as you'd imagine. The extra Blizzard coming on through is all you need. Sound barrier for sound barrier traded. Opener used this earlier as well, so Marvel can be kept alive. He was frozen despite the Nano, despite the Annihilation. Not going to stay alive there, but Top Dragon can maybe finish it. The same strat I talked about earlier, but Probe's dead. They have to TP him to point and play for the Blizzard, but not if Probe is dead, and they've out of time.
Okay, well, they're really far forward. The Blizzard does come in. Fixa, frozen. Immortality Field buys a little bit of extra time, but Mag will be taken down. The Lucio does get taken out of the end. Opener manages to make his way over to the point. He's looking for the flip. It's very slow going, however. Zest in the meantime, quite far forward. Ends up dying very late, and now OT is dwindling, and Infernal might have overcommitted. Stu throws in that amp matrix. Cannot get themselves back over the point. The cleanup comes through, and it's a very narrow victory, but O2 Blast will be able to extend this into a final round.
Smiles on Opener's face there. Huge clutch from O2, and they were down one member. They lost Probe straight away. I thought that was going to be it. Without your Symmetra available, you can't TP onto the point and play your strategy properly. But as you mentioned, Seth, Soul Infernal might have overcommitted at the gates. They played super far forward, ended up getting baited into Top Dragon's Blizzard anyway. Couldn't escape from it. Meanwhile, the frag's there. Opener goes to the point, flips it, and Soul Infernal are in shambles after that. Well played by the O2 Blast squad, and that was a big turnaround. I thought, again, Soul Infernal had it.
Might be regretting that one, but let's see if that momentum carries forward now for O2 Blast as the gates open up, and they are looking at a very different composition. Top Dragon taking to the skies with a Pharah, and Marvel over onto the Doomfist.
Mag coming through on the Mag special the ball as well. It's going to be problematic because he's playing up against Probe Sombra and also the Irony Ana. So both heroes have a lot of value versus the ball. So I don't know if Infernal were expecting a different compositional matchup. I personally was not expecting the Doom at all. Doom is not a good hero at the moment, but maybe Marvel can prove me wrong.
I've only seen a couple moments where it has been working out, and for the most part, that's going to be an OT touch scenario, so that was fairly early on in the season, within the first week or two. Far, though, could be problematic, but MN3's doing his damnedest, and he managed to snipe it out of the sky. This was my biggest concern, seeing MN3 come out in his signature Ash. So even with that pocket healing, he just can't keep him alive, and he's in an unresable position. Dynamite goes up over the top, on to 3. Probe taken down to a sliver. Marvel drops to low ground, and look at MN3 just really pushing the issue here. Leaping up into their faces, shoves them back. Zest pursues for the kill, and that's Infernal once again with the initial lockdown.
See what Marvel goes to. I don't know, he'll stay on the Doom, and there it is, the Winston to return. Now Opener's the only one left to swap, and he's going to go over towards the Lucio. This makes a lot of sense. I would have also been okay with Opener on the Brig. That also works well versus Mag. If you just want to shut down Mag, Tracer, Sombra, and a Brig, all excellent heroes to do that. But they still have 3 of those 4. And Mag, I don't think he lost too much ult charge there either. Soul Infernal, the only one that's really far ahead is MN3, who did a ton of damage that fight.
Yeah, the Bob nearly there. Really problematic. Obviously, the Ana go for that sleep dart, don't try to shut it down. Speaking of which, Mag is going to be the recipient of it nice and early. Look for a little bit of focus fire down into him. They move about half, and it's so very low. The heals do come across. They keep him sustained for now. Still ways to go for that flying field.
The only thing that missed out from that was the hack. If they had the hack as well, I think Mag dies 100%, but DPS down for Soul anyway.
MN3 and Cess both going to be taken out. The zap across. Mag now falling. And that is going to be O2 Blast getting control of the point. Soul Infernal now at 63%. O2 need to hold this for a while, but they've got decent tools with which to try to make it happen.
Mag has to consider swap Sam, but he's at 82% towards mine, so he doesn't want to give it up. The rest of the squad is on 4 ults as well. It's also the Brig Zen combo that we saw last year, and obviously that's a very ball sort of favored support line. If Mag was to swap off a board, you'd probably expect you to go over towards the Anna to support as Winston as well, assuming he does go to the Winston as Marvel is done. Here comes that Bob that we've been waiting for.
Back at the back, looking for skewed. Bob does go out. Might be taking a nap somewhere. Either way, dive into the back. Cessna with the stick, unable to find it. Probe, however, will fall. Fix it, gets him the whip shot as the rally is rolling. Sound barrier used. The shielding now gone from opener. With that Transcendence, there's no way to get to the HP bars on the side of the Infernal. Simply end up dying. Looking for a little bit more. Top Dragon so very low. Right click charge up, not gonna find it. MN3 will take the kill. The flip is still found. Infernal still in control. 50% for O2.
Yep. That's 4 ults though. Killing is very expensive. That means now Probe can come back in. EMP on display. No rally, no transcends to counter it. If this hits big, which it might do, I think Soul Infernal are going to be in for a little bit of a rough time. Probe got to be careful not to fall off the map there, but also avoiding the spy checking. Being revealed here does suck though. This is not good.
Oh, that sucks even more. Irony taken down. MN3 looks like he's playing off the back of the
Ghost
Pile Driver. EMP is now committed to the fight. MN3 going to be taken down. Marvel needs more, but the primal's now expired. Probe down to a sliver, had the translocate away. It looks like that EMP at the end is just going to end up being a bit of a flub. Push forward, Marvel going to touch, has to just work his way through mine after mine, takes so much damage, just quickly finish off. And it's going to be 150% at the end. As well, they made them sweat just a bit. They took that round on Village. They cannot take the initial map. Infernal will start things off 1-0.
That really sucks from the O2 side of things. I mean, I'm not saying they would have won the last fight or won the map, but they weren't even given a shot. You can see the disappointment on Probe's face. I don't know why he revealed himself. This is the problem I've had with Shy Sombra in the past as well, watching where you have a Sombra, has the EMP, still spamming, still revealing your position. All you got to do in those situations is set up for the play. There's nothing else you got to do. If you're not setting up for a manual hack, you are setting up for the EMP, and it's going to be the final fight. You know that Soul Inferno are down for ultimates. You know there's nothing to defend. Go into the back line, find the EMP, call the dive for Top Dragon Marvel to arrive. That's it. Don't start spamming your SMG and then revealing yourself, forcing him to then translocate. Soul Inferno see that, then they rush in while Probe's away, connect the 5 versus 4, drop the mines in and win. That was so poor from O2 when I actually think they had a good chance of winning.
Well, an unfortunate circumstance for them. Sequence of events, I guess I should say, but Soul Infernal do start things off with the map win. That was also their map selection coming in as the higher seeds. And now it's going to be on O2 Blast to see where they want to take us for our hybrid map here today. Saw a lot of Hollywood yesterday. Perhaps that's still going to be the flavor of the day. We'll have to just wait and see. First, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll get into that second map and see whether or not O2 can pick up a map win and extend the series. Alrighty, and we are back. It's time to go to map number 2. O2 Blast falling shy of the mark there on our opening map of Nepal. Now they have selection as we get ready to go into hybrid. See where they decide to take us and whether or not they can tie things up at 1-1.
For O2 Blast's first outing versus an official Overwatch League team, that was a good performance. In fact, it was an extremely close one. Like, we had 2 rounds. I think the only round in that 3 that didn't feel close was the opening Sanctum, where the Mag, Orisa, was a little too much for the O2 Blast squad to handle. To be fair, I think it's a bit of a rare strat. You don't really see many teams bring that out at all. That's why it's the Mag special. Only Soul Infernal seemed to be keen on it. Then you move over towards both Shrine and Village, and those were both super close, maps where Soul Infernal could have definitely played the last fight on Village better, but O2 Blast could have definitely played the last fight on Shrine better as well. So you give and you take away, as will now be given King's Row. That is chosen by the O2 Blast squad. So no Hollywood here.
Alrighty, King's Row. Old comfort is what I like to say. We'll see what the comps do look like. It's already, we got some interesting stuff from the side of O2. Who knows how things would have gone had they not tried to come out with a little bit of the surprise wacky comp, the pharmacy duo. Maybe if they stuck to something a little bit more standard for the offset, that could have gotten them into a better position. But curious to see if they're going to have more, because we have seen few and far in between, mostly from Reeve, but we have seen Echo on this map, so maybe that's something that comes through as well.
I would say the Pharah, well, obviously Top Dragon just didn't imagine M3 come out on an Ashe, so you don't see very many Ashe players on Nepal Shrine. So they were either expecting the Mag, Winston, M3 Sombra Zest Tracer combination, or maybe a Mag Ryan, Mag Ramatra style brawl comp, in which case the Fire would have been very strong to that. But they realized their mistake pretty quickly when M3 kind of just rolled Top Dragon on the Ashe. By the way, M3 ended that one with 13,000 total damage, which is 30% of Soul Infernal's damage on the entirety of Nepal. So super high performance there, a lot of frags. Soul Infernal now coming through on standard Winston dive. O2 Blast playing the exact same thing. Let's see if Mag is going to go back for Winston, because I don't think that he was going to really play D.Va here. Seems to be locking it in.
I guess so.
Interesting.
Trying his hand at it.
Not as good of a nano target as the Winston, so it is surprising.
Oh, they're just going to give it to MN3, clearly. I mean, we saw Nice getting how many nanos yesterday, so just give it to the Hanzo. Nade out looking to clip MN3. He will be able to avoid that by dropping back down to low ground. Mag in the meantime occupying some space.
Clean.
I mean, I didn't even see Top Dragon get that melee hit. Zest just got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
And with that pick,
Animation cancel,
backline
just
threat is now
instant.
gone, and that was nasty stuff from him, and yep, he will be held at bay.
This is one of the better
Mag says,
tracer plays that we have in the league here as well, and that's what I expected. I expected the D.Va pick to not really be the true pick to come on through. It seems weird. Whereas it's also not really in Mag's hero pool, right? I mean, he's a main tank traditional player, which means he's going to favor heroes like the Winston. I think he's going to be a little bit behind an ult charge now, which is a problem. And Skewed should really be ahead of Irony here. It's usually attacking side Ana has the advantage, but with Marvel surviving and Irony getting the heals, O2 Blast getting another pick here. Soul Infernal probably have to play this slowly.
Oh well, nearly half the time bank now. Drained down as Mag joins back over here into the opening choke. Very slow going. It's a very good start to the defense here from the side of O2. Marvel getting lower and lower though. Looks like he will be able to survive. Sustain back up, and that does give Irony the first nano. So Skewed 16% or so behind. The nano already going to be opened up here as the dive comes into the back line. Primal, he's still able to find Fixa. Thought maybe they'd be able to get punished off the back of the ante. Not to be found. And Top Dragon in the meantime puts use to that pulse bomb, taking out Mag, sending him back into the respawn room through the delaying Soul Infernal.
I think that's a huge pulse bomb as well. I mean, on some cases, you're probably wondering, was it required? Because it looked like O2 Blast won the fight anyway. Slowing down Mag's ult charge for the Primal is totally worth it for Top Dragon and O2 Blast, because Marvel's now farmed the Primal off the back of Nano, and Mag is still 30% away, which means by the time he's ready to go with the Nano, you'd like to have this Primal more ready than 70%. If he should be to farm up most of it from the Nano itself, if they can get a dive going, because they're under pressure.
Marvel 7 anti-primal, however, as we're talking about, very much is there, and he's going to use it. In fact, cross makes it
cancel
fire, and he just gets absolutely destroyed. And as you say, it's a cancel on the rally to make matters worse for the Infernal. Mag
That
desperately
sucks.
needs this primal up, and he needs to put it to good use to try to open things. But right now, they are just getting absolutely swept under the rug. 1 minute and 17 seconds now remaining.
I mean, they gotta just nano this play. Finally, they have all the ultimates they need, minus a rally, which just got burned down there. Ultra Blast are pretty much out of ult, so it's just Probe, and he's got to save this Dragon Strike until Soul Infernal push. But no, that shot, it just hurts.
It is
At
going
least
to
it's
be
traded.
Hanzo for Hanzo, Tracer for Tracer. Zest gets rid of the top dragon. Primal now popped. Mag, let's see if we can open things up for them. Just pushing them back through the choke. Oh, he sends out the dragon strike. He gets fixed.
Where's the nano? Where's the
He's
nano?
taken down. Skew still just trying to stay alive. Has to use the nade, I believe, onto himself. Try to stay sustained. Mag getting lower and lower. Dragon strike from MN3. We'll go ahead and jump it back a little bit. Zest eventually finds Probe, peeling out some of this pressure. Sleep on the Zest, or sleep on the Marvel rather, into the back line. Does find the elimination. That should finally be them getting some position here onto the point, getting some ticks, but there's still a chance for a recontest.
There is, because the payload, not the payload, the cap itself hasn't been starting to cap until now, and Soul Infernal just started capping, you know, as I was mentioning it, which means by the time Opener respawns, second tick is still alive here, Marvel's in position to go. I don't think Irony should have burned the nano there, because you want the nano for the retake. That's one thing that's really missing from O2 Blast critically.
Top Dragon with the pulse. It could be everything to turn the tide to this and get them into a position for a full hold. Drop down, look at the threat them out. MN3 will get the headshot across on the
Skew
Probe.
left.
Skew going low. Does manage to stay alive a little bit longer, then gets slapped. They're doing everything they can to try to keep him in this fight. MN3 will fall, but Opener now Marvel going to be taken out. Anti, you're on to fix that. They need that kill. They want to turn
Top
this,
Dragon.
but they clear out on the point. Top Dragon, he just cannot do it all. He comes up with such monstrous kills. He helps work this clock down to 2.5 minutes now as they get bumped up. They cannot deny the cap. So, a second lease on life for the side of the Soul Infernal, but not much time to work with.
Yeah, and so again, the problem that I have here is because Irony used the nano onto Opener, it's a twofold issue. One of it, which I said already, means they don't have the nano for the retake, but more importantly than that, because Opener stays alive for so much longer, and he wasn't on point, by the way, he's just getting staggered. So Opener respawns super late, which means your retake is even worse. So the nano extra onto Opener early and costs the retake in two different ways there. So Ultra Blast probably could have full hold if it wasn't for that, given how close that fight was.
Pulse out. Probe dead. They're going to start things off. Marvel, though, playing off the back of the ante, does finish off Skewed. Not going to be taking a nap for now, but not really under any kind of threat. No pulse bomb available means that he's able to stay alive. Also has that primal, which is now rolling. And then 3 finds another. Break down. Irony dead. That's the support's now gone. Heart opened up for a decent amount of push space. A minute taken away so far, but they're on a good pace.
And for how long it took Soul Infernal to get A, the pacing for B has been pretty good so far. Extremely good. A primal for primal trade that forces O2 Blast back. Soul Infernal's been free pushing the entire way through. It's exactly what you want to see. This fight is going to come down to support ultimates. Dragon to clear out the side holes.
Down on the right side. Marvel just cuts across to the opposite. Keeps himself safe. Rally now going to be rolling on either side. And Opener looking to keep him alive. On out. Anti as well. Marvel able to go in. Gets the stomp. Fix is going to be taken down. Mag finds one, but Storm Arrows burn him out. And Skew is not able to commit that now to the fight. They do get rid of Ironies. Chance though. Try to finish this one out, but it's going to be damn close to overtime, if not already in OT, because there's only 40 seconds remaining as they have to go for this reset.
And that's the key difference you mentioned there is the nano. So Marvel did receive a nano from Irony. He stays alive. He pushes forward. Mag didn't end up getting his nano from Skewed at all. Yeah, because Zest just... Cool guys don't look at explosions. There's Soul Infernal. No time now, but they actually do have a nano at least. A nano they probably should have played in the last fight.
Top Dragon was monstrous at the end of the last one. He managed to push through off the back of it. Dragon Strike to just further slow things up. 12 seconds now remaining. Top Dragons into the back lines on the hunt. Probe being no... down lower and lower.
Oh, nano
MN3.
MN3.
Stay alive. Touch on the cart. When he needs to be there. Mag manages to leap forward. Let's get that. MN3, another opener. As he gets taken down, Probe as well going to end up falling, and it seems like they should be able to push through off the back of these 2 kills alone. Marvel trying to stay alive, but he's still 7% away from having that primal available. MN3 will take him out mid-jump. So again, it's right as OT rolls through. The cap comes in. Once more, another opportunity to try to get to the end of the map, but only in 1 minute and 30 this time to try to do it.
Which is going to be difficult to actually get the cap in, but it does look like they have another kill. MN3 on fire here. The Hanzo's doing some mean work, and the Dragon Strike nearly online. The Primal coming online for both teams as well. For Mag, it's going to be really important for this final fight as it comes on in. No, to Blast. So
goes to Irony.
they currently hold most of the cards, right? You talk about the Nano, you talk about some of the other ultimates as well. One of that does miss on the pulse bomb.
juggle MN3 out of position, and comes across this in the meantime, does get Irony, pulse bomb into the back line to find that elimination, and Marvel leaps back over towards the finish line. Try to stay safe, presses up here onto the high ground as Mag tries to open things up. MN3 with another headshot, takes down the enemy Winston, looks for probe, says, all right, I trust in my tank to find it, and he shall. Kicks now found the cart gliding forward. Mag and keeping people locked into the corner while Zest tries to find some kills on top of it all. Irony going to be taken out, cannot exit back into the spawn room fast enough to get that healing. And the cart is actually just going to push through to the end off the back of that. With time in the bank, given how things were going, it was looking like this could have been a hold, if a deny on the finish here for the side of O2 Blast, but Infernal just did not give them the opportunity to get an actual reset in.
109, I think, was how long it took after capping B into then pushing through C. And normally when you only have 1 minute 30 to play through, as we take a look at some of the MN3 highlights when he got nanoed, normally when you only have 1:30 to push through into C, even if you do cap, and most teams don't, but if you do, you cap an OT, you have no time remaining. So the fact that you even get any time bank, despite it being 21 seconds, is impressive. And MN3 was the hero of the end of B and of all of C as well, in my opinion, with the such clean shots onto the members of O2 Blast. He takes down Probe, he takes down Marvel, allows Mag to then control space, jump into the back line where Mag can just take down Open and Irony. No support for O2 Blast, no opportunity to get that hold going. So Infernal played the tempo of C extremely well.
Now, in their hands, need to make it to the end. Any finish time will be all right for them, but we'll have to do it with as much time as humanly possible here for O2. Looks like it's just going to be very much the same, no changes. But MN3 with the Ash.
Yeah, exactly. This is the key pick I want to talk about, because I think most players would go towards the Hanzo here as something more standard, but MN3 showed such a good performance on the Ash on Nepal, and obviously we remember fondly his Ash from last year on Fusion as well, so clearly one of his best heroes, if not his best. Something that has to be respected from the O2 side. I do worry a little bit about this hero choice as we head into B, because Hanzo is definitely better on B than Ash, but MN3 can get a lot of work done on A first.
Well, moving forward, Mag takes out Opener and Irony. No peel to be found whatsoever. Everybody else is trying to set up their own dive, but Mag just goes in and he finds, I think, unassisted kills onto both of them. And that's a hell of a way to kick off this defense. It's now Marvel in a rough position, drops down into the lower side of the theater, and he should be able to make it out.
Quick reset here as the first minute goes away. And similar story to what we saw when Infernal were attacking. Irony was behind in ult charge for a while, but now he's very quickly caught up, and you want to see the attacking side Ana have that advantage and get that first nano into play. Zest doing plenty of damage here. He should have the first ultimate of the team with the pulse bomb. His bio nades get traded across.
1-2 skewed recipient there from the Infernal, and Skewed does get taken out. Probe able to find one, does get punished by Fixa. 1-for-1, but a very long and slow run back. Fixa manages to double down, finds another elimination, as well as a third, and also keeps Mag alive. Pulse bomb does come through. Top Dragon will finally put an end to his reign of terror, but then Zest finds that. And we just turn into a very bloody brawl. Sleep in, shot across, Nano on top of it all. Irony will be able to take out Zest. Down, Tracer down their tank.
Hang on.
Chunked out, Nano into the back line. Marvel really starts to open things up as the first tick will get grabbed up here by O2.
Yeah, I think the Nano's maybe a little bit too much here, because you want this Nano for the final fight, and if you're Mag, you pretty much just jump right past this one, as he's doing now with his own Nano, with his own Primal Infernal, a Prime to be able to get this retake in.
Pull out from Top Dragon, the bot goes in from MN3. None of the Mag trying to peel him off just a little bit, but Bob will take out Marvel. Now the rally's rolling from Fixa just to keep everybody else topped up and alive. Opener, the rally of his own, unfortunately, backpedaling over towards the spawn room, so that green HP not going to be doing them too much good. Pulls at the ready, Zest still will be able to hold on to it. As Feud will get the final shot across. Opener gets taken down. Now he's looking for a little bit more. Oh, maybe he was going to commit it there, just to get some extra stagger, but wants to hold it for a bit longer. Mag left canteen. Ace comes in, Marvel trying to get that punish, but it will not be found.
There's just not a lot of resources there. Maybe they can get a kill here, but Marvel's not going to be able to connect. Past the Primal. Force Primal coming on through it. He's got no target. Zest just runs circles around him. O2 Blast. They're going to get towards... They're about to be on 1 minute here.
Okay, the shot set up. Probe gets the arrow into MN3. Marvel goes in. Does manage to find the finish. Top Dragon, however, trying to play around the back line. Ends up getting punished. The stick comes in. That's going to be Irony taken down. Zest finds two. Mag now re-aggressing, dives forward, Zest for the third, finds Probe. Does he get more? Marvel's so very low. Come leaping forward, the heals coming across and trying to keep him sustained. Able to make it back out to safety. A little bit of extra healing and a bit of extra charge over towards Irony, but Pulse now from Top Dragon, not going to find any value whatsoever.
This is the final fight for sure. Less than 45 seconds and counting down. Irony with another nano and another opportunity. Zest looks like he caught an arrow there, a stray one coming through from Probe. And now much larger arrows rakes across the point with the Dragon Strike. This is go time and Marvel slept.
The bubble doesn't get protected. He does get slept, but now he's going to be woken up. And Scute gets taken down. Recon arrow to the face. Scute's out of the fight. MN3 as well. Stomped. Mag now limited healing. Fixa has the rally. Doesn't want to try to commit it. And also just wasn't in position to try to save him. Will end up falling. And the cap will end up coming through. But very similar time banks as we go into the Streets phase here. As it's just 13 seconds to spare on top of the 2.5 minutes bump up.
And because Soul Inferno, you made that comparison, right, with a similar time. If you want to match this time bank at 21 seconds, I mean, even if you don't match, you just go for full completion on 0 seconds. You have to be able to push through B cleanly, just like Soul Inferno did. You have to be able to push through C cleanly as well. So for the rest of the map now, the rest of this attack for O2 Blast, it's got to be clean. It's got to be a one and done. Can't really afford to be reset here. This Mag is going on a bit of a journey. He's going to run into Probe, and they're going to have a little bit of a battle.
Marvel joining in the fight as well. Lower and lower, but now Primal opened up. He wants to try to juggle Irony out into the open, but really good sleep guard. Will providing quite a bit of heal. Now MN3 going to be taking down Top Dragon, able to find that kill. Rally's rolling on either side. Irony will get eliminated here. Probe continues to be under fire, but as the Primal expires, Mag gets melted. Top Dragon bops him on the nose, sends him back to the spawn room. Marvel as well, falling low still, even though the fight widely is going their way. Decides to pop this Primal. Will be able to clean up some additional kills. We'll see if that comes back to bite them, but for now, it is that smooth start that they needed.
And I think the one thing that's been a little bit poor on the O2 Blast side today across both maps is sometimes expending the extra ultimates they don't need. It does have compounding effects and flow-on effects to future fights. This is where Marvel is taking a lot of damage on purpose. It's quite risky, but it does translate to healing. You can see Irony is going to find a nano, hopefully off the back of that, to then match Scute, who's about to have one now.
Let's see what Top Dragon can do. Pulse has been held for a little while now. Goes in, tries to get the stick across on a Fixa. It's going to go a little bit wide. Can't find it. Nano in the meantime. Used goes towards Mag. He dives forward. He's looking for either of these supports. But are taken low. Will be top back up as Marvel as well. Receives the Nano, which one will expire. Dragon Strike from MN3 looks to create some space, and it's just enough damage for Mag to be able to jump forward and find Probe. Opening kill going the way of the Soul Infernals. They look to hold the line here right in front of B.
O2 Blast reset, so they're going to wait for Probe to respawn, which means 40 seconds remaining. Likely the last fight here. Skewed slept, but not going to be any advantage that O2 Blast can really jump upon, as you like to see them get a similar kill to what MN3 and Mag got together with the Dragon Strike combo. O2 Blast are just out of ultimates, and yeah, I mean, we saw Marvel use the Primal earlier. You wish they had that one back, and you wish they got Top Dragon back as well.
Yeah, now Irony and the timing of these picks is just absolute perfection for the side of Infernal, and yeah, it feels like that has to be it. Top Dragon now respawning. Marvel can go in for a touch, but Mag is just juggling around Probe. Cess comes in for the alley-oop. They get the further elimination, the further stagger. Top Dragon noted, taken low, down below half HP. Healing, pulse pump, needs to go big. Or else this could just be it. The touch, is it there? The answer is no.
And even if the touch was there, you would see Marvel die within a second of touching. So it would have been really rough. O2 Blast, I think, victims of, first of all, the MN3 Zest combo, absolutely deadly. We saw some amazing Hanzo play from MN3 on their attacking side, and then on the defense, again, some more good Hanzo stuff, but Zest really pulling out the big guns on the Tracer, pouring in a ton of damage, putting on a ton of pressure as well. O2 Blast, I think, also just throwing some weird ults into the mix on both the attacking side and the defense. Irony had some good plays on the attack where you noted that he got this massive clutch up, had like a 3k or is it 2k, getting the punish on Soul Infernal's dive, but then chooses to nano Marvel, which was then an overcommit, knowing that Soul Infernal, or at least he should have known that Soul Infernal was going to go for a retake with their own nano, and now you're one nano down. Marvel with the extra primal, talked about that already. On the defensive side as well, Irony using a nano maybe a little bit too early onto open it, which staggered him and then doesn't allow Marvel to get the retake. All of this kind of stuff, it adds up, especially versus a team like Soul Infernal. Making these kind of ult mistakes is going to cost you a map.
And that it did. Kings Row goes the way of the Infernal. So once again, map choice in the hands of O2 Blast. But now it's do or die. Need to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to keep their match win streak alive. Again, 31 is the number at the moment. It seems like that might just be the new record set with a reset coming up soon. Let's see if we can turn the tide of the fight once it's going to be their map pick as we get ready to go into Escort. But Soul Infernal looking a bit more clutch, a bit more collected here as a team. See what happens though when we return from the break, so don't go anywhere. Our third series here of the day. As we take a look here, O2 Blast will have a couple changes, it would seem, coming through, as Knife is going to be stepping in for Top Dragon, as well as Attack moving in for Marvel.
So Attack coming in for map 3 is fairly standard. We saw that yesterday when it was Rialto, and we'll find out what the map is very shortly as well. The Top Dragon Knife change is interesting because, again, Knife played the first 2 maps yesterday for O2 Blast, and Top Dragon came in for map number 3. This time it's the other way around. Top Dragon played the first 2 maps. Knife comes in for map number 3. But I respect the changes. Knife had a really good performance yesterday. Attack won his map versus Panthera as well. It's an opportunity now to maybe reverse the ship around. Look towards a reverse sweep, which O2 Blast did have to do versus Panthera in the spring stage of contenders this year, I believe. There was one reverse sweep in there. This is, however, aside from that reverse sweep versus Panthera, the closest O2 Blast have come to losing in a long time, and Soul Inferno only need one more. And you also look at this series through the lens of the teams are very competitive. I don't think O2 Blast are so far behind that they can't win maps, that they can't win the series. They are close enough that they maybe can do that, but certain small mistakes are costing them. I look towards the weird probe play on the poor Shrine that I think cost them that series. The various nanos coming up from Irony that were a little bit weird. Extra primals coming through from Marvel. Just these extra ultimates being thrown in by O2 Blast that have been, you know, not favorable for the team. And then on top of that, you're playing up against an M3 Zest combo who are on fire currently. They're not missing shots. They're doing tons of damage. They're able to effectively do their jobs as you'd expect from what currently might be the best DPS duo in this region. And the Soul Inferno are the #1 team in this region for a reason, as, okay, they're not #1 ranked on the standings, but they beat both the Joe teams. And O2 Blast, they're going up against the best we have to offer.
Yeah, and it's, you know, a tough opponent, but one that we were hoping to, you know, have them deliver a very strong performance against. And while this hasn't been a complete and utter, you know, booming from the side of O2, you know, took a round, we're able to get the cap and make a strong effort at a push there on King's Row. It hasn't been as close as we necessarily might have hoped, but that's, you're kind of seeing the differences here between, you know, Infernal with all of the infrastructure and everything that they have, and how well synergized these players are compared to O2. So it is a tough opponent for them to have to square off against, but one that they could be able to run this back and, you know, pick up some maps. We've got Knife coming back in. Again, he was fantastic at the start of the series when we saw him in for, I believe, the first 2 maps yesterday. We have Attack coming back through as well. So I'm curious to see how these adjustments go for them and whether or not it's going to be good enough to pick up a win, as we are going to be heading over to Havana.
Havana really favors either Rhine for the opening spawn camp or mostly Sigma for the rest of the map. So I don't think... Let's take a look at what Attack brings to the table first, if he's defending first as well. I fully suspect the Soul Inferno, if they defend first, they will be going for this Rhine forward hold, the spawn camp to waste time. The O2 Blast side, given Attack's hero pool, is more likely to lean towards the Sigma stuff. So as far as A goes, that's pretty cut and dry. But once we go to B and C, I'm very curious about what Mag brings to the table, because I don't expect Mag to play the Sigma at all. If he does, it could be a bit of a struggle. He's not known to play any of those types of heroes. I certainly haven't seen it myself. A lot of main tank players struggle on heroes like Sigma. Sigma seems to be like the wrecking ball of the off-tanks, right? Wrecking Ball is typically the hard hero for off-tanks to master. Sigma typically ends up being the off-tank hero that main tanks find it difficult to master. So B and C could get really interesting for Infernal based on what Mag plays.
All right, well, from the outset, Mag is going to be showing us that Ramatra as they get ready for forward camp hold. It's not going to be too shocking at all. And Attack for now is showing that Sigma.
So I respect the Ram as well, because the Ram, I think, scales better into the rest of the points, whereas Ryan doesn't. Ryan is better for the opening forward hold. I do believe the forward hold of the Ram is going to be a lot weaker, so O2 Blast shouldn't spend too long being camped here. But given that Mag starts on the Ram, he'll have quicker annihilation, ult charge time, and he'll be able to play the other points clearer.
Stop the payload.
Okay, well, Probe seems like he's got a pretty damn good idea of where MN3 is, and actually gets him, I think, with just a straight shot blind. Then follows up, finds Skewed, and that is one hell of a way to break the forward hold. I think some heroics now from the remaining members of the Infernal to try to turn the tides of this one. Immortality Field is going to be melted down, and then, yep, Mag just going to be taken out. That steady healing from Lucio is going to be nowhere near enough to try to save him, and it's a very quick breakthrough. Absolutely necessary here for O2 Blast as they get the cart rolling.
Yeah. I mean, you typically expect over a minute worth of hold there from the spawn camping team, and Mag dude, they're swapping straight away. Look, if you're going to go for the spawn camp, please play the Rhine. I don't understand playing the Ram and then into the Winston. If you're going to go Ram, you're playing Ram the entire way through, because you're valuing the fact that you start on the correct hero early. But now you're just swapping to Winston. Well, you should have just played the Rhine, because the Rhine is much better at spawn camping, as we showed how quick the Ramatra spawn camp got dismantled.
The hack as well as the anti-out will force the Immortality opener. Just around the back, trying to threaten, but needs to get out of that position. Probe going to be forced to go into the Wraith Walk as well. Damage coming out from the side of the Infernal, but still is not found. Cart is going to be locked up here on the final corner in front of A for the time being. Let's fix up. Threatened out of position here. Throws out that Suzu, puts some damage down onto the enemy Tracer, makes his exit, but Knife does have that pulse at the ready.
Opener as well. Window's going to be important here. Set it up for the backline, or rather just attack and opener to use. We have the DPS to play through it. EMP.
He goes out, but yeah, I mean, it's not a bad EMP, but unfortunately the follow-up is not looking great. 2 kills instantly found, now a third, and Skewed will fall. Mag is going to be melted down as well, says the last man standing here at the very end. Will fall for the extended team kill, and it's going to be over 4.5 minutes for the second stretch. O2 Blast on an absolute tear right now.
It's a bit of a speed run so far, and I think a lot of this is coming from the flow and effects of Soul Infernal changing compositions. M3 stayed on the Sombra, so you got that early EMP, but you're lacking the rest of the ultimates right in Ultra Blast because they solidly won that first fight at spawn. They're far further ahead in ultimates. M3 is now swapping over towards the Ashe, which is, okay, good, that's one of his main heroes, but it doesn't really synergize with the dive. I'd rather he just stay on the Sombra, because that's actually a dive hero.
Really well into a signal. Trying to get through that barrier. It's going to prove to be very difficult. Bucks coming through. Finding too much value off the back end as the rush
should be Nano.
Fixa. Gonna shove them back. Nano's still gonna be held, Skewed. Under a little bit of backline pressure. We'll go ahead and commit that forward now onto Magazine. Looks for a target. Jump in for opener. Primal now gonna be popped. Shuffles Irony away, but the kills are still coming through. They're managing to keep everybody sustained, and it's not gonna be any eliminations found here from the side of the Infernal until he finally snipes out. Final bit, the final second comes in. Probe will fall, giving a little bit of additional value, but for a second there, it was looking like the ultimate is going to expire, and then O2 is just going to be able to return fire.
I think Probe is also on the wrong hero here. Hanzo would do a lot more work in this type of composition than what a Reaper is, but he's kind of locked into the Reaper because the Death Blossom is available. You saw him trying to set up on the high ground for a Death Blossom play, but found out by Man. Goomba stomped out, and the fight's over. His attack now going over towards the Junker Queen. So they want to actually maybe pull this one a little bit closer range. Losing knife there really sucks for the team. That means O2 Blast have to just chill a little bit longer. Also sucks for Probe, because Probe wants to move forward and find an angle for this Death Blossom, but he'll just do it anyway. Okay.
I mean, he finds Fixa. It's going to be a good target, but obviously he's going to be able to just dash his way back in as soon as that respawn comes through. And then 3.
Does he swap?
Managing to equalize, and that is the question. Yes, he does, and it's going to be the Sojourn, actually.
Sojourn's okay here. I think a lot of players are now playing the Sojourn. So that's fine.
Oh.
Attack. Good pickup.
Quite the lineup to find. Right through.
Oh, good night. Wow.
Was unleashed. Unleashed. Dynamite across. Probe's going to be burnt down. Irony as well going to fall. So despite the efforts here from Attack, fighting those nice knife lineups, but he's eventually going to end up getting taken out. There's nothing more for opener to do. So wipe comes through. 2 minutes 15 still remaining. Still very doable for the side of O2 Blast, but they need to get a full reset in.
Yeah, the Skewed had some good plays in there. A couple final blows, good nades, and a sleep dart onto Attack will save Fix's life. And we talked a little bit about M3's Ashe earlier on, saying it was a particularly good pick going into the Sigma, but now that Attack is off the Sigma, there's no shielding. M3 is free to shoot however he likes, unless he gets shot in the face by opener.
Okay. Sending him some orbs his way. Stoned by those good opening kills. I'm going to be slapped down. 4-man ante. Can they find anything on the back? It's going to expire. Irony now alive. Rally available. Pops it instantly. Everybody topped up. Fixa trying to get closer and closer to his own. 12% left to go. Shield bash comes in. Fixa going to be taken down. Says able to find Knife, but now Skewed is out of the fight as well. So it's both supports gone with Mag just trying to buy some time for them to rejoin here with this Primal. A couple shots across on the Probe, trying to set him up, but just no damage found. And Opener gets another elimination. This time a right-click group kill to finish off Zest.
Opener doing so much work here. I mean, just the Cheerios to the face to take down M3, who's now onto a Sombra because you value the quicker respawn and the fast retake coming in. Speaking of which, Fix is trying to touch. Mag's already dead though.
Anti, but are dead. Mag, however, gone. Now it's really going to be all on Fixa and Zest. They're trying to keep this one contested. M3 falls low. The whip shot knocked him away, but Skewed is going to fall. The knife again comes through from Attack. Takes out Fixa. Zest trades 1. Mag respawning, goes back over to the Ramatra now. See if they can open things up, but the cap does come through.
Man.
2 minutes and 16 seconds now remaining. Mag says, all right, well, enough of that. Goes back to the Winston.
We need to see some Kariko come through from Irony, because every single time Skewed lands abilities, it's going to be really tough for Attack. This is kind of the weakness of the Junker King composition. How much pocketing you need. Yeah, okay, M3 just caught there. Unlucky. The fact that Irony stayed on means he values this rally. So far, the tempo is good, so despite eating a Byronade, they're okay with it.
Unplussed by it, it would seem. Mag taken down as well. Really great staggers found as they just continue to keep forward position. Holding the Infernal back.
Openers managed to found the sound barrier in time as M3 approaches this EMP. That's a very critical timing. Like, you need to see Opener survive and maybe not get hacked there. If he can survive this EMP, O2 Blast, forward pressure will be more, and he's that barrier. There
Not
it
enough
is.
for the beat comes through. Manages to drop it. Out onto the three players here. HP bars alone inside of the zone for all. They can't really do much other than wait for those shields to go away. Takes a nasty hit, but now the cart in on for the final stretch. MN3 back over to the Ash. Wants to play with some of these defensive long sightlines, try to find some picks. We've seen hero plays in the past, but can it happen now to deny this cap from coming through? Not going to be man out, up, jump onto the high ground. Zest able to find probe. MN3 still going to be taken out. Zest used the pulse, not going to be able to find anything there. Knife. Pulse of his own, still pocketed, still waiting for an opportunity, a juicy one to try to use it. And out comes Irony, gets the bash across. Zest gets taken down. Might not even need to really find any value off these ults. They're just pushing forward still. A couple meters left to go. The rampage across, MN3 swapping over onto the Genji, ends up getting cut down. Will get bled out, and this is going to be the push to the completion here for the side of O2 Blast. They will not be denied. Mag has to exit, tries to go back into the spawn room to get some healing. Park now starts gliding
this
forward
might work.
once again, and the touch
never mind.
cannot be there.
I was gonna say, you know, Mag stalled out for a long time. If Zest can just trade positions with Mag, keep the payload up, the full respawns from Infernal work coming out of spawn. Mag going over towards Orion. I mean, I just heal on the Winston, come back out. I think that was a little bit weird. Weirder than that is MN3's hero choice situation. Because originally, and as we mentioned, that this Ashe versus Sigma, not particularly good. But then, once a tank goes over towards Junker Queen, the Ashe is good now. You want to stay on the Ashe. He swaps to Sombra. I think the reason he swaps to Sombra is because Infernal lost a fight, and he's trying to come back on a Sombra, a faster hero, to maybe touch the point. Also, sightlines become super limited on B once the payload's that further pushed up, which I understand. But then later, he just stays on the Sombra, plays through the EMP, swaps later on towards the Ashe. The EMP got countered anyway, so I don't know, debatable how much value that really was going to be. So, yeah, it just seems like it seems like a really awkward situation where he ended up on Ashe at the wrong times, and then ended up on Sombra at the wrong times as well.
Well, now, once again, defense, let's see how they look. Infernal need to push this all the way to the end. Get the completion on the map to take us into extra innings. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull that off.
And as expected as well, you know, Attack just staying on the Sigma. I was questioning maybe would O2 Blast also go for the spawn hold, and I don't think they'll do it, because if Attack was going to go for it, he'd have to go for the Ramatra version, which we've already discovered is just not going to be good. So he's not going to waste any time on Ryan. He wants to be on the quote-unquote correct hero straight off the bat. And it's a double sniper as well. It's Knife Hanzo, Probe on the Widowmaker, and I'm curious if MN3 wants to match this, but he's already got a kill on Knife, so maybe not.
Yeah, nice and early one. After the sniper battle already won. Probe as well as they play within the building. Can't really do much to try to assist. Attack now just having to peel back. Uses that kinetic grasp to just absorb as much as he possibly can and backpedal. Dink on the mag, but Probe widely is being target scarved.
I'm also surprised Skewed is on the Kariko instead of the Ana here, because it's less synergized with Mag's Winston, as Mag just gets deleted. I think it got hacked in there as well, so all the extra assists coming through the Knife. That's a major slowdown.
Bad spot. Fix it as well. I mean, they're in around the back. There's no way to get out of here. TP over towards Zest. I mean, Fix is dead. Skewed now gone. Zest as well going to fall. The opening attack. Yeah, they get one kill. They get rid of
so.
It doesn't work
Okay,
out.
I don't know why Fixer was there, but I do understand why Zest and Skewed are there, because we are seeing now the Overwatch League strategy of Tracer go flank, sometimes obviously Sombra go flank as well. Kariko then TP onto a flanker, and then they work as a bit of a duo. Here though, with Mag dead, I mean, they'll just get caught out massively. A Knife doesn't translocate away, super greedy there. That's going to cost O2 Blast a little bit.
I mean, greeding quite a bit to try to get the EMP. I mean, after the swap, he was really able to overtake him in 3 in a major way, but that is going to be eventually costly if the card does get to move up just a bit at least. Dive into the back line, they're looking for Irony. They will eventually be able to find the squishy Zenyatta, and this opener will also get taken down. It's going to be the supports from the side of Infernal coming up with the kills. Today rush committed to the fight. Attack does manage to punish on the one. Fixa, 70 HP, but pulls back away.
Hey, payload's so far away.
The cart. Yeah, it's still quite far. It's not even around in the final corner.
That's going to guarantee another fight. It doesn't matter how well Infernal played the fight, because the payload is in Narnia. It's still not real. Okay, it's being pushed a little bit here, but Knife going down, it almost doesn't even matter now, because now he's got the EMP. The retake will happen, and there's almost 5 ultimates on board for O2 Blast. O2 Blast very favored in this fight. Can they get these ultimates off?
Need to beat the front. But instead it's going to be EMP. Now the Flux does pick them up, and Fixa still does not have it. Scoot going to be slapped down to the ground, dead. Follow-up kill. Probe gets Fixa. Mag now eliminated. Hart is moving forward, though. Don't contest it.
The cap.
They're
Oh my
just
god.
a hair of a second off. Attack dropping down to the low ground.
Hurts,
Couldn't make it
man.
happen. Oh, and that could have
Dude,
been
they had the
everything. That
whole.
could have been them
They
getting a
won
hold.
the fight. They won the fight. They actually won the fight, but didn't touch the payload.
great AC9.
That hurt so much. Attack even ate the pulse bomb. It was looking so clean from O2, but they just did not touch.
That's grass-fed.
You want me to get the whole quote out? It's on my Twitter.
We got some
Poker
time.
Poker Face's one was far worse. Let's just say that much. So it wasn't as egregious as that. Not the worst C9 of the day.
Second one, still never a good look. But Fixa does get taken out. Good pick here from Knife as he tries to get that next EMP on M3 and actually lap him in that regard. Probe still here with the Widowmaker.
Yeah, the
Finds some
Watermaker's
value.
not as good on B, so he's got to think about this pick as we move forward. Much better on C though, give him that. Well, Infernal have had some major slowdown. Payload is mostly stalled up as it's we're getting a couple meters at a time here. MN3 is, we got to get this EMP off. That's the key thing, and he has to translocate away. Man, that setup is gone.
Just trying to hunt for something here. We'll get the hack on the mag. Fixa again being a focus fire target from the side of O2. The meantime, has just been moving forward steadily. EMP comes across. Knife pulling the trigger on that, but Fixa gets a beat out. Just everyone, keeps them all safe. Also finds a kill into Opener and Irony gone as well. Means no supports, no Sombra, and no real hope likely defending this push from coming through here onto point B. Attack trying to pull back, trying to safely exit as best as he possibly can. Seems to keep may have
he's
just
done it.
gotten away
Oh
with
my
it.
God, he's done
Actually
it.
finds him in 3.
That's huge.
Gonna be the EMP gone. They can actually now recontest off this.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but he's on his way towards a flux, so EMP offline, pulse bomb missing, Ultra Blast in position to contest.
Not lining it up. Scoot goes in with that rush, but now he's gonna be slapped to the ground. The Flux finds him once again and Fixa taken down. Mac doesn't have the primal. Still comes in. They will be able to halt this cart. Still 1 minute and 43 seconds to chew through is quite a bit for O2 Blast.
Yeah, this is where, okay, we didn't get the full hold on A, but O2 Blast are looking good for B now. That was a fantastic hold on to B. M3 overcommits, gets super punished by Attack, who, after using Flux, is feeling like going towards the Jungle Queen as well. That's backed by Probe on the Reaper. If you want to shut down a Primal Winston, this is how you do it. 2 shotgun characters.
Matrix up onto the high ground. Mag trying to disrupt, but look at the damage. They just burn him down. EMP used from M3. I think Attack is the only person who actually receives it. He's falling low, but now Fixa gone. Scoot as well. Knife finds both the supports. It's going to be back to the rally point here for Infernal. Once again, having to respawn.
The swaps. I was thinking, could Mag actually go Ryan here? Because if you want to beat this Jungle Queen composition, like hard counter it, you go for a Ryan Brawl, but adjacent to the Ryan Brawl is actually going to be the Ram Brawl, and I respect this a lot. Probe's also going to go over towards the Ashe now, okay? A little bit more long-range damage. I think Reaper's not as good into this Ryan comp, so that makes sense. Soul Infernal, all they're doing is focusing on this B point fight. This comp is not going to be as good on C, but you have to win B first.
Oh my god.
And they might not do that.
I mean, he just IMAX shield slammed the ever-loving hell out of 3 players right down. The kills were found immediately. Probe able to scoop up 2. And, yeah, really quick reset, which is at least fortunate for the Soul Infernal. That's about the only positive in that fight, because now they can all respawn at the same time and try to get a final touch. But somebody needs to do it. It's going to have to be Fixa.
It's only Fixa. He's the only one that can touch. Everyone else is far too slow. They're being spawn camped there. Where is Fixa? He's running. He's going for it.
He's going to get taken down. No. He managed to survive. Can they get the touch? He's trying to make his way around the side. He manages to get there in time, but Attack in the meantime gets up into the face of MN3, takes him down. The knife from Attack also finds Skewed, and that will be it. The OT now bleeding away. Mag cannot arrive in time, and O2 Blast will keep the dream alive as well as a win streak, at least for a little bit longer, as they go ahead and take a map off of the Soul Infernal.
Caught that one in IMAX 3D. Filmed on actual film as well. Dunkirk style. Good plays coming through from O2 Blast. And all of those film references were just for you, Seth. I know you'd appreciate them, and I hope you did, as O2 Blast finally do get their map win. It felt like, you know, they probably could have won the poll. Kings Row was really close as well. And this is what I'm saying, right? O2 Blast are not a team that are behind enough that they feel like you can't beat Infernal at all. Small mistakes cost them the first 2 maps. Soul Infernal are the type of team that will punish any small mistake you make. I think O2 Blast found some good comps here, some good counter comps. Soul Infernal with the one last shot on the Ram comp, and they got instantly slammed by Irony coming through on that Brig. So, well done to O2 Blast, and you know, just no matter what the result is now, they'll at least get the one map versus Soul Infernal, like Pokerface got versus Guangzhou Charge.
That they do, but now it is going to be map pick to potentially close the series here for Soul Infernal as we get ready to go into push. I have an idea of what they might try to favor, but we'll wait for confirmation when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. Okay, here we go once again into the breach as we had an answer back from O2 Blast. They took us over to Havana. They were able to close out the map. Now, 2-1 scoreline. Infernal still out in front. Still have this game in their hands as well as the map pick as we get ready to go into push.
I just think that third map, there's a lot of those types of escorts that are just not going to be good for Mag. This is a bit of a hero. pull issue, bit of a compositional issues where you have attack on O2 Blast who can bring up the Sigma, which is very good on Havana. And O2 Blast know that Mag is not going to be a Sigma play, which is going to cause compositional issues for Soul Inferno on that map. So Havana is just clearly going to be a massive hole for the Soul Inferno, even in the future. That's going to have to be a map they figure out, because I would not favor Soul Inferno on that map at all. Let's go take a look at attack stats from that map on the Junker Queen specifically. Pretty good stuff. Only died once. It's probably the stat I'd focus on, only the one death. And yeah, it's pretty standard stuff. When you're playing a Junker Queen comp into the Winston, you're going to absolutely farm the Winston.
And farm away they did indeed. I mean, we saw the swaps there at the end of that defense, and it was part of the thing that was able to just help take them across the line. I mean, attack, when he's chucking that knife, just somehow, I don't know, the guy's just got the craziest accuracy out there. Yeah. Really clean performance
and
from
ironically,
him,
there's a player on his team called Knife, ironically, and he was
True.
The player Knife was also being thrown into the mix and doing some decent damage in there. And I don't believe, did he get subbed out? I think it was just attack for Marvel, correct? So
I believe so.
Knife remains in, and it's crazy for a team like O2. I think I said this yesterday as well, just an embarrassment of riches. You have both Knife and attack on this team who are both performing super well. You would have had Proud on this team next to Probe if you wanted double hit scan. Proud is underage. He's not 17 yet. Even though, in my opinion, based on having seen Proud play, he is one of, if not the best mechanically impressive hit scans that we have in Contender's career. So Proud would have been insane in this tournament as well, but just can't play due to age. And Open and Irony did super well on that map. They're the only two that don't have any counterparts to swap between, but I also don't think you need to. So Ultra Blast is starting to look to turn the ship around, but a reverse sweep is still required to actually win here.
True. And just given the form that we have seen, and especially given that it is the map pick, it just feels like a bit of a far cry hope here for the side of O2, but maybe they can work some miracles themselves back into this one. If a massive turnaround, we are going to be heading over to Esperanza here.
So the reason why Soul Inferno picked this map, and it's something else I talked about yesterday, if you are looking to go to a Winston favored map, you'd have to pick this one. Of the three, Esperanza makes the most sense. And then you Queen Street after that, and then you don't want to stay away from Coliseo. So Soul Inferno staying away from Coliseo, absolutely the right choice. Marvel locking in the Junker Queen. We're going to see both Marvel and Attack on the Junker Queen. Today, obviously, the reason why Marvel comes into play over Attack, even though it's still Junker Queen, is in case you do actually want to swap over towards that Winston, Marvel's going to bring that to the table instead of Attack. But I respect the fact that they looked at last game and said, look, Junker Queen was so good versus Mag, bring it out again.
Feels like this map in particular is where the Soldier 76 can really come through and try to shine. We've seen it very effective in ripping apart enemy Winstons, so can kind of operate almost like a Reaper that we saw there on
the
Havana. Push forward, yeah, just brings him right back over to the side. Has to back away. For now, Bot going to be roughly in control of this out of O2 Blast. We'll see if they can get it moving, though, as Zest continues to play forward. MN3 down low. He translocates out, just to keep himself safe. Now a little bit of space opened up. This can be O2 getting the ball rolling. Another knife through. Edges on the Mag. Trying to wait it out. They pull him out of the bubble. They're looking for that elimination, but it's going to be MN3 taking down Knife for our first blood here on the map.
You can see that the respect is given there. Marvel finally finds the axe chopper to fix it, but couldn't carnage away Mag a little bit early on because he was respecting the frontline damage. With a one less healer, though, things are getting really tricky for Infernal.
He's emptied out this pack away, put some damage down. Helix rockets from Probe in connection with Zest. They find that elimination. Mag diving forward, backed by the Nano. Does get rid of him, though, trading it out for the DPS players. And MN3 will also find Irony, which means the rest of the team will go tumbling down. Opener, Knife flying forward here, trying to find anything that they possibly can get as Mag also going to get finished off. I thought maybe they could get some healing through just in time as he went down to 14 HP, but Knife does finish the job and stays alive to boot.
And that's clutch because now Infernal don't get free push. They can't flip the even though the flip is only like 6.9 meters, so it's not that hard. But the fact that Knife gets a couple of trades there forces Soul Infernal to back out and reset. So it's a double team reset. Infernal have no positional advantage after winning that fight. They have ultimates though. Speaking of ultimates, it was a Nano that made the difference there. Skewed finding that early gives Mag the confidence to walk forward even into a Junker Queen. And now the EMP has to be the winner here for MN3.
See how the setup looks. A little bit rough around the edges there on Havana. He was playing it. EMP goes across, manages to catch on a 3. Good rush out from Irony to try to stay alive through this one, but Zest able to get the follow-up here on the Marvel. Shuts him down before the Rampage can become a factor in the fight, but Knife also gets Zest. So, in the end, going to be a 1-for-1 at DPS for a tank. Mag with the Primal rolling, he's looking for Opener, will eventually be able to get him. It's just basically buddy hopping on top of this bot. So he can now go ahead, take away, and perhaps start getting some distance for themselves.
Yeah, Marvel getting taken out there. The sound barrier wasn't actually there. I was going to say despite the sound barrier, but that came in afterwards. Definitely hurts O2 Blast's ability to stay in that fight. Now Big Byronade's going to claim Irony with some damage from M3. O2 Blast once again down on members, and it keeps on coming.
Rough position, the death cycles here for the side.
Moira,
looking very good, just consistently pushing them back. And I mean, yeah, as you say, a Moira coming through. It feels like another one of those edge case picks that kind of only comes out here on this map in particular, but we'll see how he fares.
Like it though. I think the Kariko is better because you need to be able to cleanse antis and sleeps off a Marvel. Now Skewed is going to have a much better game, and Skewed's already had a good game, so this doesn't get easier. M3 dies, which is a good thing for O2 Blast.
And
Zest falling is even better.
Okay, somehow, some way, they're just going to go ahead and try to win this one out. The Nano's still committed by Skewed, though. M3 is going to be sprinting his way back, trying to get into this fight once again. Skewed under some fire, fix it as well, falling low, but Skewed wins the fight off screen versus Knife. As Irony is desperately trying to pump some healing across here on a Marvel, keep him sustained so he can eventually use that Rampage. Bond gets pushed back into a neutral position, but the lead is there for the side of the Soul Infernal. Skewed picks it going low. Today Rush comes in, and M3 takes down Probe. The sleep is in on the Marvel. They'll come piling in onto the high ground, shutting down that Rampage, getting the elimination in the end. The Infernal can once again start moving forward.
Skewed is so good, man. Not just the sleep dart, but he threw the Byronade a little bit earlier on as well to save himself, save a couple members from Probe's Death Blossom. And I don't think Infernal lost a single member there. The sleep dart onto Marvel was so clean. Damn, Skewed. And now O2 Blast are looking at that situation like, all right, there's Junker Queen. We're done with that. Marvel is swapped back over towards the Winston, but Irony's still on this Moira because you want the Coalescence. Probe still on the Reaper. You don't want to see that.
Just feel very disjointed now. Marvel again taken down. I'm just backing away, but the aggression comes in from Mag, forces him to go ahead and disperse. Opener in the meantime, gone. Vix has kind of been fragging as well. You see the Coalescence coming through. Irony hacked, however, out of it, and yeah, has to just go ahead and fade away to try to stay alive. Mag up over the top, runs back in here onto the bot. The pulse bomb for an opening. Zest lets his go, doesn't find anything for it. And I want to Mag, and suddenly Nano goes, or the anti goes in. Irony Probe now Knife as well, falling, and that's going to be the checkpoint established here with half the time bank gone.
So Irony back onto Kariko, the hero he should have been on the whole time. Probe still staying on the Reaper for the Death Blossom. Not ideal because I don't even think Death Blossom is worth it. You can just Suzu out of it if you're the Infernal, or Sleep Dart Probe who's got no protection. O2 Blast in a really sore spot as the Cap also came through from Soul Infernal. Kitsune Rush coming online for Fixer. They can still rotate through a lot of decent ultimates.
Not very much in their hands. They're right back into it, just not allowing for O2 to try to shift this out of this push position. Down barrier going to be dropped in by Opener. Knife gets himself into the back line, looking to threaten Fixa, who also used the Kitsune Rush. Zest taken down. Probe finding that opening kill. MN3 down to a sliver. Fixa will fall. The Soul Infernal widely going to have to go for a bit of a reset. Mag drops down to try to buy a little bit of extra time, but doesn't last too long.
EMP now coming online as Fixa swaps over towards the Brig. Much better versus the dive. You respect it. A couple of late deaths here will allow the O2 Blast squad to get some extra free push, but they're 50 meters behind roughly. They're still about, I would say, at least one fight away from capping. So Esperanza is close in terms of cap distance. So they can threaten it a lot earlier, and they have the ultimates to play through. It's the EMP that's problematic here. Opener already used the sound barrier earlier to win a fight. Now M3 should be able to clear.
EMP up over the top. Pulse bomb goes out from Knife. Not going to find anything. So far, no eliminations found on either side. Kitsune Rush from Irony helps to keep them in this Blossom as well, coming up short. Mag works lower and lower. The bot's still going to be pushing forward. Nano now available, though, from Skewed. Marvel has a Primal, the only two ults that are in this fight.
Nano is really good, though. Skewed should think about using this sooner rather than later. If they can prevent the cap, that would be ideal for Infernal.
He sends it. Nap time for Marvel in the back line, and Mag does get Opener. Having that additional fuel here of the Winston. Gets him up for the kill on little Lucio. Now Marvel as well, just getting chewed apart. With Irony's limited healing output. Are unfortunate to be able to keep them in this fight for as long as they have, but now Irony is going to be gone. Cess claiming 2, looks for a little bit more, gets the 3rd. The bot once again being moved back across. 2 minutes and 40 seconds about to be remaining in the time bank.
It's the Skewed difference there. Nano onto Mag to allow them to go forward, then Sleep down into Primal for the Primal from Marvel to stop tank of O2 Blast from getting anything done. Marvel for the final 2:30 of this map. It's going to go back over towards the Junker Queen, but this time I think with a better surrounding cast. Moira there is an improvement. See if he can get anything
Nice.
done though.
Can't pull Mag off the high ground though. Mag will just do that voluntarily, dropping in. Another knife.
Is
This
that another
one.
knife? No.
No, not connecting. Just goes right into the corner of the brick there.
Speaking of knife, has the pulse spot. Another Byron
An
connecting.
opportunity.
That one looks like it got Suzu'd off.
Quick cleanser
Tsuno
from
rush coming
Irony.
online.
Pulse goes in, fakes it, gets sniped with the shield bash, but the Pulse claims him from beyond the grave. And going to be a 1-for-1. The Kitsune rush now going to be committed here from Irony, looking to really just turn the tide of this fight and get the spot moving back as time continues to dwindle down. Cute, yet having the nano.
Irony.
Mag, however, also very close to having the primal. 4% left to go. Drops here onto the low ground. He's really risking it, but he's just going to be a percentage shy. End up getting taken down, and now Lot can move back across. The forward spawn's going to be taken away just before the respawns come in. Still some
I actually think
distance
it's
to make up.
I think it's correct for Mag to hold on there. Even if he had the primal, he shouldn't use it because you want to be banking up ultimates for what's going to be the final fight as O2 Blast approach the calf, and they might get it here because it's close. In fact, they will. There's still a, what is it, 15-meter gap left. That 15-meter gap is what this last minute is going to be fought over, and Infernal have good ultimates, including the primal that was saved. M3 over towards the Ash as well for some long-range damage. Good sight
Checkpoint
lines
was
on
established.
this last part of the map.
11 more meters left to go. Caught locked in for now. Zest tries to peel into the back line, just putting some damage down here on the knife. Forces out that recall, but here comes Probe up over the top. The Death Blossom taking out 2. Skewed and M3 now going to be eliminated. Mag uses the primal. Does manage to find opener, but is that going to be enough? Pulse Pump from Zest will get rid of the enemy Reaper, but Mag is down to a sliver of HP. Nano from Skewed available once he can rejoin the fight, and it might be everything. Try to keep this spot contested and try to get the win, but the Pulse Bomb comes in from Knife just a little bit sooner, and they manage to take him down. Zest now doing his damage. The recall used, trying to get rid of Knife. Nano goes across. It's on to Fixa, just trying to get the rally online. Pushes up onto the corner, looks his own them back. The Rampage across, catches on the 2. Zest down so very low, does not have that recall available, and ends up getting bled dry. 3 members left, the lead taken with 8 seconds remaining. I think O2 Blast might have just made it happen.
Yeah, and there's also an ulti. Irony can ulti here as well, which is huge. Look, even if O2 Blast lose, we're going to go into OT, and O2 Blast have the lead. Which means this entire way in OT now, Infernal have to push up. That is gigantic that O2 Blast actually took that lead.
Time map in their hands as they look to extend this all the way to 5. M3 the Bob nearing online. The rally available from Pixa. The person going to be the rush from Irony. Big shield bash connects onto 3. Pixa tries to turn the tide. Anti on to 3 members as well. Skewed getting involved in the fight, and this is just going to be the supports from Infernal really turning the tides and keeping them alive in this one. The Bob gets rid of opener, and it's just going to be MN3 and Zest filling the kill feed off the back of the heroics from Skewed and Pixa.
One more fight. One more fight still to come here.
The sound barrier is
Infernal, if there is a world, if Infernal is truly a clutch team, they need to prove it right now, because this is where the boys are separated from men. One last fight to decide it all. Infernal have pushed this entire distance in OT. And there will be a touch here. The lead won't be regained just yet. Sound barrier, like you say, is going to be the key ultimate.
Pulse from Zest. At the ready. Skewed still 35% away from the Nano. The bot now moved into a pushing position, but it's 10 meters left to go, and they have to open this up. Zest slinking his way around the back is noted. Irony spotting him out. Suzu also going to be available in case he is going to be the stick target. They're taking a little bit of damage. We have to stay glued to this bot from this point forward.
Nano's coming.
Here onto the high ground. Beat gets dropped. Anti goes across. Opener is going to be the only one that receives that one. The Rampage as well. Nearly there for Marvel. MN3 going to be taken down. Probe finds the shot through. Fixa, however, does get the punish. They still need to keep this contested. Marvel down. 70 HP. Rampage goes across. Finds Zest. Finds Mag. The healing not going to be available. And Zest does not have the recall. He's going to get bled down. Ends up falling. A trade on the Tracers. MN3 swapping now over to the Sombra to desperately try to join back in a little bit faster. Irony building up.
Mag Primal.
Kitsune rush nearly there. Mag Primal is available, as you say. Could try to clear the car, but 10 meters distance of clear is definitely a bridge too far, it would seem. He still has to stay close. He needs to make sure that this is still being contested. He's juggling Marvel into the corner. Irony down to a sliver of HP. The kill not yet going to be found. Probe slides over to the side. Tries to drop back in. Tries to stay alive, but he gets taken down. And now Zest is going to be coming back in with the Pharah. Goes across, Marvel down so very low. The rockets flying. Zest unable to find the eliminations quite just yet, but the rally's now rolling from Fixa. Kitsune rush across. Irony tries to keep them in the fight. Zest going to be taken out. Marvel finding the kill. The Pulse Bomb into the back line. Takes out Skewed. Mag, Focus Fire taken down, and it looks like they are going to do it. 5 meters shy. The cleanup comes through. OT will bleed away, and O2 will take us the distance.
We got a real game on our hands here, fellas. This is the O2 Blast squad that has been hyped up, that has been cooked up, that is looking for number 32. They do not want to lose their match win streak today, and the reverse sweep is officially on the cards. They're celebrating what is incredibly close map, but there is still one more to play through. It's not over just yet. And O2 Blast, man, they really turned things around because this series was not looking good for them on the first two maps. The last two have been dynamite. They've still been close, but O2 Blast, the most hyped up contenders team of all time, starting to really show why that's the case.
An absolute incredible clutch from the brink. It looked like they were out, and it looks like Fixa still doesn't really fully realize what in the hell just happened. Mouth agape, just staring at his screen. Headset will come off as he looks to take a breather here along with the rest of the Soul Infernal, but they are going to get pushed to the limits. And as you said, it wasn't looking good. It was looking like the match streak was going to come to an end here, but now pushing this all the way into a game 5. In the attempt of the reverse sweep, they might just be able to make it to 32 consecutive wins.
I don't want to be dramatic, but that might be the best map of push I've seen in the Overwatch League. Because we had it all. Super close series.
Agreed.
We didn't get a full cap in there. We just got one checkpoint each. We got a very last-minute flip coming through from O2 Blast, requiring the Soul Infernal to get a full overtime push that came down to one extended fight that lasted like what felt like 2 minutes, Achilles. An insane clutch fight. Zess even came back on a Farah. My goodness, so many plays there. That was the best push map I've ever seen.
I think I'm right there with you on that one. Maybe one of the Chengdu Miracle OT runbacks as well from last year could kind of come into the mix, and, you know, well, shout out to Chengdu. Either way, we'll focus on the two teams that we do have in front of us. O2 looking to make the miracle occur. Infernal now, again, do have their map pick. It didn't work out for them here on push. We'll see how they fare and where they want to take us for our final map of control. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, because if you do, you're out of your mind. You're crazy. You're a lunatic. Stay tuned. And we are back and going into a map number 5. We had our doubts as we were starting off the series. It looked like it was going to be the Infernal and firm control and shutting down the hopes of this contender squad of O2 Blast with relative ease, but not to be. They turned things around starting with Havana. They had one of the best maps of push that we have ever seen just now in Esperanza, and now they are taking us into a final game 5 to see who is going to be walking away with the win.
It is rare to see a push map go that close, right? Because typically push maps are super snowbally. One side gets a huge lead, and then the defending team, or rather the losing team, it feels like it's very hard to make a comeback. But Infernal, they made the comebacks. The push wasn't that far ahead in terms of the actual distance, right? We only got to like, what, 70 meters? That's indicative of a super close push game. Like, we never reached 3 figures. I also want to make a point to say that, remember, this is the best of Contenders Korea, the #1 Contenders Korea team, and has been for the last year, versus the current #1 Eastern Division Overwatch League team in the Seoul Infernal. #1 versus #1. And O2 are playing Infernal this close. Even if O2 lose here and do not complete the reverse sweep, I think it's pretty safe to say that if O2 Blast, this roster, Contenders roster, was actually in the Overwatch League, they'd be a contender for like a top team in this region, and maybe a top team globally, because
Oh, sure.
they look so damn good. And beyond that as well, you look at the actual players on this team, it's filled with ex-Overwatch League talent anyway, so it shouldn't even be that much of a surprise.
That's definitely not. But I mean, the surprise lays in the fact that this is a turnaround. This is an attempt at a reverse sweep. That is what is the most surprising, because it was looking like they were down. It was looking like MN3, Zest, the Infernal overall were just a better team. We were seeing some disjointedness, you know, especially on King's Row, as far as when the ults were coming through from Irony. But now we find ourselves here in this map 5 scenario. It's going to be Antarctic Peninsula to see who is walking away with the win.
I mean, let's put it this way. I'm not saying that O2 would beat Atlanta or Houston, but there's a number of teams in NA towards the bottom half that I think O2 would absolutely thrash. And sadly, one of those teams might actually be their real, the actual Overwatch League team that they're an academy of, which is the Shock. Remember, this is Shock's academy team. And I don't even know that Shock would beat their own academy team right now based on how Shock's playing. But we can move away from that type of speculation and head back in to dive into what we have ahead of us in Antarctic Peninsula. At number 5, O2, no strangers to reverse sweeping. The last time a team pushed them this hard was Panthera in the spring stage this year in Contenders, who also put O2 Blast to the sword, forcing them to reverse sweep. O2 Blast secured that reverse sweep. You look at the Seoul Infernal side as well. This is one of those classic Philly Fusion map 5s. The branding of the team might have changed. The Seoul Infernal / Philly Fusion, they still go to the map 5s. I don't know what the record for them in map 5s are. They've won some of them, they lost some of them. This one's gonna be right down on the line. I can't even call it.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Things will open up. It's going to be the Ramatra battle. Difference is going to be, of course, MN3 here with a Sojourn. Probe sticking to that Symmetra. See how he fares this time around. Already good early damage getting pushed over here towards the Infernal players.
It's gonna be Ram versus Ram as well. Complete mirror outside MN3 and Probe. That's going to be a very fast ice block, force out a knife, opener in a bit of trouble as well.
Mortality feels cleared up. It's not found just yet. No damage going across. First lockdown, however, is there for the side of O2 Blast, and now with Marble falling, though, it could be a very swift little flick over here towards the side of the Seoul Infernal. Not going to get saved. Last couple seconds there of that immortality field, keeping him alive, allowing for them to just speed up towards his ultimate. I mean, look at Fixa versus Opener right now.
Huge cleanup from Seoul Infernal. And they forced out so many of the early resources and cooldowns from the O2 Blast side, and you're looking at the ult difference here as well. It's Knife that's ahead of Zest. That's really the only big difference maker here. Otherwise, Opener and Irony are that much further behind Skewed, despite Irony now catching up on the window. Should be seeing some support ultimates come through soon. Skewed still holding onto window for now.
At the ready. He's going to get lobbed in there. Knife as well going into the ice block. Picks it, drops the beat to try to stay alive. Will get frozen on the back end. Immortality field though. Perfectly timed from Skewed to try to keep him alive, and it does. They turn the sights over towards Marvel, playing off the amp matrix. Away from it, rather, I should say, but it's still working a treat. So much damage just being pumped forward. Marvel, Irony, now Opener and Probe. All going to get taken down for the team kill, as they will be able to hold the line. 40% now, doubling the percentage of O2 Blast, and Opener still shy of getting that opening sound barrier online.
That's the biggest difference, right? Because the sound barrier from Fixer, I think, swings the fight heavily for Infernal. Not only that, Zest can just win it with his own Blizzard, despite having a slower Blizzard than Knife. Mag didn't even have to pop the Annihilation, which would have just been an extra ultimate as the insurance policy. Which Blast are now starting to catch up as Knife goes over towards the Tracer, so they're slowly shifting towards more of a dive composition than a brawl.
Probe's just dead off the rip. The beat far too late. Mag got on top of him with the Annihilation rolling. Takes him out of the fight nice and early. And skewed. Fix it as well, getting tagged low. Knife able to find an opening kill, but then Fixa takes him down, getting some revenge, and then Opener gets some revenge on Fixa. Obviously, a bit of a cluster here as Marvel will be able to find Zest, and seems like with the kills
it's
found,
just Mag, though.
Mag out of position against some supports. He should have to pull back and allow for this cap to come through. So a little bit of room to breathe a bit more easily, perhaps here from the side of O2, but given the timing on some of these ults coming up from Soul Infernal, it's not going to last very long.
That was Soul Infernal getting first pick, I believe, as well. So O2 played that one and play it down because Probe was out of the mix super early. But as the sort of dust settles, you see that Mag was the only one alive versus two supports, and there's just no way he wins versus that. Too much healing available between the two supports healing each other. Finally, a capo from O2. Infernal shy of the 90% as well, which is going to give O2 one extra fight, even if Flip goes over. Stick is not going to lead to a kill because of the lamp.
Find anything there. Probe as well. Gone. Sojourn out of the fight. Damage cut down. Zesto does kind of just get dominated there.
One shot.
In from behind. The Knife finding one, but MN3 now looking to pick them apart here with this open clock, and won't get line of sight on the Opener. He'll just get taken out at the end. So counter flip coming back through. Infernal now in control. It's going to be final fight. O2 Blast need to win this if they want to take the opening round.
Opener has the last respawn really hurts. You'd like to see Opener respawn way earlier and die earlier because he's the one that has to touch here. Or that, or Knife. Knife can definitely go for the touch. He's going to have that. But you still need to speed Marvel in for this Nano onto your Ramatra, which is happening now.
And it up. Probe dead again, though. Off the rip, just doesn't get any room whatsoever. Zest takes him down. Will be taking a nap, and Knife is there to get the follow-up kill. Off the back of the anti, so it does make it work. They do get the flips to the back in control right now. R02 Blast. Mag going down. The late beat from Fixa. That could be catastrophic. That could have massive ramifications as we get ready to move forward. The pun not intended. MN3 now going to be taken out. They have to go for the reset because it's also going to be final fight territory here for the side of O2.
It's not Fix's fault, though. He didn't have the sound barrier in time. I was actually watching the ult charge. He gets the sound barrier just as Mag dies. So, just didn't have it in time. Marvel ends up winning the battle there. Mag doesn't have the Annihilations, though, so there's still more ultimates to play through. It's Annihilation Blizzard versus sound barrier and overclock pulse coming through from O2 Blast. I think the ults from Infernal are better, but O2 Blast are currently just sitting in the front of their faces.
He lobbed it in. Fixa comes to the rescue. Skewed, eventually able to find him. Sound barrier has to be used by Opener. Try to survive as the Annihilation does come through. The Blizzard as well was layered in. Kills found off the back of that, but Marvel eventually pressured out MN3 with a rail shot, managing to get that elimination. The sleep there on the Mag, but it looks like it doesn't matter because MN3 is really starting to take control. A second elimination found. The flip is there, 199% to kick things off here for the final map. Soul Infernal now bring it to match point.
Huge clutch up by MN3 there, and I think the one real weak part for O2 Blast, despite how close they got that, what was it, 99 to 100, was the unfortunate DPS canyon between Probe and MN3, both playing Sojourn here. Probe ended up with 0 final blows, 0 eliminations to 6 deaths, and the opposite was true for MN3, 6 final blows to only 3 deaths. You're starting to see some of these moments come through for MN3 in the replays here. Marvel, was his last fight? Okay, this is the fight where Knife dies first. But there's another fight, the final one, where Marvel dies first, to MN3's hand on the railgun of the Sojourn. Probe was picked out so many times. Because of that, O2 Blast were consistently down 4v5.
Now need to try to extend this into a third and final round. Pick this one up cleanly as Marvel once again going to be coming out here on the Junker Queen, expecting Winston wants to be able to disrupt him and take him out with relative ease. We'll see if it goes their way as it has in the past.
Mag can also swap here. This map is still really good for Ramatra, so he doesn't have to stay on the Winston if he doesn't want it. Skew doesn't even need to swap either because the Ana is also good for the Ramatra. We'll see how this plays out. Knife was probably expecting the possibility that Ram could come through. I don't know that the May is amazing here, but shots onto Mag just as warning.
It's a couple into his back. Try to get that. Was it online? It's Zest down low. Bleeding out just a bit there as well. He will be fine to stay alive as Marvel just looking at pull Mag out of position, but it is going to be them off the points. The initial cap again goes away of O2, but then Knife Gets picked off. Mag finding the kill. Marvel trying to stay alive. Goes up the shout. Healing here from Irony. Trying to get that Today rush up and ready to roll.
Knife now swapping over towards the Tracer, but Marvel is in trouble. The next down. MN3 cleans up another. Fixer to follow through, and Soul Infernal is going to get this flip. Well played by the Soul Infernal. Didn't have to use any ultimates. They've started to farm up these ultimates as well. And this is going to allow them to snowball and catch up on that 21 overtake very shortly. As O2 Blast swapping the comp around a little bit further. Probe now onto the Reaper. All this to challenge Mag properly, to shut him down on the Winston. And Mag's not going to be changing off the Winston anytime soon with the Primal coming online. And O2 Blast have defeated the Mag Winston before on Esperanza with this composition, and they're ready to run it back.
Good opening reveal there from the Recon, and now Dragon Strike cuts across. Marvel, a decent amount of that has to use the shout just to try to stay alive, but MN3 just domes Probe, not even giving him an opportunity, a chance to even close the gap there against Mag. Shuts him down, and that's going to have to be a reset called here for the set of O2 Blast.
MN3's the game changer today. He has been over the course of all the maps, and especially now in Antarctic Peninsula. Saw that earlier on for Icebreaker. It continues now for sub-level. Under a bit of pressure, but he's okay. 4 ultimates online now for Infernal. Super strong spot.
So they rush out. Marvel holding onto the Rampage. Anti in the meantime just drop down to the low ground to keep that contested as Probe goes into the Wraith Walk to try to stay alive. Nanos here on the Mag. For a target for now. Rampage across. Does find 2. Picks up. Shield Bash will get knifed, but MN3 going to be bled out. Opening kill, now the sound barrier layered in, catches the remaining 4 players here on the side of O2. The rally's still rolling from Fixit, now expiring. Keeps them alive in this fight as the shielding goes away. Respawns, getting ready to come through. MN3 now swapping off the Hanzo, goes back over to Sojourn. That was big for him, as Zest. I mean, it just absolutely dominates them. Comes up with 2, but then Probe pulls the trigger. Death Blossom goes in, does find Zest and Fixit to answer back. Tank, however, gone. Mag can continue to occupy so much space and keep this point contested. And Probe, I'm not sure if he's going to have the damage throughput to really displace the Winston quite just yet. He needs some reinforcements. He needs Knife to come in here and join alongside of him.
90% now online for Soul Infernal. Not quite 89, but you'll take that anyway. Mag surviving here would be humongous. Now you can feed that ult charge over to Skewed for another nano, and the retake should be perfect as well. Soul Infernal still in this fight. They haven't backed out just yet. Nano to MN3 actually.
Nano to MN3 and Marvel taken down. Might not have the nano clock here, but still just pushing around the backside. Skewed going to be taken out. Irony, however, going to be traded, and Zest is here to play off this damage.
Oh,
Max so very low. Opener eventually does find that kill, but it's going to be the flip back through for the Infernal. Now 90% moving up final fight territory. Mag still down, but
Marvel
without
touch.
Knife, without Opener, I don't know if you can really try to go for a contest here. It's going to be down to the wire.
Marvel has to go for the touch. He's the only one. There's no nano here. Katrina Rush is about to be online. Marvel, it's been spent. The bubble's gone. Now the rush.
Rush goes through. Opener, how quickly can you get a beat? That is the question. MN3 and Zest both taking quite a bit of damage. Probe, I mean, just firing away with the shotguns as rapidly as he possibly can. Puts quite some damage down onto Mag, but he's going to have that Primal online. Marvel on the other side needs to try to survive long enough to get his up. It's there. O2 Blast back in control. 50% moving up, but Mag gets Irony, and that could just be the beginning of the end. For a little bit more, the rally rolling. Both DPS players still holding on to ults, but Knife lets his go. Finds him in 3. Quick Lock now going to be out of the fight. Zest recalls. Stays alive. Looking for a target for that pulse bomb. Probe, however, will hound him down. Also holds on to the Death Blossom. And suddenly O2 Blast right back into this. May be able to hold it out.
Yeah, good pulse bomb. I mean, Knife turns that one around. If it wasn't for the pulse bomb sticking to MN3, he overclocks. Could be a completely different story. Probe does this as well. Cleans up the DPS line. Infernal have to back on out. That's Primal and Rally spent. Similar ultimate spent on the O2 Blast side. 1 support ultimate down, 1 tank ultimate down. Still, though, the overclock could be key here. Nano coming through as well. I think Nano clock is the combo.
It might just be. Sound barrier, though, going to be used aggressively. They want to take the fight. They want to win this right here. Death Blossom at the ready. He goes in, finds him in 3. That's the first one. Denies that ult away. Skewed also out of the fight. Now Fixit gone. No supports to speak of, and someone's going to have to touch. They have no real staying power. Just down to half. Mag jumps in. He gets himself onto the point, but he still has to try to deal with Probe, and he's got to leap out to try to exit, but they manage to hound him down. The OT bleeding away. And in no other fashion than we would choose, this is going to go the distance. 5 maps, 3 rounds on our last map here of Control to really, truly decide whether or not this reverse sweep comes to fruition.
This is the match of the season so far for me. I mean, how many years we've all been waiting for O2 Blast to finally face up against a Overwatch League team, and they take on the best one of the lot straight away, and we are going the full distance. As you said, let's take a look at that last fight. It's the Knife Pulse Bomb for me. In fact, it's not even this fight. He just cleans up everybody. It was the Pulse Bomb the last fight before that. But it's clear, I mean, the combo I was talking about, the nano clock combo, skewed in M3, we didn't get to see any of that. Skew dies straight away, no nano. M3 dies afterwards, no overclock. The key combo that Infernal needed was not online. O2 Blast now coming through, Junker Queen off the rip. Mag, though, on a ram, so unfortunately, this is bad luck for O2. They gambled for the Junker Queen versus Winston matchup, they're not going to get it. Infernal have the better comp.
Soldier 76 now. He's put into a little bit of a rougher position. We'll see what Probe can do with it for the time being. And whether or not he's just going to swap off of it immediately should he die. Point getting ready to unlock. Everything to play for now. Skewed 40% already towards that Amp Matrix. Pumping out the healing, trying to get that ult ready to go. Just on the flank, looking to pressure out the Soldier. Mag going down low. Quite a bit of damage in, and it's going to be the knife actually from Marvel that finishes the job. Skewed now. Throws in the immortality field, but Zest is going to fall. Knife gets the elimination. The rest of the team just backpedaling over towards the spawn room as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, they got to reset very quickly. The only silver lining is that Skewed nearly has an ultimate, so despite losing the point, losing Mag early, Skewed still finds enough healing on the rest of the members to confirm the Amp Matrix as MN3 swaps over towards the Cassidy, one of the MN3 specials. We saw how good this guy was on this hero on map number 1, and he wants to bring it out for another run here. On our final round, this one was Labs of the Antarctic Peninsula.
MN3 noting knife on the flank. Should have a very good idea that that pulse bomb is available, and he actually lets it go, but will not be able to find the stick that he's looking for. Again, Matrix now invested, Skewed here, using it on the low ground as knife. Again, being noted, has to dash away. Immortality field going to be cleaned up. Mag continues to take quite a bit of damage here in the front lines. Marvel very out in front. As far as that ult charge is concerned, the Rampage going to be there soon, but Zest finds a kill. Opener going to be taken down. That's a Lucio now dealt with. Fix-It going to be able to have the beat, but Marvel answers back in kind. Just managed to find one. Anti out across onto 3 as the Rampage cuts through, and Marvel is taking this round into his own hands. Takes out 2. Mag will get Irony, but I'm not sure if that's going to be anywhere near enough to try to get this flip into the favor. This fighting knife, however, might just help. Now very committed to the fight. Fix-It going to be dead on the back end. Probe able to find that elimination, but Mag comes up with 2 with a Nemesis form. Looks like finally, at long last, Infernal should be able to get something generated for themselves, but they held it above 70% from the start. This is monstrous from O2.
Fix-It played that fight super well as well, because you saw him boop away Marvel every single time Marvel wanted to go for a Carnage. Never landed the axe swing. And he had Fix-It dead to rights a couple of times while Fix-It was on super low HP, but he survives. And if Fix-It dies, no sound barrier. The sound barrier ends up turning the fight around and giving the Soul Infernal the ability to walk up into the O2 Blast squad, allow them to tank up against Attack Visor Probe as well, and survive.
There's so many other ults, pretty much everything invested. They do have the Annihilation, which is going to be popped now. Mag
Tempo
is
beat.
going to use that to try to at least keep them away. The beat is going to be committed as you say. Opener actually bravely standing on that side of the May wall. Not too bothered by it at all, it would seem. Probe hunting for a headshot here with the rail. Can't find anything. Down 27 HP. Will be able to stay alive. Those come across. Keep him topped up. Mag, however, though, Nemesis form again pushes up, finds Marvel. Opener going to get headshot by MN3, sends swapped over onto the Ash. Looks for a little bit more, gets the Tink across on the Probe, trying to build up for the Bob.
Unfortunately, Irony had to spend his Suzu to keep Probe alive, and as Marvel fell low in his 1v1 against Mag, was no more Suzu available to keep Marvel up instead. So a bunch of damage on a Probe early, forces the cooldowns. O2 Blast end up losing Marvel, losing the fight, and the extra Amp Matrix coming through from Scoot as well. A nail in the coffin for that fight is MN3. Should be the Bob this time around. Still waiting for ultimates from O2 Blast. They need something soon.
MN3 taken low. Bob goes out.
The
We
weird
have
Bob
line of sight of
angle.
the point, though. Yeah, it's not going to find them too much value.
Irony
He does come off
burning,
that
he
angle of
burned.
attack, but the Dynamite finds Irony, and he gets Probe as well. Oh, the Bob be damned. The Dynamite, that's what it's all about, it would seem. Sets up for the kill on a Marvel. And suddenly, the lead, 85%, the final fight territory is here for Soul Infernal.
MN3 is different, dude. This guy is doing
many
so
ults.
much for this team.
So many
But it's the
ults for
ultimates,
O2.
like you say. O2 Blast didn't have ults in the last fight, but they do this time around. It's going to have to be a last second touch. Knife in position to go for it. Triple blink. Zesto, watch out for the Blizzard. There's nothing really to play up against the Blizzard, and that could be the ultimate that wins it for Infernal.
Forces it out. The rush comes across. Mag. Annihilation can be built up here in the extended fight. Zest going to be going low. Believe he goes into the ice block to try to stay alive, and the Blizzard is there.
Oh, the
Timing
knife.
on that knife. Yeah, he does get the pull on him. Now Probe. The clock built up. Anti on the 2. The Rampage finds him. The Blizzard was let loose, but Knife is able to find that kill on the Zest. Marvel, however, going to be traded out. Now the Annihilation online. Mag pushes around the corner, finds Irony, and it's all on Opener. 15% away, but the beat is not going to be coming through. Pro will get the headshot, rail shot. MN3 going to be taken down. Sess now swapping over to the Tracer, but Knife is dead. The OT bleeds away. And despite their best efforts, the Soul Infernal will be victorious over O2 Blast. They will stop their 31 match win streak in its tracks, but goddamn if you cannot give this contender teams enough praise, because they pushed this squad, the number one team here in APAC, as you've been saying, Everal, to the absolute brink.
And I think there's a little bit of disappointment on the O2 Blast players' faces, but I think there's a lot to be proud of here as well. And for Soul Infernal, not even any celebration, because they knew how hard that game was. Mag is rubbing his own shoulders like, damn, that was a bit of a weight to have to carry through the entire way. A map 5 that goes the full distance on the final round. Very clutch fights. It could go either way. And what an insane series. I mean, you talk about O2 Blast playing Soul Infernal close. I think O2 Blast played Soul Infernal closer than either of the Joe teams did. That's a big statement to make, but changed my mind. I mean, look at the scorelines. Look at how far we went. Look at how winnable that was for O2 Blast. Soul Infernal still get to maintain their position as the number one squad in the Eastern region for APAC, for the Overwatch League, and we expect them to be the favorites in this group. But O2 Blast, damn, if they put up a hell of a fight, even as their match win streak 31-0 will now read 31-1.
An unfortunate loss, but like you said, plenty to be proud of for the side of O2, and plenty of concerns, I think, to have for Soul Infernal as they do keep themselves alive and afloat in the bracket. But I agree, this was one of the biggest tests for them. This was them getting pushed very much to the brink. So I will just say, good luck in the lower bracket. Not to O2 Blast, but to every other team that is there, because they have your work cut out for you. Our player of the match, though, I think this is a little bit back and forth as the series went through, but in the end, Skewed is going to be the one coming away with the award.
I think this is maybe Skewed's 4th player of the match this season as well. I mean, he's got the majority of them for the Soul Infernal.
Most consistent support player to win him.
He did a lot of work today. I mean, I think Esperanza, despite losing that map, Skewed did a heck of a job there. The sleep dart onto rampaging. I think Marvel was the player on that map. Incredible stuff. Huge bionates, huge sleeps across the board. Personally, I think between you and I, we went for MN3 because, dude, MN3's output today was unreal, especially on that last map on the Ash and the Hanzo. But on the first 2 maps that Soul Infernal had to have that 2-0 lead, Skewed Zen as well. You're seeing the frags here. I can confirm in the numbers. He certainly did the damage.
I mean, just monstrous across the board, you know. It's another one of those series where you could just about make an argument for damn near anybody, I suppose, as everybody did have their moments in the limelight to be able to pull this across the finish line. And I will go ahead and say that we also went for Knife, had this gone the way of O2, because he was also having a whale of a time, a monstrous amount of impact when he was playing this Tracer. So, good effort, but yeah, I mean, the sleeps from Skewed were just very clean. His anti-nades seemingly always finding an immense amount of value. And there it is. Yeah, just shutting it down. That's not even the Rampage one.
Yeah, that's not. So he did that more than once. So maybe it'll make that. I think this play. Surely, I think it's this play. So you'll see the Bionade come through into the.
Nope. Huh? It's when he slept. He slept him on the high ground here. Play. He slept him in this very position. I do believe is where it happened. Yeah.
So we're seeing so many. So we're seeing so many Skew plays here on Esperanza. It's like we can't even nail the right one because that's how many times he clutched up. He had also the very early window on this map, I remember here as well. First ultimate.
It's a monstrous performance from him, and yeah, I mean, very well deserved. Like we said, he just continues to find these accolades, these awards, because he has been that good in delivering success for the side of Infernal and keeping them at the top. As I mean, yeah, 30 Bionade kills. I'd love to see enemies slept, but just a big performance there from the Ana.
Skewed has been super consistent, and it's crazy, you know, the only reason he didn't get more playtime on the Gladiators is because they had Shu on that team, and obviously with Shu on that team, basically any flex support player would get benched behind him, but this was the guy that Glads saved on the bench while Shu played every game, and this is how good Skewed's been. He just never got a chance to really prove it as much on the Gladiators. He's got that chance now on the Infernal. We got glimpses of this on the Gladiators because every time he came out for the double flex support compositions, Shu and Skewed at the same time, it was absolutely magical. And now Soul Infernal get to take a piece of that puzzle, a piece of that cake home for themselves.
That they do. Well, I believe that we have our interview ready to go, so we'll hand this over to Unknown to bring us the translation once more, as I assume that we're going to be hearing from Scoot.
Congrats, and how do you feel, MN3? I'm really curious about how you feel about this match today. I mean, we did win this at the edge of the cliff, and I think I kind of performed poorly. But I guess it's okay. I mean, you were really great. I mean, the ultimates and your shots were really on place. Well, I mean, I can always play better next time, so. So this is just like a random thought. Like, like as a professional gamer, what's kind of like your end game? What's kind of your objective as a professional gamer? So my end goal as a professional gamer is winning the Overwatch League in its entirety and getting the MVP for the Overwatch League. Yeah, I mean, that question just came to mind because he was so calm even after that emotional victory. So how do you think the match went, like overall? After map 2, I thought I did have like a quick thought that the match would be a easy 3-0, but after as the maps went on, then we were like, oh wait, this is not actually going as planned, and then they were really good. And I mean, we did make some bad mistakes, and if it wasn't for them, I think we could have won easily. But I mean, it wasn't really meant to be like that. I guess we did win then. So. I mean, you might not have been at your best, but that still means that you have still much more to prove. Isn't that right? I mean, I guess. I feel really good because I made MN3 smile. So, what do you kind of think about the compositions? I think like some of the compositions really require a lot of understanding on the game, so some compositions may be really hard to execute. It just really depends on the situation. So on your last map, what was your mindset going in? I just, you know, kind of mind controlled myself. Like, let's just do it as the first map went, and then we'll be fine. So you look really, really down emotionally. So, so it's really kind of, you know, a new experience for me as an interviewer, because usually when we interview the victors. But I do think that this is a really positive trait in a professional gamer, because it means that you're not even satisfied even after a win. So now the Inferno has established itself as a really strong team in the East division. What do you like? What's the atmosphere like in the team? I mean, I think we're really doing well, and as long as we don't get too nervous and we don't, you know, make mistakes, I think we'll be able to win against anything. So, are you confident that even if Lip comes from the other side of the league, you're confident of winning? Awkward laughs, but at least I made you laugh. Alright, thank you, and congratulations on your win. Back to you, Seth.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from him in 3, and I think he absolutely needs to cheer up a little bit there, not be so down on himself. I mean, granted, look, it's probably because Inferno was expecting to win that series a little bit more easily, but still a really good effort, and he in particular played incredibly well. But We are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We, in fact, have one more match for you here this evening. We've got Simprissa Gaming going up against the Dallas Fuel to see if another contenders team can challenge the Owl Squads. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Alrighty, we are back. It is now time to go into our final matchup here of the evening of the week. And we've got SPG getting ready to go up against Dallas Fuel. We saw just yesterday Simprisa Gaming able to take down the Shanghai Dragons, but feels like they're going to have a much different beast in the Dallas Fuel, who are very much on the upswing the latter half of the regular split.
Yeah, they slayed a dragon yesterday, but now they have to fight literal fire, a whole ass element. They have to fight that now, just fire, blue flame. How do you do that? I don't know. The fire elemental. The Simprisa are so far one of, in fact, are the only. They might be. I think they're the only Overwatch League slayers that we've had in this knockout so far, because they're the only contenders team that have actually beaten an Overwatch League team. All the other ones, including O2 Blast, despite the extremely close game versus Soul Infernal, have not been able to take down an Overwatch League team. And Simprisa might just go back to back with 2 if they can take down Dallas as well.
Yeah, we saw big performances out of them just yesterday, able to take down the Dragons. And we'll see, though, how the Dallas Fuel do fare and whether or not they can get the job done and maintain a win streak for the Owl Squads. And the ending note to the player intro video is the bittersweet aspect of the start of the season here for the side of the Fuel champions. They are the defending ones, and it was a very rocky start, but it seems like as of late, they have found their footing just a bit more.
What I really enjoyed about that Fuel hype video as well is we actually got a bit of footage of Bliss beating Simprisa when he was on O2 Blast, so some of Bliss's highlights actually came from his time in, well, this is his rookie year, so he's not going to have any Fuel highlights just yet. But yeah, is it an early sign? Do we, is it a smoke signal? It's Bliss beating Simprisa in his highlight footage, and now he's going to fight Simprisa again, but this time not with O2 Blast, with Dallas Fuel instead. Simprisa looked good yesterday versus the Shanghai Dragons, but that's the Shanghai Dragons. Dallas Fuel, you have to imagine, should be a much better team than the Shanghai Dragons, and this should be a very difficult match for Simprisa if the Dallas Fuel can actually pull through some magic.
All right, well, we just finished things up in our first series on Antarctic Peninsula, and it looks like we're going to be beginning things now in this set at the very same map. So we'll see what the results are going to look like here, as the Fuel will have this as their selection, and then, as per usual, the loser will go ahead and pick from there on out. So we'll see what these guys have prepared for us. And again, if Simprisa can do it twice, can they be the squad to take down another Overwatch League team, send them into the lower bracket?
I think no surprises here. If you're the Fuel, you're going to be picking the control map that most favors Harbin's hero pool towards Ramatra, towards more brawly type compositions, which is also Rush's specialty in terms of coaching. That's been Dallas Fuel's bread and butter in terms of compositions for the past few years. I should be good on that again this year, so we'll confirm that as we move on into, so hovering over the Ramatra for now. A bunch of ex-Overwatch League players, specifically in Ortho and 2U on the SPG squad. As we see on every of these contender squads, there will be some Overwatch League talent on there, which is why the games have been so close.
Alrighty. Get ready to go into this one. Take a look at the comps real quick. Big question is MCD going to stay with the Moira?
I hope not. But it is Dallas Fuel. And you know
okay,
what?
He's doing it.
MCD, this is one of MCD's good heroes. He played back in the day, when Moira had more relevance. MCD was a reasonably good Moira. I don't think Moira's particularly good in this meta, but Rush proved me wrong.
All right, Hanbin going to be antied out, backpedaling away. Barely stays alive. We'll go ahead and get top back up, but good opening fight so far here for the side of SPG. Edison wants to go ahead and reaggress. The thing that they got to be worried about is just any kind of stray headshot coming in from Aid. Taking down this Mei, taking down their supports, as well as that Reaper. Although going to be shoved out into the open here. Dead center on the site does go into the ice block. That's about to survive. Edison out of the Wraith walk, but wall comes up. Does keep him segregated away from the rest of the squad, unable to do more damage. Waiting it out though. First Cap getting ready to come through. 2U shoves his way forward, gets himself onto the point to keep this contested as Sparkle goes around the back, throws up a wall to try to cut them off. But there's enough of a gap for 2U to backpedal his way out to safety.
Coal rush.
Dallas Fuel will be able to grab this one for themselves. There's going to be the Coalescence now coming through. BCD looking to shove them back. 2 kills to be found as Wu Chen as well as Altho. Now 8 as well joining them in the grave will come in. So opening fight as well as the Cap go the way of the Fuel.
That's the Coalescence that breaks the Camel's back, and I was watching that ult charge very carefully on the Dallas Fuel side. One of the things that MC used to do very well in Moira was very quick ult charge for the Coalescences here, and nothing's changed despite the years going by. So the Moira will find that quickly, and that will turn the fight before SPG can answer. Wu Chan didn't have the nano just yet. The rest of the SPG ultimates are starting to come online now.
Have that annihilation now to try to match. Nano is across on the 2U. Punches bringing out, looks to take down Aid, but does get that sound barrier shielding just in time to try to persevere. Annihilation from 2U, however, does find Sparkle, although going to be turned at the same time, so it's just going to be an exchange on these Maze. Dallas Fuel still in control, but very forward hold here from the side. It's okay, it's a solo Dragon Strike attempt. The final arrow will be able to take down Edison, but it also cuts off the rest of the Fuel from being able to get themselves over onto the point. Let's just come around from the back, might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. Nice boop does displace the aim here of Aids. Quite steady that to find the pick. Right back into it though. Dallas Fuel to maintain the contest. Unbin left. The anti expires. The flip comes in. SPG now in control, but for how long?
Coalescence is coming back, and that could be the game changer once again. We've reset to a 5 versus 5. SPG currently on the run as the Dallas Fuel. Full heals, good damage, and 2U blocked off with a nano to save.
Oh, and Edison not going to be able to survive. 2U does get that nano, punches his way through, finds the kills. And they don't get the counter flip back, so SPG do maintain control that whole way throughout, building up a little bit of an extra percentage. Now moving up to around 25.
Good stability there being shown by SPG. The tenacity to survive against the Coalescence. Build up that nano charge again. It was only cold online for a while. I think there was no other ultimates just quite there. Eventually the nano is going to allow 2U to walk in, and the aid headshot onto Edison will force more time away from Dallas as they have to reset once more. Some good shots coming out from aid so far.
Sparkle trying to block them in. They do manage to slink their way out as yet another arrow getting attacked there onto Sparkle, just threatening these DPS players at every twist and turn. Widely though, SPG pulling back over towards the points, down barrier nearly there for both of these Lucios. Who's going to be able to have the better one at the end of it all as Sparkle forced down to low ground, and Aid gets a follow-up shot before he can go into an ice block. He thought he was going to be safe. Instead, the punish comes across. There's a window of opportunity now for Aldo trying to catch up. Annihilation in the meantime is rolling here from 2U. Sound barrier to keep him alive and make sure that ult continues to roll. He's forced back. Hold on to the Death Blossom, but he doesn't have a window of opportunity to actually try to utilize this one. Does have his.
They should have pulled trigger here. They got a lot of ultimates coming online. A third Coalescence online for MCD. Now they solved the recap at this point. Currently SPG running all the way with the actual cap percentage. Dallas Fuel pushing forward. This is what you like to see.
2U dies before the Blizzard can come through. Edison trying to get himself out to safety. Grabs that mini pack to stay alive. The flip is there. The lead barely scraped by there from the side of SPG, but now Dallas Fuel looking to retake. 3 ults still in their back pocket. It's just the nano at the moment. The only thing that's really even close for the side of SPG.
And the Blizzard being thrown in by Although, that one hurts a lot because SPG were losing that fight. Dallas Fuel won against the Blizzard without even popping an extra ultimates. They still bank up 3 from the DPS and their tank. It's the 2 support ultimates to get them through. It's been good so far. There's the 88. Equalized now. Harbin in prime position to finish off this map with the annihilation.
And although they just want to isolate him and take him down, the Blizzard comes in just to ensure that he is going to die. Edison finds the kill. The Death Blossom still going to be pocketed. Now Wu Chen going to be taken down. Looks like Edison will fall to the Nemesis form as Hanbin tries to keep himself alive, but so many players gone. Backcap is happening. Let's see, Sparkle moves forward to go ahead and interrupt that one. Wall, just in case the reinforcements come through, they just have to get rid of 2U, and this should be theirs in hand. The OT is going to start bleeding away rather quickly. Tracer swap from Aldo. Tags in, forces out the reset, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Wu Chen tries to arrive, instantly melted down. MCD says, no, Moira is my pick, and then finally the Death Blossom will come through to shut down the Tracer. It's a close first round, but it does go the way of Dallas Fuel in the end, 100-88.
I gotta say, the Moira Specialist coming through with the MCD pick, that actually kind of worked on out. A lot of healing per 10. I see 17,000. 3 Coalescences in there. First ultimate of the entire round was the Coalescence, as you'd expect from a Moira, but ends up really working out for the Dallas Fuel. Harbin steadfast there. Very low amount of deaths. Close though, as we noted. Now once you start to really peel back the layers and look back at a couple of those fights, the extra Although, Blizzard, unlucky there. Probably shouldn't have been used in. Dallas Field just not being forced to trade ultimates. I mean, the only points that I think were really bad for the Dallas Field were when Aid got those Hanzo arrows off and sniped people out. Those were a little bit tricky situations for the Dallas Field to navigate. They don't have the same range to contest. Edison's been playing Reaper the entire time, and will continue doing so as we're going to have a full run back of the two comps. Reaper Moira versus, well, not that on the other side.
Although, again, Field looking to isolate him, force him into the ice block. Very much the same for Sparkle on the opposite side, though. It's good to Field playing forward here onto the point. Wall goes up again. A nice sliver to work through, though, to keep them safe. And Aid comes up again with a headshot, putting Edison right back into the respawn room. Damage continues to fly across Hanbin right up into his face. Immortality Field does get used. That gets cleared out. Sparkle, however, ends up falling as Aldo finds an elimination. Hanbin's going to be taken down, so with that forward position initially from the Dallas Field, they will get swept out of it. It's going to be the initial lockdown here for SBG.
Aid, once again, that's the difference maker for SBG. When SBG are winning, Aid is hitting shots. Confirm the 5v4, and in a situation where ultimates are not online yet, player advantage means everything. This time, Dallas Field can't win the neutral lane by farming up a quick ultimate. In fact, the reset here, it's going to allow SBG to catch up. Gunjay and Wuchan not that far off. MCD again eating mostly heals to farm this coal. Means that Bliss is going to be further behind on the sound barrier.
Reporting,
Aid again,
just does
Aid
it
again.
finds Edison. He will end up getting taken down as Hanbin just runs over him. But you now with a chance, but with the Blizzard eventually getting wasted, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to turn this one around. Purple does end up dying too, finding the elimination. The Annihilation is still going to be committed to the fight, but now Wuchen gone. Hanbin staying alive. MCD doing his damage to try to keep him alive. Ends up fading out. It's still getting worked lower and lower, but eventually it's going to be Tuyu who ends up getting taken down first. Edison rejoining, helps finish the job. That's going to be the Fuel now on the point. Flipped into their favor. 45% though established for SPG.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter how much damage and how many kills SPG gets. Hanbin refuses to die. Immortal on this Ramatra. Healed by both MCD and Bliss, and I don't even think they were both alive at that stage. Maybe they were, but Hanbin went down to critical HP and still remained up. No annihilation there at all. Tuyu nearly clutched it. Not enough output. Fuel was sitting on so many ults going to this next fight.
Edson does manage to TP his way back up here onto the high ground, keeps himself alive, and then also allows an assist rather in getting some revenge here onto Aid. Kills come across, although goes for the reset. It's a nice little attempt, but they only get the sound barrier out.
One thing that Fuel have done much better than SPG in this series and better than some of the other teams that we've seen is the fact that they can get these cheap fight wins. Very cautious and conservative with their ultimates, and for other teams that might end up biting them back, but the Field, they just farm up a better economy than their opponents here because of it. So they're going to be on nearly 4 ultimates as they crest over the 50% mark on the cap. Still at least a couple more fights, so they'll need to be able to ration these through until they reach 100.
Again, pushing forward. Aid now swapping over the Sojourn, means that he can breathe a little bit more easily, but it's going to be the Blizzard Blossom combo. As Hanbin scooping up quite a many few there, but it's a team effort and a team kill. 70% now for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Coalescence, as well as that Annihilation, about ready to go, and SPG still no ults in sight.
Yeah. Wuchan back to 0 here as well. Hanbin and MCD looking to close this one out. 2-0. They can. Annihilation super strong here. Pocket healing from the Coalescence adds extra damage, as well as Hanbin walks forward. Here it comes.
Coalescence in, wall just to block off. I mean, MCD still just escorting towards them, looking for a target. Takes Wuchan down so very low. Now into the back line, throws out that Discord Orb, and helps get some kills there. I'm going to take it down, and this is just going to be a slaughter here on the back end. Flip nearly coming through. They almost managed to work this one into their favor here. Tuyu gets one with the Annihilation, but eventually he is left all on his lonesome. Will get dropped. The counter flip will come back in for the side of the Dallas Fuel, and then from there, it should be the closing of the map. Everybody who's quick, everybody who should be able to get this tag is just not present. So there you go. OT will bleed away, and the Dallas Fuel will be able to take Antarctic Peninsula with a 2-0 to kick off the series 1-0.
Once again, the old adage is true. In Rush, we trust, despite the unconventional composition coming out of Dallas Field in terms of what surrounds Hanbin's Ramatra. You don't typically see the Moira in them. Not often you see the Reaper either. Dallas Field make it work. Rush, a master of these types of broad compositions. Lucio Moira was something that got played a lot by the Dallas Field 2 years ago in 2021 during that meta. In fact, they were the ones that invented it. And now again in 2023, they're going to bring it through and take down some Prisoner Map 1.
All right, well, a very solid start here for the side of the Fuel, but if we've learned anything, it's that reverse sweeps very much can happen. They can at least come close. That's the first map out of the way. Map pick now going to be in the hands of SPG. We'll see where they want to go. I believe, I forget it was their selection yesterday, but either way, it was, no, I think it was Shanghai's because they lost the opening map. Never mind.
Yep.
They played on Hollywood yesterday. We'll see if they play on Hollywood again today. That's what I'm getting at. But we'll find out when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in our final series of the evening in just a few. Alrighty, and we are back and about to go into map number 2 in our final series of the evening. Dallas Fuel able to take away the first map of the Antarctic Peninsula for themselves. Now SPG have map pick as we get ready to go into hybrid.
SPG off to a much more difficult start in this series compared to where they were versus Shanghai, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Dallas Fuel and Shanghai, not the same team. Both have been struggling, but Dallas Fuel have made far more improvements over the course of the season so far. Shanghai Dragons have, and that work is showing right now as the Dallas Fuel. And okay, it's not a 200-0, but I'd still call that a clean start.
Yeah, it's definitely some rockiness there. Edison probably still going to be reeling from some of those headshots that he did receive, but at the end of it all, was able to assist the team in being able to get that win. Now we'll go ahead and take a closer look at MCD, because we put the question marks surrounding the Moira up immediately as soon as we had seen it, and he stuck with it the whole way through, and he was able to make it work.
Got an extra stat line for you as well. Time to ult earn for MCD average over the 2 rounds that we saw. 1 minute 22. So, you know, it's not like 1 minute fast, but I don't think this is the type of meta where you can get that type of ult charge anyway. But fast enough that he was consistently, at least very much so in the first round that we saw on, what's it called? Labs. He got the first ultimate, and that was what gave Dallas Fuel the leg up to then snowball the rest of that particular round and even further on Icebreaker as well. So, yeah, it worked, you know? Can't doubt Rush. It worked.
Oh, they're going to be going to Blizzard World, in fact. So neither Kings Row nor Hollywood, which kind of have been the 2 more popular ones for us over here in APAC. And I believe this is going to be the first Blizzard World of the season for you and I.
I don't really remember. I'm trying to think back, but
I'm pretty sure because we
haven't.
can't remember, that means it is the first.
Well, the problem is I'm mixing up the games because I've also watched the other games, and now I'm forgetting which ones I casted and which ones I just watched. But there's I've definitely seen the 2 Seoul teams play, but we didn't cast that one, so you could be right. In either case, if you're SBG, what are you bringing out here? What are you trying to do? Because the issue with the map selection is you're not going to get a very favorable map versus Dallas Fuel like you would if it was O2 versus Seoul Infernal, because there's, you know, not a compositional difference that you can really win on. You have 2U versus Harbin, and they play the same heroes, so I don't think you're going to find a comp difference there. You'll have to just kind of, you know, meet Harbin eye to eye and beat him on what he's good at.
All right, well, let's see if he's going to be up to task, because for now, it's looking like, you know, what Harbin is good at, one of his best picks. The Diva flashed right there, as it will be the Fuel getting ready to kick things off here with this defense. Edison going to be over onto the Hanzo, and Hyunjae, don't even try to bait us. We know that that's not going to happen.
Unless it's one of those...
Maybe for an opening
Widowmaker.
peek.
Yeah, there's somebody will go Widowmaker, maybe not. Get boosted up by a pedal platform and then pull back.
And okay,
Or
still
Hanzo.
this. And swap.
Official Lifeweaver gameplay confirmed again as Dallas Fuel. They are playing the Brig Zen version of this comp. Usually you would see the Ana instead of the Zen here. Is this another one of those rush specialties? To be fair, MCD, no, I don't even think he would prefer Zen over Ana. I would say that was true for the Moira on the last map, but I don't think that would be true here. So this one's different. You would play the Brig Zen if Harbin was playing something more like a Ball, but Diva requires a lot more pocket healing than I think a Brig Zen could provide.
All right, well, Edison already going to be falling low, but it's going to be Hyunjae taking down first and foremost. Bliss finding that opening kill. Now 2U going to be demeched. Edison will finish him off as well. And that's going to be the first volley, fairly easily repelled from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Single tick almost given up, but they can't quite walk away with even that.
And Harbin basically didn't even take damage there, so, you know, well, Brig Zen might not have the most amount of healing, but if you're not taking damage, then it doesn't matter so far, at least not the first fight. Aid only on 39%. It is a little bit more difficult for attacking Sombra with all the setups you need to do. SPG now going for the rotation onto the high ground. Dallas will have to end up giving that one up, but to check all the flanks and all the different approach angles. This time Edison gets the first blood nade.
He does. Good opening kill to be found. Sparkles linking around the backside, tries to go for the pulse bomb. 2U does manage to eat that, and Wuchan actually is going to be putting a kunai through Edison's head, so good answering response there. A bit redundant either way. 2U looking to pressure them out. Collapsing back here. And then Snacks Ramus trying to stay alive. MCD under some fire. The rally going to be rolling, but there's just too much damage through. But Aldo will be able to take him down. Bliss as well now going to fall. Hanbin only able to come away with 1 elimination. Barring some kind of miracle clutch coming in, it seems like Fuel might be losing out quite a bit here on the point.
Fuel just bit off more than they could chew. They went really deep trying to chase away, and now their plays are still being picked apart. MCD Bliss caught in a small room. I mean, So Dallas Fuel will get a retake, and that much is for certain. Humben D-Mac, oh no. Not enough healing, not enough. Where are the supports? Still in spawn, still respawning, I think.
And I mean, self-destruct has to be used just to get himself back in so they can try to go for this recontest. So 2 points going to be given up. Although around the back, now the Kitsune Red coming in, he's going to be hacked. Tries to dance around the pillar. Self-destruct though, 5 ults actually at the ready here for the side of SPG. The pulse bomb goes up from Aldo, not going to be able to find anything. Edison nearly there with the Dragon Strike, but as I say that, the EMP comes across and 2U absolutely mauls 3 players. Both supports, Edison all going to be gone. Hanbin now going to be taken out of this. And while they do drain down the time bank just a decent little bit, it's going to end up being 3:45 in the time bank here for SPG as they take the streets phase.
I was going to say, MCD dies at 94% towards Trance as well, and that could have helped out in the fight, but at the same time, you look how fast the backline died, how quickly 2U got that 3K. I don't think MCD would have been able to survive long enough past the EMP to actually get that Trance off, even if he had it. So, really good stuff coming through from SPG. The EMP instantly into the 3K from 2U. Allow them to be able to get that payload moving with a little bit of time on board still as well. Dallas Fuel starting to hold some important cards, as they have the ability to engage off the Dragon Strike, and they know the EMP is gone, so one of the major engage tools from SPG is no longer a threat.
Again, going to be hacked. MCD down very low on HP, but does manage to hold on to the Transcendence. Does stay committed to the fight. Wants to be able to use that in position rather than out of it. Hard for now. Going to be stalemated a bit. Trying to find an avenue, a pick, trying to continue moving this far forward. Then worked a bit, has to just cut back here up onto the high ground. That self-destruct is still at the ready. Dragon Strike goes across and it's actually going to find 2U as he goes in for that self-destruct. Ends up getting picked off. Sound barrier a bit too late there from Hyundu to try to save the tank's life. Ends up getting a bit wasted. His dashboard, which I'm just trying to save him, ends up arriving a little bit too late. Pulse one from Aldo will get Edison, but the cleanup is going to be there for the side of the Dallas Fuel, keeping this cart locked in position.
Good start from Edison there. Dragon Strike killing the Baby Diva while the self-destruct was going was not something I had the bingo card in SPG. I'm not too happy about that situation. Hyunjae thought about the Brig for a little while, but the Lucio will be the pick that remains. Edison now on the Torb, so they're really leaning even heavier into some anti-dive, although I wouldn't really say that Brig Zen is anti-dive, but the Torb certainly is. Normally you would go the Torb if you're up against the Winston or maybe a Bulb. Versus the Diva, I don't think the Torb is as useful. Edison's gonna lock it anyway.
Dead. I mean, yeah, we'll keep our eyes on how this ends up playing out, even if it even needs to really find value, because right now it's everybody else on the team that's putting in the work to find these kills.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's hard to argue against Rush, because it feels like despite Dallas playing what in my opinion is not the most optimal comp in terms of individual picks, they're not losing, they're not really making this look bad, and SPG is still struggling to get past it. So if it works, I suppose, but the EMP now is the important tool, and Aid is on the lookout for both the supports. He wants Bliss and MCD to be stacked together. That would be ideal.
He got the ping out on the MCD, who's quite far away from that Transcendence, so he's seeing it for a little while longer.
He got both.
And now EMP does go through, manages to find both. MCD gonna be, however, able to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but eventually Aid will find them. Only Aldo on the exchange. Lower and lower. Wuchen, however, going to get taken down. Edison able to answer back one of the supports. Card, however, does have to be evacuated here from the side of the fuel. They give up some space and they allow them to get closer and closer to this point B.
There will be one more fight to play through here. They know Harbor self-destruct revealed by the hack, so that may have to play up against now. Pulse bomb to Edison, that is well placed.
Takes him down. Sparkle, one of his own, tries to go in, but 2U nabs it up again. Just denying any value from these ults. Second one consumed here on Blizzard World. Now the Nano Boost is going to be invested as he goes charging towards the supports. CD in the back line, 4% away. Bliss as well, getting taken very low. Able to stay alive as Aid is picked off. Coming up with kills. Struck up over the top.
Oh, no,
Edison. I
Edison.
mean, he's just on Respawn Simulator right now. Goes straight back through. Anti out on a Hanbin. He's going to be using his own self-destruct to see if he can find any value here. As the break on the mech comes through, 2U's going to get taken down. That's basically all of the cart presence gone, because right now it's only the supports, and Gen cannot stay in this position. Rally popped. Bliss wants this shield bash to help lock down that enemy tracer should it become necessary, but it looks like it won't. Just in front of point B is the final resting place of the cart here for SPG on their push. It's a very real and achievable win condition now for the Dallas Fuel, who want to move up 2-0.
He's so steadfast as the Dallas Fuel defense, despite Sparkle having his pulse bombs repeatedly eaten, despite Edison being on a bit of a death timer there. Dallas Field holds strong. I mean, that was a well-played defense. Take a look at the EMP earlier on to give 2U the triple kill. And as mentioned, if you pay attention to MCD, he's 93% towards the trans, but dies so quick that it wouldn't have made the difference. That was such a fast dive. One thing that SPG have done well on this map so far on the attacking side is the EMP into 2U dive follow-ups. We also saw that again when A dropped into EMP on the high ground around this area of the map, and then 2U instantly flying in for MCD and Bliss. Despite 2U having to hold down the right click for the Matrix, A got both kills, and that was what allowed SPG to push all the way to the end of B, but they did not have gas left in the tank to take down the Dallas Fuel as Dallas Fuel get their final wave of respawns.
All right, well, now on the attack, it needs to be a really firm hold here from the side of SPG with 2U shifting over onto the Sigma. And it looks like MCD feeling maybe similarly about this opening little peak with the Life Weaver.
And no downside for sure. If they'll do the correct version, I much prefer it with the Widowmaker. In fact, you'll do it with both. Send both Edison and Sparkle up and see what they can find. But, you know, every team knows about this already, so yeah, no one really dies to this one. Hyunjae holds up shield. They get to peek out onto the cop. They see it is going to be a Sigma defense. Armbin locks the Ram. It's going to be the Lucio Moira again. This time Edison's not going to be on... Remind me, what was he playing on the last map? But it wasn't Sombra. It was Reaper, that's right.
Yeah. So still a bit of a change, but allows him to get into the back line and try to figure out exactly where the supports and everybody's going to be. Is A just looking to scout them out, and it's a really good recon to spot their position.
Okay,
full swing around the backhand side.
As Dallas climbs the stairs, SPG have to vacate, and now we'll have high ground.
I mean, high ground's there. Wall, I mean, it just barely didn't cut off Hyunjae, but they still had the damage with Edison coming in on the flank. Go ahead and take him out, and now, I mean, it's just completely unleashed here for Hanbin.
Yeah.
Guns out, just pounds them into oblivion.
Should be a cap here as well, because you're seeing a potential late death onto all, though. That's going to enable in 4v5 to use too slow as well. Wushan's already swapped over towards the Zen for the defense on B. So SPG are now going to be playing double flex support Sigma, so super heavy poke composition. Aid also on the Ash. Yeah, they're locking in for the poke composition to end all poke compositions here. They want to fire down damage onto Hanbin's poor shield. Seeing how that lasts. Dallas Field, they need to get these rotations on board, because the one way you take down this poke composition is to very quickly rotate into SPG as much as you can. Lock them out with a May wall. Be done with it after that. But SPG, if they also counter-rotate well, they should be okay.
Got him right over the top, getting a little bit of damage down. CD, though, really with that coalescence up on him as well, well on his way towards the annihilation. Although with the pulse bomb, could be a big factor in trying to gain some semblance of card control, because for now they have to stay set up here onto the high ground.
Yeah, it's just all, though. He's the only one that can touch. That's the only weakness here.
Oh.
Hanbin he got caught sleeping, and with that, the pulse bomb cleans him up.
Fairly nicely done. Good with the tank. And with the rest of the fuel, they're going to have to try to pull back and get rid of, or limit as many casualties as they possibly can. Looks like it's just going to be Sparkle who falls in the back end there.
Yeah. So given that SPG's poke composition really finds it difficult to contest, one of the most important ultimates ends up being the Bob just for that. You can't rely on only Although the Tracer player to permanently be contesting the payload. You also can't allow Dallas Field to get free pushes on. So this is what Aid's Bob is going to allow SPG to be able to achieve. Be able to get past one of the weaknesses of the poke, but maintaining high ground control is just so devastating. Feel struggling to keep up here. They need to rotate into SPG with this annihilation.
Maybe the go button will end up being this EMP. For now, the Bob just out here on the point will get taken out, but Bliss falls at the same time. Aid coming up with the kill. Grecian stun on the Hanbin, and yeah, just absolutely pinned into the corner, taken down, melted. No chance to use anything, so Coalescence going to be burned for basically no gain in the cart.
And I'm
nice
surprised.
hold so far, but
I'm surprised at the coal usage there, because the way I think you want to use coal is you speed into the enemy team, you rush towards SPG with the coal leading the way, and your whole team is kind of single filing, running up the high ground with coal in tow, and hopefully you get past the flux from 2U. That would have been the one key ultimate to stop that. But Dallas Field's problem with this comp is its limited range and its limited ability to actually rotate. I would even suggest that Edison or Sparkle thinks about a symmetric here, because you can TP into this Sigma double flex, but I think it's going to be hard to just walk into them. Walking is going to be super difficult.
okay, EMP does come through, stopping that Transcendence. It's going to be the Nano actually on the Wuchan. See what he can do. Put on a Jonak-esque performance. But now Hanbin's just got the fist race trying to stay alive. Although, moves forward, tries to join in on the fight and keep them in this one. And in the end, it is going to be Hanbin back in a way, so the Annihilation will just expire. Well,
still more fights though.
Lower and lower, but yeah, finally they do get onto the cart. They can start pushing forward, but there's so many ults to work through.
And that's the thing, like, Fuel actually can't maintain control of the high ground because someone needs to be pushing. And SPG just respawn, immediately retake the high ground. And Hyunjae, the only reason that Nano went into Wuchan is because 2U already died. And, well, the next best Nano target after that sometimes is just the Zenyatta to make sure your backline survives. Sound barrier tempo, they just want to rush in with this.
Catches the shielding out onto 4. Hanbin's shield's going to be focused down. Look at his HP bar. Uses that Discord orb. Coming in huge, but still going to be Aid taken out. And Hanbin staying alive. Transcendence now held the Flux, finding nothing. Aid respawning, can get that Bob in pretty damn quickly, but now this is the ult that you were talking about. The Coalescence up here onto the high ground. They find Hyunjae on as lonesome, and they manage to burn through. Transcendence now forced out. Wuchen going to be falling lower and lower as the orb goes his way, and it's going to be Hanbin with arms out, finding the elimination. Races him, try to stay alive, but Aid pressured out from the backside. Accretion from 2U will get rid of the tank player from the side of Dallas Fuel. They still have 4 members strong, just 4 minutes left to go. Blizz taken out though. 2U might have just saved them as MCD just wants to go for a faster reset, gives himself up.
Wow, good push from Dallas Fuel, but man, SPG held on strong. They had the closer respawns. 2U will not go down in that situation. He needs to be the key player surviving. He kills Hanbin again. With Hanbin down, it's so much harder for the Dallas Fuel to remain presence on that payload to continue pushing on through. And as Dallas Fuel are playing through this last fight as a dive comp, traces Sombra Diva, Aid's gone over towards a Tor because he knows that's effective versus the comp of Dallas Fuel. And by the way, Edison, okay, at least he's still in the back line. If he actually recalls and translocates too far away, that would be bad, but he still maintains a flank.
42 seconds is what they need to hold for now. Pulse bomb from Aldo could be big. The Nano now built up. The EMP comes in. They dive into the back line. Pulse bomb again going to be eaten. 2U takes away a third. EMP finds absolutely no kills. Nano again has to be used on the Wuchen to try to keep him alive. But now it's just going to be basically full neutral unless Aldo gets something done with the pulse of his own. Hanbin getting focus fire broken out of the mech. That's going to defile form. Diva now exposed. Chen does end up falling. Sparkle finding 1. Hanbin eliminated. The hammer from Aid. He pounds him into oblivion. Although, however, ends up getting taken down. Sparkle into the corner, stays alive. 8 seconds left to go. The OT force still needs to come through, and the faster respawns are going to be there for the side of SPG as Wuchen swats over onto the Kiriko.
Way more players alive here. Dallas Fuel still needs something. It's just Sparkle. He touched, but he's dead. The turret is way too strong. Edison deletes the turret, but now they're down 1 player. They have no ultimates. MCD needs to find this Kitsune rush.
They get the touch. The Kitsune rush is now going to be coming in. See if the rest of the team can try to lead the way. 2U, focus fire, taking a little bit lower. Aid goes pushing forward, sends out the Molten Core. Edison, however, manages to take him down. Self-destruct up over the top. The cart still needs to be occupied. Somebody needs a touch. They managed to get him. The self-destruct is absolutely massive. Finds 2U, finds Wuchen, gets rid of the turret to boot. And it seems like it very long lasts. The Dallas Fuel will be able to persevere and break through. But my lord, what an attempt from SPG, nearly pulling off that hold right there in front of B to get themselves the map win.
I'm not gonna lie, Kaleo, I cannot hear you anymore. That self-destruct was so good, it might have blown you out of the server as well. Are you back? I don't know. I can't hear.
Hello?
But what a clutch. What a Hanbin level clutch. Self-destruct, killing multiple players. SPG caught napping. They thought they had that one won. It looked like a good Molten Core as well, but Hanbin just completely blows SPG out the server.
Crushes them. Can you hear me now? Is this working?
Yeah, I got you now.
All right.
Yeah, I got you now.
Might have just peaked the mic a little bit too much. Not sure either way. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But Dallas Fuel have the lead 2-0 for them. One more map to try and decide whether or not this is going to be a sweep to round out the evening or if SPG can answer back. Because again, they are going to have their own map selection. If memory serves, I actually don't remember where they went yesterday. Was it Rialto?
Which team?
SPG.
Shambali.
Oh yeah,
and it was a full hold as well.
It was a full hold.
A 1-0 full hold.
They would be playing into Hanbin, who's more than happy to take that Ramacha battle. So maybe that changes the course. Maybe that determines a slightly different pick for them. We'll have to just wait and see. But it's still down to the wire. They're pushing Fuel to the limit. The question is, can they push him just a little bit more to try to get a map win? We're going to find out when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if this is going to be the conclusion or the extension of this series. Alrighty, we are back and going into what very well could be the final map to round out this weekend of play. Is the Dallas Fuel currently lead 2-0 after a nail-biter finish there on Blizzard World. We're barely able to push it across the line. But SPG still looking alive and well. To you in particular, we have to give this guy extra praise because he had 3 pulse bomb eats throughout that map.
Yeah, I don't think Sparkle got a single pulse off. They left his hand, but they never reached the ground, never reached the target. 2U was on point with getting those eats. And by the way, it wasn't just on D.Va. He even got pulse bomb eats on the Sigma as well, which is much harder to do. So 2U had a whale of a game on both Sigma and also the D.Va, the triple K, the 3K from the D.Va early on to play off of the 8 EMPs. Plus another really good EMP later that 2U gets a decent amount of damage into assist 8 and getting a double kill. The Sigma swap that then had a ton of impact. I mean, we saw the rocket connections, the accretions onto Harbin to clean up his Ramatra. Honestly, Aid and 2U, but specifically 2U played that super well. However, Dallas Fuel as a team, the hive mind is real. Harbin with the self-destruct clutch to allow Dallas Fuel to clean up the second map and push themselves to match point.
Yep, a big monstrous ult there at the very end to just really seal the deal on it. And without that, it felt like that was definitely going to be SPG managing to pull off that slightly fuller hold. So Bin coming in when this team needs him the most, but it definitely was not easy. So if nothing else, I think we can expect that as we get ready to go into map 3, SPG still very much going to be giving it their all and still very much could potentially extend it. Now we pose the question, is it going to be Shambali Monastery? Because we saw them being able to bully the ever-loving hell out of Shanghai Dragons just yesterday. Seems like the answer is going to still be yes, despite having to go up against Hanbin's tank instead.
That'll be a resounding yes, and I think 2U's up for the challenge. I mean, he's been up for the challenge so far, knows that his hero pool is basically identical to Harbin's. They're going to play the same heroes, going to be good at the same heroes. And honestly, he's performed well versus Harbin. We did see in the stats that on the D.Va to D.Va side, Harbin did outshine. But 2U, I would note, did play a lot more Sigma than D.Va in that matchup. To be fair, Harbin also played a reasonable amount of Ramatra as well, so limited D.Va time for both players on that Blizzard World map. And the key stat for me, despite all the damage differences, was actually Harbin staying alive. He had way less deaths than 2U, and that was also true on Antarctic Peninsula as well. Harbin, generally speaking, as a tank player, just has a lot lower deaths than other tank players, and that's part of how Dallas Fuel get ahead.
Well, we'll see if they can keep themselves ahead, keep this moving, and find a 3-0 victory, or if SPG are going to be able to take us into a 4th map and give Dallas their 2nd map pick, because obviously Control did go their way as the higher seed. We'll get ready to enter in, see what our compositions do end up looking like, and it seems like for the Fuel, they want to run pretty much the same thing. Edison's back over onto the Reaper, MCD there with the Moira.
Dallas Fuel, I mean, if this was not a one-time thing, it's definitely not a 2-time thing. They're going to run it the entire way through. If this goes further in, if SPG win this map and take us further into the series, I think Fuel will just continue playing more Moira, more Reaper as well. Even a little bit of cheeky Edison Torb. Dallas Fuel are going to be spawn camping with this one. They're kind of off to the side here with the Ramatras played by Harbin on the front lines. SPG thought about flanking a bit harder. They did TP away and... okay, well, they got a kill. That's a very good kill.
Yep. Although with a great headshot, Edison not been having a good go of it here so far. Consistently punished every time he's on this Reaper. Bliss is going to be able to kill one back as it will go down, but eventually it looks like Bliss should fall, as will Hanbin as he gets antied out. And that's going to be the forward hold broken very easily, as Bliss will be the last to die.
I think if this fight goes long, MCD can get a lot of healing in, find that coalescence right, but in the real micro plays that we see here, the utility brought out by the Ana is so much more useful. Anti-nade, sleep dart, any of that actually hits Harbin. There's not a lot that Fuel can do. It's not like MCD can save Harbin in that situation, right? So in the moment-to-moment gameplay, the Ana is much stronger. With Edison down as well, that certainly doesn't help.
Just rushing straight back over, looking to brawl this one out and gain some control. Back away from the side of SPG, where 2U is quite far ahead, and although just continues to deliver. This time Sparkle taking down, he follows up for Hanbin to boot. This in will get Hyunjae. That it's a very minor and sad consolation prize. I mean, they run at them, they get run over. It's a team kill. The cart rolls on.
Look at the DPS gap here. Both Aiden Although versus Edison Sparkle, but especially Although. 100% to Sparkle's 41. Althoug's been getting so many frags. He's had 3 final blows so far. Aid on 2. Edison's sniped out time and time again. This time Sparkle was the first death. Dallas Fuel just can't catch a break. Always one player down. Ultimate's now online for SPG. MCD does have the call, so gonna use that.
Okay, Blizzard out from Aldo, but is the first to fall. Edison again. finding an elimination. As 2U, Annihilation rolling, looking for some kills. Will take down the enemy Reaper. Now MCD gonna fall. Gets Hanbin to boot, and it's pretty much the same story. It's over and over again as they go ahead and they clean them up. Sparkle gonna be the last one to get dropped as the ice block will expire. Won't get any kind of last second percentage she possibly can, but in the end, it's absolutely nothing. And it's gonna be 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
I really felt that when 2U said suffer as I have, and the Dallas Fuel, indeed, they suffered in that fight. Hanbin didn't quite have the Annihilation on time. Bliss is too far behind in the sound barrier, so they can't counter the Annihilation of 2U, plus Annihilation Nano combo at the same time. I still think the strongest ult combo in the game, and it shows, and Dallas Fuel could not do a damn thing against it. As 2U runs them over, caps A, still 4 minutes to the bank, time looks good.
Just now that back, it goes across, Dragon Strike through, and Sparkle's just absolutely destroyed. Anti's out onto Hanbin as well, and he's just going to end up falling, and Dallas Fuel collectively are just getting absolutely rinsed, just death cycle back and forth.
Yep.
And, you know, they'll get in, they'll stop the cart for about 8 to 10 seconds while the fight ensues, then they all die, and then it just keeps on moving.
Well, this one was a bit of a Wu-Chan diff as well, because he got the sleep onto Hanbin. Hanbin's clear objective there was to run into the backline SPG, get that Annihilation off, because they have that ultimate advantage now. Dallas Fuel once again lose a player, Hanbin sleeping, and with, I think, what was it, Sparkle that died there? Hanbin's just like, well, I'm not going to waste this ultimate. Probably a bad situation. Let it go, reset. Play for the final fight here on B. How many ults Dallas Fuel have? They just haven't had a chance to use these yet.
Okay. Well, 8 taken down. Another opening kill here for Edison. He's quite a bit of damage. Going to be slowed up as much it goes to push forward. Marco as well, trying to help them out here. Wall goes up. They do manage to exit out to safety, and for now lock them into position as Edison goes in. The Death Blossom now going to be popped, and Jen will find some death there, as Aldo and 2U will also end up falling, and for the very first time, it seems that Dallas Fuel will be able to establish some semblance of control. One ult used, so good value from them. How long does it last is the question, though.
Well, Dallas Fuel are the bargain hunted team. Every single time, well, not every single time, but a lot of these fight wins they get really on the cheap, you know? They got that with a Groupon, I'm pretty sure. And now comes extra ultimates.
Right
This one a little bit more expensive.
We get the freeze here on a 2U. Nano committed from Wu-Chan to try to keep him alive, but it's not going to work. It's just no way to really reinforce him. Everybody else contained back into the spawn rooms, so eventually they will find him, and they get that ult away from him for free. It does cost them 2 in that fight, however. But getting rid of the Nano, obviously high value.
SPG still in spawn at this point. Edison slightly flanking here, and Dallas Fuel are, you know, they're wasting as much SPG time as possible. You don't normally see, by the way, teams get a spawn camp here, so this is fairly unique. Bliss he's trying to go 1v1 with Aid.
I mean, ill-advised considering how Aid has been performing so far on this Hanzo. Let's see, I mean, him getting tagged up off screen right now. Been called off. MJ around the back, does hold on to that sound barrier, will use it, ends up shielding up onto 4, although the one that doesn't receive it, the Annihilation comes in from Hanbin to go ahead and claim the May as the first kill. Now he's looking for a little bit more, and it's just a takedown. Gunjay just can't quite get himself to arm's length distance. Ends up falling. 2U gonna try to escape, but barrier not enough to protect. Hanbin will pursue in, get the kill, and look to break his way out of this little prison.
For how one-sided SPG had of an advantage in the early phases of this map, now it's just completely flipped. Again, you don't normally see spawn holds here. Look at the payload, by the way. The payload was essentially at the end of the map, and it slid all the way back. And Dallas Fuel knew there was no chance of a back cap because SPG weren't playing any flankers. Now that all those are a tracer, Dallas Fuel have to pull back a bit further.
You have to be cognizant of that. Sleep comes up. Like they tried to wall him, but in fact ends up just setting up for a double nade onto Hanbin and Edison, but with them still quite far away. Not going to lead to any eliminations, so Dallas Fuel can breathe easy for a little bit longer. Coalescence about to be up, the Nano as well from Wu-Chan. About to be ready to go. The punches come across to you, still holding on, hasn't popped the ult quite just yet. Coalescence does come out, wall goes up, looking to cut them off. Has to get dropped back down as the HP bar is so very low, but MCD goes ahead. Pops them up once more as the healing orb goes across, but Aid gets a headshot, MCD gone. Edison taken down to the Annihilation. Now Sparkle going to be antied out, blessed at half HP. Aid will go ahead and scoop up yet another kill. Just like that, they're right back into it. Dallas Fuel, we're trying to push the tempo, trying to get on top of them with the Blizzard, but SPG just shrug it off.
There's still one more fight. Because the payload shifted so far back, Dallas Fuel get one more full wave of respawns. We're in the OT now. Dallas have got their full 5 alive. Sparkle now on the May. Edison has a Death Blossom. I don't know that Dallas can win this. Edison would have to pop off. He needs to find this ultimate. He's under pressure.
Someone leading the charge, and he ends up getting Pulse Bomb there at the very end. Although, setting it up, cuts that ult short, but Bliss does find Genji at the same time. MCD, however, going to be taken down, so it's going to be a support for a support. Now Sparkle dead. No DPS, all on Hanbin. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do enough. The Annihilation is rolling. The HP bars, the shields there. But to you, just too much. Dallas will end up committing in quite a bit. 2 ults wasted in the fight, and that's going to be the cap now.
I respect that they tried, though. I mean, Dallasville have really brought this map around. Remember, the amount of time that SPG had going into B was about 4 minutes. And they only kept B in overtime, so that was 4 minutes down that Dallasville spent spawn camping. Still, with the final fight in there as well. Pushing SPG to the brink. SPG didn't have ultimates to spend there. I'm sure they would have if they had. And SPG have to make up for lost time. Dragon Strike to lead the way.
Goes across, I'm not finding a kill. Annihilation pops him so low though. Nano not available, but it looks like they go ahead and get that Bionade across and get that healing boost, and they manage to keep him sustained for now. Sound Bearer out from Bliss to try to win out for the longer side of the fight. Coalescence as well. Woven in from MCD. One dead on either side. Now the Nano comes in. Putting some punches across, trying to find a target. Pulse Bomb available from Aldo. Dashes around the side, looks for the stick, can't find it, but Abe gets the headshot. Edison again going to be taken out. Blizzard now at the ready. 25 seconds remaining. Decides to use it here and now. Sparkle's still falling low, but it does manage to cut them off. Pushes them back away from the card for the time being.
Now they're moving forward. 2U's getting aggressive again.
Aid again.
Still not ultimates, by the way. Oh my god, Aid.
It's a kill. Headshot once more. Sparkle gone. Blizz taken down. 2U winning out in that regard. Now Hanbin dead. It's going to be the final stretch now opened up for the side of SPG, who get to continue pushing.
Late death onto Edison, but he does stall the payload out for a little bit longer. Aid takes a moment to shift his headset. You'll need it for this final fight. Something, put your headset back on, son. I'm sure that was said at some point in Overwatch history. As SPG, yeah, probably not. As SPG gear up for what is going to be a very difficult fight, but they have ultimates coming online.
Okay, Dragon Strike again, just looking to cut the team in half. Eyes are on Aid to see if he can open things up once more. Anti on the Hanbin. Coalescence through, and MCD instantly gets taken down to you for the Annihilation, and the Fist does way too much damage. He absolutely knocks them down.
Wow.
Sparkle dead. Hanbin without a hope in the world. Antied once more, just getting nade cycled as the cap will come in. SPG. We were questioning whether or not they're going to bring us to this map. They do, and they make it to the end.
Starting to doubt SPG's ability to finish a map in that middle section as well. B was so one-sided for the Dallas field, but ends up just being a detour on Shambali as Simpriza caught smelling the flowers on their way to the temple. A was a complete roll. C was a complete roll. B was hyper contentious as we take a look at the early phases again. And this was the moment where Sparkle got killed by the Dragon Striker Aid, and Hanbin just kind of saw the writing on the wall and said, look, I can't waste my ultimate here. It's probably a bad call. And SPG went on their merry way. Still though, despite how good SPG looked there, a reminder, there's no time in the time bank. SPG got brought to the brink.
Sure. So if Fuel can get to the end with anything, we'll have that over top of the minute that SPG will gain for themselves. SPG obviously though going to be looking to avoid some extra innings, and they're actually going to be shifting to you back over onto that Junker Queen.
That's weird. I think he should just stick to the Ramatra. I mean, we already know the Ramatra's good. TU knows his Ramatra's good. It's good enough to, you know, go toe-to-toe with Hanbin. This is unnecessary, I think, from SPG to change things up now. It's a bit of a gamble. Like, I don't think Jungle Queen beats Ramatra in these mirror matchups. I mean, are they... Even if you're expecting Hanbin to go Winston, Dallas for attack, and they can just swap right off that. So this is weird.
Alright, well, it was an instant break of the forward defense with the side of SPG. Let's see how Fuel now fare. Hanbin a bit low. Good answering damage out, but no one really under threat of dying quite just yet. Cry comes across. It's going to be Edison
Tail
again.
is all the
Dead at the
time.
start of every single fight. The man just cannot stay alive.
All those a sniper. Keeps on sniping.
That kill. Sparkle as well. Worked low. Hanbin getting slowed up. Would have been frozen a million times over at this point had that still been in the game. But Sparkle is going to get dropped. Do you? Gets a shotgun to his temple, pulls the trigger. Edison on the return, however, finds Hyunjae. Wujan going to be taken down. That's the support's now gone, although will also die. We'll finally be able to break through. Took him about a minute, so definitely not terrible, but not nearly as swift as we saw from SPG, but they can get this cart moving at long last.
Aid self-staggering there a little bit. Hopefully won't be too much of an impact as SPG look for the full wave respawn. A good amount of ult charge being brought to the table. Led by MCD, of course, as you'd expect on the Moira. Very fast ult charge for the Coalescence. Hanbin with the Annihilation as well. And that's going to be the key ultimate. Like, I don't really know what SPG can do against Annihilation. They don't have Rally yet. They don't have a Lucio for the sound barrier. They don't have their own Ramatra to try and just square up. Bob will be decent here. Will it be enough?
Yeah, Matrix, they're looking to just go ahead and get in front of it. And they're able to do so with relative ease. Reckoning goes across, does find 3. Edison going to be the lowest of the 3. Looks like overall, though, is going to be okay. MCD as well, stabilizing, using that healing orb as Hanbin has that Annihilation rolling. Those are from Aldo, looks to buy some space, but SN gets on top of Aid, finds that elimination. You push themselves forward, and Bliss, feeling the need, has to go in for that sound barrier. Pops it, just ensure the victory here on the fight, and ensuring it is indeed. Hanbin finds 2, finds a 3rd at the very end, and that's going to be 4 minutes 30 now, just about in the time bank as they press their way over A.
I just don't think this is an effective comp, and it seems like SPG agreed they're going to be wholesale swapping outside of Aid, who never even got to put the Bob in. And I don't even think the Bob would have made a difference there. Probably would have just been annihilated by the Dallas Fuel walking up. Speaking of annihilated, that's Hanbin's ultimate that did the bulk of the work there for SPG, backed by the MCD Cole. And Hyunjae held the rally for so long. 4 minutes, same as what SPG had.
Let's see how they fare, pushing themselves up through this high ground. For now, it's a lot of space being offered up by SPG. Death Blossom in the back. Hanbin looking for 1. It does go down, but although eventually able to trade it. Bob as well, not going to be finding too much value. Coalescence though on the back end.
Very fast
looks to really ensure that they can push this through. Sparkle going low, needs some healing, doesn't receive any, although manages to just come away with that kill in the back line. MCD fully focused, playing like a 2 more remain on the front line and dealing some damage, but it doesn't lead to any further kills. So now Dallas are on the back foot, and they have to start pulling away.
SPG looks for ultimates. Nano Annihilation combo back on board. 2U ready to pop this one. And he's going to have to think about it hard if he wants to go for it now, because Wuchan is dead. Still opportunity to back out, but no, there isn't actually. They're just committed. Fully committed.
They're still holding the card from behind, and MCD gets taken down, although finds him with a pulse bomb. Edison, when he worked low and lower, barely can make it through that ice wall set up by Sparkle. Does find
2U got baited.
Trouble. The 2U taken down. And it's right back over onto the push here. It seemed like that was a winnable fight here for the side of SPG. Could have established a real foothold, but they let it slip through their grasp.
Well, Dallas Field dropped out from the high ground, and once that happens, 2U cannot follow through. If he follows, he's dead. He has no support. He can't get back up. So he gets baited in, and he took that bait. Mousetrap swings on shut, straight on top of him. And SPG, what was otherwise a winnable fight, I mean, 2U just did not need to die there.
Now things go quiet, at least for now. Hot shots from Aid to try to open it. Wall goes up to cut him off, and he is slowed, and Hanbin finds the kill very swiftly. Blizzard now to try to stop this retreat. Hefty commitment, but they want blood. It looks like they're going to be rewarded with it. The kills come through. The cart can now just about get ready to glide forward, as Aldo is the last holdout to try to keep that cart locked. So he will drop. It's going to be 3.5 minutes now to finish the map. And again, if they do it with any time remaining, they have that much more over top of SPG.
Dallas Fuel is sick of being first picked by Aid over and over again, so the call is run at him, wall him off, take him down. With that, the Dallas Fuel, the enable player advantage. SPG don't have much to respond with, and it's enough. Oh, okay, well this time you can't run Aid down, and he'll just continue the first blood killing sprees. At least it's not Edison again.
Yeah, he's not even smiling about it. He's just a cold-blooded killer. Speaking of Edison, Death Blossom is at the ready. Pushed off here onto the flank, waiting for his time to strike. Looks like Hanbin, I mean, pulling back to try to see if they can bait SPG forward, but they're not really falling for it. Recon as well. Well, spots the whole left side, and as you say, Coalescence now is available. But that's going to be the go button. They've got it.
One Hyunjae, he's the lowest member.
Dives out around the corner, manages to stay safe. MCD kind of get lost in the sauce just a little bit, but looks back over to his teammates to offer up some healing. John and Aid both going to be taken down, so eventually they are able to storm their way up on top of the Hanzo, find that opening kill. Pulse bomb from Aldo, not going to be able to find anything. They can continue pushing this one forward, and they are. One lone member operating that cart in the back line. forced into the spawn room. Does stay alive. Can come right back out here for the reset while Wuchan just pops up to you. And this is going to be that Nano Annihilation.
Yep, that's the combo we're looking forward to here. Harbin still has Annihilation, but it won't be as strong because he doesn't have the Nano. Edison has to be the difference maker. He can get a lot of damage on here. No more Nano. Wuchan down.
Wuchan down. Dragon Strike across the cart to try to open things up. It does get a little bit of damage here onto Han, but it's not nearly enough. MJ used the sound barrier, but they're just getting ripped apart. Han been finding it, and the damage is very staggering. 250 for the side of the Dallas Fuel to the 1 minute in SPG's pocket. And they need to be able to break through this initial defensive hold very quickly if they want to have any hope.
And some Prizza Gaming, they're counting their lucky stars if we're on an Escort and not a Hybrid here, because if this is hybrid, it would be a draw-only scenario, but we don't get those in Escort, so they get given their 1 extra minute. And A was good on their attacking side, not very good on their defensive side, but I will say a lot of that came down to, in my opinion, a wrong choice in terms of composition on that B defense, as we get a replay of Harbin walking up strong, annihilating his way through this 2U Junker Queen comp, which, to be fair, did something in the early neutral. But after Dallas Fuel, you know, consolidated and came back for that second fight of the neutral, yeah, they dismantled it quick, and they continued dismantling it until 2U swapped. So I expect that SPG will have learned their lesson there. Also, no surprise on the Fuel side. We're going to stick towards the Reaper Moira. Aid on the Symmetra for now as he TPs his players forward, then expect him to go back on the Hanzo. And Edison better be hiding his head.
There means many lessons to be learned, because remember, SPG were talking some smack in their interview yesterday, saying that they were going to be able to best Fuel even more easily than they handled the Shanghai Dragons. While they're still in this, it is a reverse sweep situation, but okay. Slightly different hold, expecting the TP forward, but they don't go in off of it immediately. Abe just sends it out, identifies their position, and now Dallas Fuel has to try to push their way back out. Yeah, good bait.
Aid thought about the Ash, but understands the Hanzo is the correct pick. It's worked so far. Here comes Edison. Nearly got walled into the enemy team there. That would have been catastrophic.
Been still anti. Does survive. It's going to be that much more charge over to MCD in particular. Is Edison going lower. More eyes on him, but it's going to be Wuchan taken down off the rip. Dash and Sparkle trying to find something in the back line. Does receive an icicle pace, although able to trade one back. Still, though, they need so much more to try to get rid of these players from the side of the Fuel. And with 10 seconds remaining, not sure if they're going to be able to do it, but that's the kind of shot that you need. Weaves it through right at the very last second before Bliss with a broken line of sight. Pitches him in the head, and that is the full sound of retreat here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. He's having to pull away as 2U looks to bring things up into the front lines.
Huge difference maker. 2U's got to be careful. If 2U dies here, that's really bad. The killing Bliss, forcing the reset from Dallas Fuel, running backwards. Edison on a big flank. A good distance already been found. He wants to kill the Wuchan. He's got it.
He's got him, but 2U right there on the back end does manage to find him. 2U threatened out the pulse bomb, hooked him low, but they cannot get that elimination quite just yet. It's on MJ for the time being to try to keep everybody sustained and alive. Coalescence coming across MCD, desperately trying to get through them. The Blizzard now going to be used as well. And this could be a turning point here for the side of SPG. Hanbin frozen, going to be taken down before he can get the annihilation. And they're just a couple meters away from pushing this into A. We can just come through. 1.38 left to go. 2U now going to be falling. Bliss under fire, 4% shy of that sound barrier. He ends up getting taken down. And suddenly SPG absolutely can make this work.
Extra Death Blossom.
Aid able to find multiple kills, and that is going to be the cap.
Yeah, it's enough. And this was a late swap onto the Reaper as well, right? Edison's been on the Reaper the entire time, and Aid farms up enough damage to find the Death Blossom, and it will be enough to get them the cap off for 1 minute. I think this is good distance. It's quite a lot. Whatever they get on B now is going to be extra. It's just bonus. Dallas Fuel with the ult advantage. Extremely favored now to finally hold this. Been thinking about dropping down the Annihilation. We'll probably need a sound barrier to help him out. Nano, by the way, is online for Wuchan, so SPG can still make it competitive.
This is already so fantastic. I mean, you think about how hard it was for the Fuel on their attack. It was a little bit rocky. Aid, though, get off the rip. Edison now goes in with a Death Blossom. Will find Wuchan. Takes him out of the fray, and it seems like this is as far as the card is going to go, but I fully agree with you, Avril. It feels like this is already enough. That it would take a damn near miracle for the Dallas Fuel to be able to best this, even with the close to 3 minutes that they have.
Exactly. I will say, though, that, again, Dallas Fuel at least have the memory of being able to go through A quickly, but the asterisk there in the corner is that SPG my opinion, played the wrong comp. So let's see 2U lock in the Ram here instead of the Junker Queen. Otherwise, I'll be upset. And Dallas will be extremely happy. Let's take a look at the replay here of Aid clutching up. I mean, some would say that this got expensive, but it's just totally worth. You've got to make sure you get this cap if you only have the 1 minute. You're the 1 minute team. You spend as much as you need to get whatever distance you need.
Precisely.
That's some good really good distance. And there is the lock-in for the Ram.
All right. So Avril can be a happy boy as we get ready to see this ulti from SPG, but Aid, okay. Thinking about the Torb.
He's cooking. He's cooking. I don't know if I like what he's cooking, but he is cooking. The upsetting thing about this is a lot of the, I think, kill pressure from SPG is Aid just getting Sparkle or Edison down with a Hanzo. Now that that's off the table, I'm probably happy if I'm Fuel. I'm probably okay with this.
I mean, here's the thing. I think back to that last map. Aid, he got a hammer kill. You know?
I don't think that's happening again. I'd be very surprised then. That's a one-time offer. You get one hammer kill into Hanbin per entire career that you have in the Overwatch Esports cycle.
All right. Well, already HP bars not looking great. Aid finds first blood. Bliss gonna be taken out. Aid is absolutely pounding.
Okay, alrighty.
He dies, but he gets 3. It's a team kill, and you know, I'm down with the Torb.
Okay, alrighty.
I'm down with the Torb.
But none of them were hammer kills, so it doesn't. But he got 3. Okay, that's pretty disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty insane.
I think three kills equals 1 hammer kill.
Okay.
He is on the run back though. Third for now. Gonna be dealt with. Wall comes up to try to cut them off. Healing still can be found. As Henry goes diving up over the top, which are now going to be focused, and Hanbin manages to break him down, although as well going to be falling as Edison claims 2U, I should say. They will be able to persevere through this second volley. 2 minutes, just shy of it now, remaining for themselves as the push can finally begin. But there's so many recontest opportunities here for SPG.
And because Dallas won that fight so cleanly as well, now we've even up on the ult charge. Previously, it was SPG leading ults. They've had to go through a full wave of respawns.
That could be it.
Say again?
If he gets his Molten Core, that could be it.
Well, it'll make things difficult, but I think Dallas Fuel have a lot of staying power with all the extra healing, so might still be okay. Sparkle nearly went down there, actually. Quickly on the Blizzard. Blizzard's first ult.
Yeah, he does have it ready to go. Nano does come in, though. Wuchen bailing out 2U, trying to keep him alive. Now the Annihilation comes in, and Sparkle not going to get the opportunity to use the Blizzard. Not just yet. Antiana Hanbin taking a hell of a lot of damage because gets slept. The heals getting pumped through. Coalescence built up here from MCD. Sends up the healing orb as well just to keep him in this fight. Sparkle will be able to rejoin shortly, but now we dip below a minute remaining here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Although off the flank, trying to draw attention. Edison around the back as well. Getting ripped down below half HP. Sliver of health remaining, and Aid manages to find him. Now the Molten Core is available.
And it doesn't matter what hero Aid is playing, he somehow finds Edison again. They'll just run into him. Turret in the back line. Molten Core is ready, and you know what? Molten Core in the final fight, that's when you want the Molten Core. Dallas Fuel, though, with the sound barrier, can get past both the Molten Core and also the Blizzard. It's the ultimates of fire and ice for the SPG team that will have to get them through.
2U frozen, sound barrier coming in, not a second too late. Keeps him alive, answering beat now out from Bliss. Blizzard in as well, Sparkle frozen, taking down Aid again, fighting the kill, drops it on top of him. Death Blossom, however, claims 2U. Molten Core still going to be held in the back pocket. See when he decides to go for it. Although, however, falling, so it seems like
now
Aid
would be good.
Keep that one for a little bit longer. We are here in OT. Aid going to fall. We'll hold it for the follow-up. Spy on Nate, but well, the damage dealer's gone, and 2U on the run back. There's no way to capitalize. They can still recontest this before it even gets to A.
Yeah. I mean, even if they don't contest this, there's still another contest further along B, right? They only need to win one fight here.
Okay, they're gonna give it up.
But this... Okay, when there's no extra time added, so it's still OT. But it does allow Dallas Fuel that extra time to build up towards ultimates, like the Annihilation, like the Cold Essence. And honestly, Annihilation Cold, not as good as Nano Cold, but 2U doesn't have an Annihilation, so you take that.
He does. Coalescence, a lot of its attention just being paid over into the turret. They clear it out, the cart steadily being brought forward. Just one player again with that. But yeah, I mean, like you say, the disengage comes in. But now Hanbin goes forward. Annihilation out. Wuchen the first one to fall. Nano did get used. Goes over to 2U, who really has an Annihilation of his own. And it's the Molten Core. Comes in off the high ground. He's knocking up the cart as best as humanly possible. But they're looking to drag this one away
Sparkle
from the magma. It finds Sparkle. Finds MCD with a turret. And that might just be the map. Punches coming across, he gets that shielding, gets himself jazzed up. For a little bit more, the shield raised, Hanbin desperately trying to stay alive. He's down to his sliver. They have to keep the sustain. If Hanbin falls, that surely is going to be it. The beat gets dropped, but they're off the point. They're off the cart.
I think got frozen.
Will in fact be able to take it. Yeah, the freeze locks Hanbin in place, and no one is there for the touch. SPG will win on Jambali Monastery and extend us into yet another map. We're not done yet.
That was an entertainingly close map. And it comes back down to Blizzard and also the Molten Core. The two ultimates, the DPS side for Simpriza. Molten Core to push people off the payload. Sparkle was in there, in the ice block, thinking, damn, this Molten Core do be lasting for a while here. And then he burns down straight afterwards. If that wasn't enough, Aldo comes back in. Blizzard on the cap itself. No one can touch. They're all frozen. Dousfield are not going to have enough. And it all comes down to that 1 minute push from Simpriza in the OT that gives them so much distance. And it's exactly the extra bonus distance on B that got Simpriza the win at the end of the day.
Wow. SPG managing to make it happen, fighting back tooth and nail, and just being able to come out on top. I mean, you know, we question the Torbjorn, but Aid plays it to the very end of the map, and he puts up some fantastic figures with that Torbjorn pick there on the defensive side. So that does mean that we are going into yet another map. Dallas Fuel will have their map pick as we get ready to go into push. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them to try to close it at long last, or if we will have yet another 5th map series. Time will tell as we get ready to go into the break. When we come back, though, the action will continue as we are, 7 hours deep into this broadcast. Let's keep it going. And we are back once again. SPG not going down without a fight. They draw blood, taking Shambali Monastery away from Dallas Fuel, forcing them off the cart with a cheeky little blizzard. Now, Fuel, the stage is set for them to try to finish the job here. See if they can get the victory with a 3-1 scoreline as we get ready to go into their map pick of push.
A 3-1 scoreline. This Dallas Fuel? No way. 3-1 Overwatch, salt to the earth, punch the clock, 3-1 Dallas Fuel. Sounds about right, Achilles. They have a propensity for it, and it might just end up being the case. They would actually have to win this next map. Close affair in either case. SPG, a very well-played OT, brings them one map closer to at least forcing our map 5 here. Man, can you imagine 2 back-to-back map 5s and possibly 2 attempts at a reverse sweep? Certainly the first one that we got today, O2 versus Infernal, was extremely close. Some Prison would love to get something that close, but I think it feels like in this series they're a little bit further behind Dallas Fuel than O2 were for the Soul Infernal.
All right. Well, and one of the things that we'll take a zoom in on is, of course, this tank battle, because we were wondering if this was going to be SPG straying away from Shambali Monastery, given that they're playing against Hanbin, as far as the expected Ramatra is concerned. They decided to pick it, and we got to see some very strong performances here from 2U once again.
Yeah, I think 2U's been the standout. Well, obviously Aid has also done some really nice stuff, but 2U on the tank, whether it's been Junker Queen, Ramatra, we saw Sigma and Diva. That's 4 different tanks he's played so far, and all of them have been pretty expertly piloted. Maybe the Junker Queen could, be shelved a little bit more, given that that was more of a matchup problem for 2U, not so much a mechanical individual performance issue. But keeping up with Harbin is not easy. So credit to 2U for being able to do that.
Well, we're going to Esperanza yet again, it would seem, as Dallas Fuel going to be favoring their chances over here.
There's Dallas Fuel's map pick, right? So I wonder if the Divas are coming back out here, because this is a more dive-favored kind of map, and I don't think either team really wants to go towards Winston's based on hero pools. It's possible, but not ideal. There's actually a non-zero chance it could be a Junker Queen matchup there as well, but, 2U's teased that one out. I think Hanbin wouldn't shy away from it, given that's one of his best heroes.
All right, well, we'll see if that's going to be the case as we get ready to go into the action. But everything now resting on this for SPG, as well as Dallas Fuel, who, at this point, obviously some damage dealt. He dropped that map, but getting taken to map 5, not a good look. Obviously, we were talking about it. This team has been on more of an uptick in their last few series during the regular season before we had gotten into this bracket and integrated the contender teams. You don't want to be one of those squads that ends up getting taken to game 5, if not losing the series. SPG might be able to do it again twice in a row. First the Dragons, now the Fuel.
I was going to say, this is where O2 Blast really had a great matchup versus, I was about to say versus Infernal. So Prisoner is now going to try and do the same thing. Hanbin thought about the Junker Queen, thinks better of that, and that's for the best, because if he actually rolled out on the Junker Queen and 2 decided not to, it would be probably quite a lopsided opening in the Brawl matchup. You want to be on the Ram and not the Junker Queen in that heads up. So both will come out on the same heroes here, but once more it is Dallas Fuel playing the Moira. Edison, though, swapping off the Reaper, back on the Sombra. On the Sombra, the Sojourn.
There you go. The other one that begins with S. It's all good. It's been a long day. He's looking for a target, though. Puts a couple shots into Aldo. He's going to be forced to recall. Rail shot, not going to find the headshot. Just take 8 down quite low as Bliss is trying to duke it out, but he has overstepped majorly. Although an 8 wolf coming through. MJ diving in, finds one, finds another. MJ takes out Edison, and just like that, that should be the initial push beginning for the side of SPG. Especially with Hanbin.
Hanbin down. That will be the real icing on the cake here for SPG. If it wasn't confirmed before on the Hyunjae double kill, it will be confirmed with Hanbin going down, and SPG now going to be leading the way to start things out with. 2U massively ahead of Hanbin in terms of ult charge as well, but it's Dallas Fuel, the rest of the members that will have to try and make up that gap difference. Edison swapping off the Sojourn, very short-lived, back on the Reaper. Back into the
Reaper test, see if they can establish some form of control. Sparkle 20% away from that Blizzard. MCD nearly with the Coalescence online, gets antied though. He has managed to break line of sight, stays alive, the healing comes in. He does manage to persevere. 34 meters established, though, for the side of SPG. We'll try to bring this bot into a more neutral territory, although going to be taken down. Two, you're going to be natted up. Annihilation rolling. Looking for Hanbin, and they will have him with the assistance of that rail shot. Sparkle dumps the Blizzard. Gets the freeze across. We'll be able to get that headshot kill confirmed onto you. And maintain some kind of semblance of control here, but without the tanks, it's difficult for either side to really move the spot.
Yeah, I mean, great peel away. They couldn't save Hanbin, but they'll stop the rest of the Nano Annihilation from really getting value there. Sparkle saving the day with that Blizzard, and a great wall as well to try and lock down Wu-Chan. Sound barrier to save the rest of SPG as they look to continue contesting.
This dropped in the nose, although finding the punish for the delaying that sound barrier. This time it just has to pull back. It's only a 3-meter gain here, so 10x basically, 11x actually, for SPG at the moment, who maintain control.
Speaking of live maths on stream, Hanbin now 3% away. Annihilation here would do wonders for Dallasville. They need to reset the HP a little bit, but otherwise happy to walk in. That's a sound barrier as well.
Dead. Yeah, sound barrier dumped to you. Wu-Chan now going to be taken down. Sparkle just looking to wall this off and make sure that nobody can escape. MCD will still get traded. The bot is still being moved away. It's actually potentially going to gain some more distance. No, Sparkle will be able to find the final 2 kills, but a cheeky little maneuver to make it that much more annoying, I suppose, for the Dallasville to try to deal with. Finally,
you'll see that
actually start getting some distance.
Even though Fuel only had like 3 meters, that payload theft does cost Dallasville a bit of time. Be able to get more distance, and SPG can easily contest before the Dallasville even through this archway, through this bridge section. Nesson looking for Death Blossom opportunities, but he's on the low ground. He'd like to be on the high ground instead, but that's where SPG are.
Lessons through once again. Anti-out on the cube, but they're just charging forward. W Gaming all the way up into their faces, as Edison will be able to scoop up 4 with the highest value Death Blossom that we've seen so far. Hanbin will get the 5th and final as the team kill comes in. Dallasville should be able to take the lead for themselves.
A good speed usage there as they all rush forward. This is the Dallasville Classic. They know how to play these brawls, especially the part where you go fast extremely well. That's a Rush's signature. Flip now gained. Now threatening the cap on the checkpoint. With Sparkle and Bliss holding in towards the window, SPG don't contest that window. They're going to play the low ground in main. Blizzard should be the tool here for Sparkle to finish things up.
Forward that checkpoint. Right there for him. Blizzard now. Try to cut him off. 2U should get locked up into this one. Yep, the nano does come across, but it's not nearly enough to try to keep protected. Sparkle very much coming alive here on this map in particular with the Mei. A couple moments here and there in the past maps, but which I'm just looking to delay a little bit longer. But now the bot can once again start moving forward, and the forward spawns are here for the side of the Dallas Fuel.
It's good bait. I mean, that's what you need if you're the Dallas Fuel. One clean fight with victory, single ultimate used. If 2 doesn't go down there, it would have been nano annihilation time again, and this time much more difficult for Fuel to play up against until Bliss can find the sound barrier. Now all those on a mission, wanting to force the fade away from MCD.
Just coming through, Steve pops the annihilation. Bliss will go out with that sound barrier, matched by Gunja on the opposite side. A lot of damage into Edison. He's going to end up falling. Pulse bomb stick as well. Takes Hanbin down to a sliver of HP, and 2 pursuing forward will be able to confirm the kill at the very end. Lead still there, more than double the distance at the moment here for the side of Dallas Fuel, but as the bot gets shifted back, I believe everybody should have forward spawns for the recontest.
A good read by SPG to be able to assess that. Okay, we can run in with 2 on the annihilation. Maybe Hanbin doesn't quite have it to counter us back, and as SPG walk forward, Dallas Fuel certainly don't use the annihilation, and with Edison down, they have the 5 versus 4 that they're happy with. They can win a fight off. But as you sort of mentioned there, the 4 spawns were unlocked, so Dallas Fuel to respawn in time to play towards their own bridge section.
Here alongside the wall comes up, Coalescence in, MCD able to find 8 who just could not slide out of there fast enough. 2U as well, very much in danger of falling down, and as the fist comes up, it's just not going to be enough mitigation. Edison will be able to get him. And Dallas Fuel keep the bot on SPG's side of the map, and maintaining the lead for now, as well as maintaining the ult advantage.
Yep, they didn't have to really spend much again. Coalescence is all you need. SPG desperately need, like, you gotta get Waldo and Aid to find a pick here, but Sojin just doesn't have the same burst as Hanzo from range. Especially when you need to build up those rails first. There's so many more ultimates online. Fuel looking for more distance.
Pivoting rush out from
The
Wuchen,
Blossom?
but widely. I mean, they're just backing away. They know that Death Blossom is here, and the Annihilation is rolling from Hanbin. He's going to be able to find 2 kills, so even though they pulled the trigger on the ultimate, they have to backpedal, and they just can't do it fast enough.
The theft!
Bot is stolen away. Okay, nicely done there by Aldo, doing a very good Zest impersonation. It's the bot away from them for a little bit longer, allowing for the rest of the team to respawn before the push can continue, but Dallas Fuel still, they identify it, they bring it back.
Good delay tactics, although as well didn't overcommit there. He could have continued the payload theft for a little bit longer, but he would probably have died for that, which means his team's on a 4v5, which is not ideal. Speaking of 4v5s, there it is.
And starts off the fight with the right foot forward. Pulse bomb out, Bliss goes down. Edison as well, chunked. However, does find AIDS. It's equalized just a little bit, but to you, you'll be able to find the enemy May before that Blizzard can come into play. Anti now out on the Hanbin. It's all about just buying some more time here before he eventually falls. The rest of the Dallas Fuel going to have to go for the reset. But again, they have that forward spawn. They're going to be able to get back to the spot before it reaches neutral territory.
I mean, that was probably going to be well over 100 meters if Although didn't take the payload away. So Dallas Fuel even on 98.04, it's a lot to work with. I mean, you are triple the distance of SPG now with about 2 minutes 14 remaining or so. SPG have their work cut out for them, and it's not like, again, Fuel didn't have to spend much there. It's not like Fuel had to really put in the ultimates, so they can just spend the last 2 minutes defending with these ults.
Sure. SPG didn't either. It was the pulse bomb, which although has already built up another one, mind you. If he can get another opening pick, it could be huge, but to you,
big nade.
Gonna get bullied out of this one. He's gonna be frozen. He's gonna be taken down. Good kill off the back of the Coalescence as well as the Blizzard. And leaves the Death Blossom as well as the beat here that Bliss is about to have.
No targets for Aid. I mean, he overclocked, but just couldn't see anybody. Didn't want to throw unnecessary rails into Harbor that wasn't going to result in kills. 2-man beat from Hyunjae, possibly out of desperation.
Yeah, and a 5-man here from the side of Bliss, and it feels like the pressure definitely catching up here to the slightly younger contender squad. Edison TPing forward, looking to get in behind them. Death Blossom is going to be committed to it. Really wants to just put them down in the dirt. Finds 2. MCD will get traded out at the same time, although coming away with yet another kill, building up towards yet another pulse bomb. But the bot is now cresting over 100 meters.
There's the triple digits that Dallas Fuel had been looking for a little while back. And if you thought 98 was hard to come back from, add another 12 plus more meterage on top of that with even less time. It's all but written to the stars here. I don't think SPG have much chance. The 3-1 is looking like the result that Dallas Fuel are going to get, unless there's a big clutch up from SPG. No Nano used just yet.
Annihilation offering up quite a bit of damage there. Coupled with that Nano, it's going to be Hanbin taken down, as in the fall as well. They do manage to break through. 35 seconds, the bot starting to move. Sparkle can't keep it locked in place. Again, forward spawns should be there for everyone.
So 4 more of those fights. Count them down with me. That's number 1 out of 5 that SPG need to win. Because there's going to be another fight here as Dallas Fuel get the full wave of forward respawns. Yeah, this will be the fight in the neutral. And then as SPG make up that 80-meter gap, a lot more fights in there as well.
It looks like Aldo noted on the flank. Let's try to keep him zoned back. Pulse bomb could be a difference maker, but now it's going to be the Blizzard out onto the point once again. Coalescence rolling through as well. 2U gets frozen. He gets taken down, and they get taken away from the bot. A little bit of a anticlimactic way for things to go at the very end, but it is going to be the Dallas Fuel winning out with their map pick here at the end on Esperanza, taking it as a 3-1 series. But I think we still have to give a solid round of applause to the side of SPG, because in Brazil, they definitely did give it their all, and they were able to push Dallas Fuel to the brink there.
As you might, the 3-1 Overwatch from the Dallas Fuel still comes through. And unconventionally as well, with bringing out a different type of composition, a different type of look, a little bit of struggle there from Dallas Fuel, especially on the Shambali. But even the one map that SPG got, you could argue, was a very close one that Dallas Fuel also could have won. So the one area that looked like a bit of a struggle for Dallas Fuel wasn't, I would say, disastrous or anything to be too concerned about. Then you look at the maps that Dallas actually won. A humongous meterage gap on Esperanza. It was a 2-0 on Antarctic Peninsula as well. Second map was Blizzard World, where
it was pretty close.
It was entertaining, but close. But you didn't get enough distance. It was, we ended around B. Who attacked first? I forget about that map. That one was probably a close map, I remember.
It was SPG. I mean, Hanbin, they wouldn't necessarily have won it if it wasn't for Hanbin's, double kill off the self-destruct. That was what got him across that line. That absolutely could have been held there for the side of SPG.
In either case, Yeah, maybe SPG could have taken Blizzard World, but the Hanbin clutch is a little too strong. There's the other two maps that are considered like Esperanza and Antarctic, which is way too one-sided for Dallas Fuel. So SPG, they thought they'd get an easier run versus Dallas Fuel. In fact, unfortunately, they're going to end up being the losers here, as Dallas Fuel are much better than Shanghai Dragons currently.
Well, that is them with the win. So Dallas Fuel, with their forward seed here in this Group B bracket, do manage to take down the contender squad. They deny SPG the back-to-back win over the L squads. And I mean, somewhat unsurprising, just kind of given that everybody else had the crap kicked out of him at one point or another. I mean, Hanbin as well in that regard, but it did feel like he was kind of the most consistent player here in the series for us, the centerpiece of this squad, and Hanbin is our player of the match.
Yeah, I think the Diva play earlier on, the gigantic self-destruct clutch that we saw in Blizzard World that we've already spoken about, and just generally speaking, all the Ramatra play that we saw, very solid stuff from Hanbin. And I actually think in the Ramatra heads up, he was probably at a disadvantage in that heads up, considering, you know, the conversation we had around the Ana versus Moira kind of stuff, where Coalescence is good, you can farm the ultimate quickly, and during the Coalescence you're doing well, but generally speaking, the moment-to-moment gameplay in the micro details there, the nade and the sleep out is worth way more than what Moira brings to the table. So with that under account, Hanbin was probably playing a little bit uphill versus 2U in that matchup. Still, the Dallasville hive mind is what will be able to allow Hanbin and the rest of the field to kind of clean up and get a pretty decent map win. 3-1 in the series and a very, very one-sided Antarctic field.
Yep, solid effort here from Hanbin the whole way throughout. Diva moments especially, I mean, you know, the Hail Mary send in the last self-destruct, sometimes it's that clutch, that slightly lucky play to get you across the line and maintain that lead for the side of Dallas Fuel, because who knows what would have happened again had they not been able to get this victory here on Blizzard World. It would have been a very different story as we take a look at that self-destruct right now.
There it is.
Up over the top. All right. Able to find him on the back end. Just a big one.
3-pointer.
Couldn't get into, could not get into undercover. Tunjay even just getting knocked away by it, taking quite a bit of damage. And it felt like that was the straw that broke the camel's back there. Obviously, things very much shakier. Was absolutely, literally an uphill battle versus 2U on this map. But still had some good moments, especially this hold here. Was a great moment for the side of Dallas Fuel where they were able to run that clock down.
It's just, you know, really just shows the kind of gap towards the Overwatch League side as well, where, you know, how far behind Shanghai really are in this bracket, given their loss to SPG. Now looking at Dallas Fuel's win versus SPG. No other Overwatch League team on this side so far has lost to a contenders team, and Hanbin is not going to allow that to happen today with the Dallas Fuel Ramatra stats across the entire series. When you play 4 maps, and he played a little bit of Diva on Blizzard World, but otherwise he played Ramatra the entire way through. So this is 4 whole maps worth of stats. It's a lot of numbers, and I think one of the main takeaways is when you look at the 42,000 hero damage, you divide that by 4, getting over 10,000 per map. That's a pretty good stat line.
Yeah, I mean, as well as you mentioned, the Diva widely played there on Blizzard World. So if we take 3 maps for him playing the Ramatra, 7 deaths a map, it's not too bad. Man was able to stay alive quite a bit. So overall, really good effort here from the set of Hanbin, who just continues to assert himself as a dominant force in the front line. But we will give, you know, another little kind of golf clap round of applause over to 2U. I mean, for his efforts as well on Blizzard World, making that so competitive, as well as nomming up all of those pulse bombs from Sparkle, who is unable to find any value. But I believe the interview is ready, so we will once again hand it over to Unknown to take us through this one, as we do have Hanbin.
네, 안녕하세요. 아이고, 지금도 해맑아요. 뭔가 경기 막 더 하고 싶었어요. 뭐 그런 건 아니었었죠.
So you're not like you want to play any more maps today, huh?
그게 느껴져서요. 왜냐면
You kind of look like you want to play a little bit more maps.
막 뛰고 계시더라고요.
해맑게 웃고
맞죠?
계시길래.
어떤 것 때문에 그렇게
And you have a smile on your face. What's the context on that?
라마트라가 좀 뛰는 게 좀 웃기기도 하고.
I mean, running as Ramatra is pretty fun, so I mean, that explains the smile.
세트가 좀 가장 좀 재밌었나요?
So which map was the most fun for you?
샴발리를 지는데 샴발리에서 저희만의 뭔가 색깔을 좀 보여준 것 같아요.
I mean, we did lose on Shambali, but I think we did show what we can do uniquely as a team, so I think Shambali was fun. So I'm gonna just say it right here. I think Dallas has their own kind of vibes, even in game.
지더라도 진 게 아니다. 약간 이런 식으로.
I mean, so like you said, we have our own vibe. So even though we did lose, drop Shambali, I mean, it wasn't that big of an L because we lost, but we didn't really lose because we did show what we could do.
저는 이제 또 궁금한 게 리그에서 거의 최초로 모이라 루시오 조합이 나왔는데.
So for the first time in the league, there you guys showed Lucio Mora. So what's the reasoning behind that?
그냥 하다 보니 스크림 하는 도중에 하다 보니까 오히려 좋을 것 같은데.
We just, you know, it's one of those moments where we just tried it in scrims and it was like, hey, this actually kind of works out.
그러진 않았어요. 아 그래도 모이라에 대한 우리의 선입견이 있잖아요.
I mean, you guys should. I mean, you guys usually do have bad preconceptions about Mora. Like, did that kind of affect in your selection?
뭐 어쩌라고 약간.
I mean, it's like, I mean, if people don't like the Mora pick, so what about it? It works for us. It works for us.
베이의 이런 빙벽 화력인데 이런 것들에 저희가 정말 대단하다는 칭찬을 정말 많이 했었는데 최근에 좀 경기력이 달라지고 있는 게 느껴집니다.
So during the matches today, we did notice that you guys were really stepping up on your teamwork. Is there any kind of explanation to that? In the earlier matches, we did kind of like lose, like really kind of like in a bad way. But I think as the matches go on, we're kind of recovering our teamwork, and that's kind of showing in the matches as well.
누가 맞점 한번 볼래? 델러스 맞점 한번 볼래? 이거 나오나요?
So I mean, the next match you're going, do you like, can you can it be like on that stance where, hey, we're showing our own vibes. Are you ready for us? I mean, nobody's ready for us. Nah, I mean, I don't think there'll be any teams that's gonna be like really tricky.
그 한빈 선수의 멘트가 저희 그런 거 처음 들어봤거든요. 경기가 정말 재밌었다고 찔리게 보였어요.
Well, I mean, this is the first time that I think I've heard Hanbin say that a match was actually fun this season. So that's, I guess, definitely a good sign.
어떻습니까? 앞으로의 좀 목표 이런 것들 좀 궁금합니다.
So looking forward, what's kind of your goal this season?
무조건 미드 시즌까지 진출해서 우승하는 거고요. 저희 팀이 이제 서부를 한번 우승했으니까.
I mean, one thing's at a time. I just want to make it to MSM and win that. And I mean, we've already won on the east side of on the west side of things. So I mean, why not try and win everything while being on the east side of the league? Wow, that's really ambitious from what we call a Han father, like the fans call you. I mean, like the Han father, like you have a lot of nicknames. And well, I mean, all good, and thank you, and good luck for your future endeavors. Thank you, and back to you, Seth.
All right, well, thank you very much. Now let's take a look once again at the results, because it was a very long day. So if you're like me, you might even just forgot that there was other series, because here we are. It's after midnight in South Korea. 3-1 victory there for the Guangzhou Charge over Poker Face. Dynasty falling to the hands of the Hangzhou Spark, who maintain their advantage, maintain their dominance there, trying to hover around the top of the standings, as well as the Soul Infernal, the 3-2 over O2 Blast. Certainly, I think the highlight, given the closeness of it, the near reverse sweep pulled off there by O2 Blast.
It do be a 3-1 Overwatch day minus that third series there, which went to all 5, nearly a reverse sweep. Not a single 3-0 today, and yesterday we nearly had almost entirely 3-0s. So,
yep.
The reverse there as we get the updated bracket G7. Oh boy, it's the Jodown again. The last Jodown was fun, a little bit one-sided, but very fun. This one, I hope, is going to be even more competitive as Rhodes take down Rhodes versus Poker Face. Another match that we don't get to see there. Fuel versus Infernal. Where, oh man, I don't know about that. Fuel, they did beat SPG, but I think Infernal are kind of on a different level.
I mean, it just feels like they are a cut above, but who knows? Maybe the Dallas Fuel will be able to rally back and show why they are carrying that championship on their back. It would be a big moment for them, so we'll have to just wait and see how that one does fare. But then you've got Panthera
what about
versus
G6?
SPG. And I was just about to get there. Yeah, the G6 matchup. The Summit is not looking great for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, because given the way that O2 Blast played today, it feels like that's going to be a really rough one. Here's the full match schedule, though, what you can expect from next week's games, starting off on Saturday, 27th. Dreamers Dynasty, Rhodes, Poker Face, Panthera, SPG, as well as Dragons, O2 Blast. So still plenty to tune in for.
You know, the real sad part about that Dragons O2 Blast game is that Viper is going to play against his old team. He used to be on O2 Blast last season. That one's gonna hurt. That one's gonna be a little nasty. Unfortunately, he's like, damn. I really do be losing to my ult. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but let's be clear. Shanghai have struggled. They lost to Simpreza, while O2 played Infernal neck to neck. Infernal currently are the, at least when you consider power rankings, the best team in this region. So yeah, we won't get to see them immediately next week. This is day one of the matches. And a lot of the contenders teams having to knock each other out as well in the middle games.
Yeah, there's going to be some contenders cannibalization that's going to have to happen there, but it should also lend itself to having some more scrappy gameplay that's going to be coming through. So it looks like next week as well, probably not 3 Overwatch. Maybe you could say for the last series, who knows? Maybe Shanghai will be able to surprise us and pick up a victory there, or at least take some maps away from the side of O2. But we'll have to just keep our eyes peeled and see what does occur there. So either way, more to tune in for. So I'm excited to see how those games are going to go.
I like to see how far O2 can make it in this bracket. So a lot of results to look forward to next week. O2 will be looking to make the full run through a lot of bracket. I mean, I would not be surprised if we get another O2 versus Soul Infernal matchup in the grand finals of Group B. That one will be another banger.
Could very well happen because, again, only one of those 2 squads is going to be able to make it through to the Mid-Season Madness tournament, which is a damn shame, but it's just the way that it is. It's the way that the cookie crumbles. Anyway, it's been a long evening of matches here, so that's going to be myself and Avril saying goodbye and good night. I'll see you guys next week for more Overwatch action, of course, so make sure you mark your calendars, and then NA is going to be coming up later, so go ahead and watch those later. Bye.
Not quite, apparently. So
Not
we'll
quite.
stick around for a little bit longer.
We need to buy some more time.
You know what, Seth? You don't get to go to whatever next thing that you had on, so you stay right where you are. Mister.
Yeah, I guess I'll stay sat right here.
I know you don't have plans afterwards. Doesn't matter. It's
definitely.
What could you be doing at midnight in Korea? Nothing. That's
I don't know. I was gonna go hang out with Wolf, but I'm gonna go do that now because it is time to close the show. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you next time.